after opposition in Nigeria. I don't think it is. Anybody who wants to kill opposition is not fit. Be you party member, be it intra or from outside. The person doing that are not fit on Nigerians as a community, as a nation, who wants choices, because it is from choice that if you don't have choice available to you, you will be stuck with one item or with one food or with whatever. But when people have choices, when you come to a restaurant, which food do you want? Somebody will go for a pan, somebody will go for rice, whatever. That is choice. I think that we should allow that choice in Nigeria.
So, what then do you think would be the hope of ADC? Because if this remains indefinite and their time is counting, time is ticking, the clock is ticking, what would you think would be the best option for them?
Asking me what I cannot answer. I don't know what I've already explained my thinking. I said that since the court did not pronounce, since the court pronounced David Mark the authentic leader of the party, I think that he should go on with the primaries and the candidature of, the string of candidates of the party. He is the one holding the stick for now. So, but
so the court says otherwise.
And what the court will say, I do not know.
Which makes it risky, because imagine you involve everything and at the dying minute the court tells you this thing is not working. That's why I said so that. What becomes the fate of ADC? It's already giving fear for that party, and I just hope they'll be able to overcome the challenge.
That's what we're praying for whoever is. If you're no longer comfortable with the party, leave the party. After I'm sure the other guy has even joined the APC. So one of who are, so it doesn't really make sense. Yeah.
All right, so let's look at this one. 2027 parties rush to beat INEC's deadline. APC begins screening of aspirants. NDC, SDP hold national convention today. Labour Party, Boot Party, other cell forms, fixed convention, primaries, and the rest. It looks like a rush for the parties. Do you see them meeting up all of these things? And
we are really racing against time. And you know that it was ADC that a few days ago appealed to INEC to please adjust the timetable to enable them get things right and put their houses in order. And I think it's a genuine call, if you ask me, because we are planning for Nigerians, we are planning for human beings and systems. So if I were at the helm of INEC, I would have given them greater window. You know that these cases are in court, and these cases have to do with the primaries. So I think they need some more time to be able to put their houses in order and be able to prepare for the elections. But the way they're going now, they are bound to make certain mistakes. And I don't know, somebody will go to court and say, you didn't do this, or you didn't do what you ought to have done, because they are rushing to beat the deadline. So this deadline was made by a human organization. And they can still put a little adjustments. And so that people go, okay, you're looking, these are court cases, there are outstanding cases, there are outstanding issues, there are outstanding leadership puzzles. So, I don't know. But, so, I think that they're really racing against time. And it's not good for the electorate, it's not good for the candidates, it's not good for the parties, it's not good for the system. Because we are practicing a democracy, we should be growing every day. I don't know whether our own is growing or it's progressing. All right.
Thank you so much. Before we call it a wrap, let's just get your parting shots because of time.
Parting shot on what? There are so many. Okay, there is a story that I really we didn't mention about it was in the Guardian also about people dying from food and substances, changing expiry dates of food stuff and
yes, back outreach.
Then another one is talking about food items that use
pesticides to preserve them. Yeah.
And that has to do, it causes a lot of damages to the system, the sensitive organs of the body, and all that. So I think that the enforcement agency should be on guard and be more proactive, and also appeal to Nigerians traders, these people you are selling these things to are your fellow human beings. If people die because they want to they bought food in the market and because they want to make money and you are taking people's lives, I don't think it is fair enough. Yeah, that's my potential. It really touched me when I saw this story.
Okay, so the buyers out there, just be careful. Look out for what you buy, and be just safety conscious, because the days are really, really terrible out there. All right, so that's how far we go on this very segment, the newspaper reviews. We have a conversation coming up shortly. Please stay with us.
The Nigeria Democratic Congress, NDC, welcomes all delegates to its inaugural national convention holding on Saturday, 9th of May, 2026. Venue, Los Angeles Event Center, Amado Bello Way by Mabuchi, FCT Abuja. Time, 10 a.m. NDC service.
Announcer, Senator Moses Cleopas, National Chairman, NDC.
The atmosphere was calm as former Deputy Governor of Gombe State, Lazarus Yoriwa, Minority Leader of Edo State House of Assembly, Honorable Charity, and others were received by the National Leader of the Nigerian Democratic Congress in Abuja.
Welcome you to the party that is now there to salvage Nigeria. A party that is out to promote good governance, unify our country, fight and defeat insecurity and terrorism, promote economic prosperity, promote women and youth inclusion, and take Nigeria back to the top where we used to be.
Speaking during the reception of new party members, Senator Seraki Dixon said the NDC will be focused on promoting good governance, national unity, economic prosperity, and greater inclusion of women and youth in leadership. The former Bayelsa governor further says NDC is an ideological party committed to principle-based politics and respect for democratic processes and the rule of law.
We know that these are electioneering times, and politics is fueled by ambitions. And I used to teach people that in this game, all ambitions are legitimate. All legitimate. They are legitimate and they are all equal. It's the duty of the party to respect everyone and to provide a fair chance for all. So please, for those of you coming, please, this is not a platform for transactional politics. This is a platform for ideological politics of service. When something is right and fair and good, we say so. When something is wrong, we condemn it. And we come up with a solution to do better.
The Edo State Assembly members attributed their decision to what they described as unresolved crisis within their former party.
The NDC party, National Democratic Congress, the party that carries everybody. It's a party that my values will have to drop in. It's a party where what I believe in, I can still do it. It's a party where it's true, honest, and fair. There's so much they cut off the head of it. What's next? Anymore, that's not. But because of the PDP leaders that recently started joining a decade ago to date, they decided to destroy the party in themselves. I hope this NDC will take us in the future, take us in better Edo, take us in better Nigeria.
Wonderful delegation from Edo State that have come to join the movie train that will change the narratives, that will take Edo State to Kaduna, to Sokoto, to Lagos, to Imo, across the 36 states, including FCT, to the highest level. With NDC, we are covered.
We want a change. We know what we are going through in this country, especially the peasant man in the village. You can imagine our security situation in this country. Just this reason, we are lost in this country. Just security reason. Talk less of adding the economic hardship our people are going through. The problems in this country cannot be enumerated, but we are sure with NDC, things will work well. I'm calling on Nigerians, let's join hands together in NDC and salvage this country for the better.
The massive defection of new members into the Nigerian Democratic Congress, NDC, is seen as part of the NDC's ongoing efforts nationwide to expand its influence ahead of the 2027 general elections. In Abuja, Nasiru Usman for Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
All right, so we're starting with a retrospect for this morning, and we'll take a look at Monday, what happened. You know, the conversation we had on the Signature Morning. On Monday, we looked at the 2027 political build-ups. Are the opposition parties deliberately muffled? That's what we shall be looking at. Take a watch.
Of the Nigerian system to be able to fully understand what is going on. There is a lot of rancor, a lot of toxicity, and then a lot of inability to meaningfully contribute in a positive way. Nigeria, as of today, is badly governed. Governance is very low end. You see that government finds it difficult to respond to respond to citizens who seek to know why things are this bad. And you see, you have more of government of palliatives than sustainable inputs. So opposition politics is, if you say the opposition politics is being muffled, I wouldn't fully agree with you per se, because there are no evidence. But even if you insist, and I have to agree with you on that line, then I will say that the opposition brought it to themselves. Yeah, and they made themselves so vulnerable, both internally and externally, and that generally depicts the Nigerian political environment, a political environment of limited principles, of transactional politics, and where people see politics as a way to get by and not to meaningfully contribute to sustainable development of the country. So these are the challenges we have. And you see, playing politics in an environment where the executive arm of government appears to have swallowed both the judiciary and the legislature can be very difficult. You look at Nigeria, almost all the opposition governors have all joined the ruling party, and you have almost all the legislators in the National Assembly, all the opposition joining the ruling party. That cannot be healthy. That cannot be said to be healthy. And in an atmosphere where there is so much poverty, you don't look for evidence of bad governance. It's there. Evidence of bad governance is there. You know, when you look at the dividends of democracy, they are not there. And you see access to justice is delayed and often denied. You know, so when most of these things are people, and you see the legislature, how laws are made, how they don't really take into consideration opposition inputs. They just do what they want. You begin to ask, is this the kind of democracy we fought for? Very unfortunate. So that is our reality now. That is, we are living with it, and we hope by the end of the elections, lessons will be learned and corrections will be made.
Now, looking at what is happening, I mean, we've seen a huge number of defections from, I mean, you mentioned that as well, from one party to another party. And most recently, we've seen that even the coalition that we had, which is the ADC, seems to also be dismantling, and members from ADC are moving to another opposition party, the NDC. So, what do you think that this continuous defections and movements from one party to another, how would you say that it's also affecting, the opposition parties and, the quality and the seriousness of, having a strong opposition against the ruling party?
Yeah, we felt it was we are going to have very competitive election. If when the opposition seem to have come together, they come together under ADC. You have all the major gladiators, all the candidates who had the highest number of votes in the last elections coming together, but that seems to have start from what we saw yesterday and during the week over the weekend. So it's a challenge for the opposition to find a way to work together, to align. When you talk about opposition not keeping a united front, you will now be able to go further to interrogate it. It's difficulties in having a consensus. If they can't agree on themselves on how to move forward, then it means there are issues with basic agreements within those circles. There is need for them to agree before before they even come public. So that means basic agreements were not made. And if the opposition goes into this election as a divided house, it's going to be a problem. It's going to be a problem. Because if they are thinking of uprooting a hegemon like APC that have taproots everywhere now, it will be difficult with a divided house. So I thought they have done their homework very well and they understood the challenge ahead of them. But if they decided to split, that means they're going to have split votes. And split votes cannot give them what they want. And you see, I also had expected that the opposition had a commanding authority. Like when in 2015, there was a commanding authority and everybody was rallying around that leader, in 2015. But now, people who were expected to play that role in the opposition refuse to play that role. And yet they insist they are still in the race. So it's a tall order, frankly. But I hope they'll be able to organize themselves and put their house in order and be able to go into the election as a formidable group to restore power. But when you look at
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
And on Tuesday, we talked about Nigeria broadcast media and the challenges of political media coverages. Our guest was Leonard Arrow. That was a very, very interesting conversation. Please take a watch.
It's something that trends, and some people do it for business, even though now with the Data Protection Act and things like that is now in existence, we've seen cases where DSS get to arrest people now and all that. We've also seen a case where a state governor was using that to his own advantage, and thank God the courts stood behind the person they were trying to use. But the truth about it is that your audience now, the entire media audience currently lives in social media. So any broadcast organization that is not taking the lead on social media is only doing itself a disservice. So when I talk about setting the agenda and all that, terrestrial broadcasting is not the place to set the agenda anymore. Where to set the agenda is on social media. Now, before anybody will wait for your news to come on air, yeah, the news has already gone around the world on social media. And that is very dangerous. Now, there are people who do it for business, who want click, who will just pick up any item and just post it without properly verifying, and it will go viral. And before you know it, chaos. Let's take the last NSAS. I was interviewed by a foreign media organization about the NSAS. Now, that was one of the most beautiful things that the government should have keyed into, where for the first time, issues like that, protests like that were driven not by physical appearances, but online appearances, not spearheaded by anybody. Even the Arab Spring was spearheaded by certain people, but the NSAS campaign was not. Now, it was more like a carnival kind of thing with musicians, everybody playing music, people dancing, singing, and just trying to make things work well until some criminals on social media started spreading some fake news. And that is one thing people fail to talk about. They talk about, okay, massacre, people were killed and all that. But what led to it? What led to certain protests in certain places was fake news put online. And that is always very dangerous. So that is why broadcast organization, as far as I'm concerned, all research has shown that traditional broadcast media is still very trusted worldwide. In Nigeria, the ratings are very high. If they see something on your TV, people are most likely to trust it. Trust level for traditional broadcast organization is still very high worldwide, even in Nigeria. Okay, but the unfortunate thing is that people get their information first from social media. So if the traditional media that is trusted is not active enough on social media, then we'll have a problem. You'll still be playing catch up, and then you'll be trying to solve a problem that has already gone out of hand on social media. So social media issues is very critical. And that is why, because the traditional media is not stamping its authority on social media, government organizations can capitalize on that and say, hey, we want to regulate social media. Hey, we want to do this. Twitter was blocked during the last regime. Do you know the millions, billions that was lost by young Nigerians who use it for business? You know, so yes, I agree. Social media is an issue. There's a lot of fake news going on there for likes, for clicks, for business, which is wrong. But the real problem is because the trusted platform, which is the traditional media, is not active enough on social media. So we need to be active enough. Your programs need to start on social media. You need to have, as a station, have a very strong social media team that engages your audience fully on social media 24/7. That's the only way we can stop government authorities from taking advantage of that space and trying to censor people, trying to gag people, and trying to use government policies and regulations to hinder free speech. We need to get
Now,
into
let's
that.
talk about, safety and what have you, because journalists in Nigeria, I mean, have faced harassment and, intimidation, all forms of violence in the course of, doing their job, particularly when it comes to these political coverages. And how do you think that this fear of violence or intimidation and things like that, how would you say that it has shaped the boundaries of, political journalism and investigative journalism, and also, political media coverages and things like that?
That's a really tough and sad one. Now we are getting into the elections period, and you're bound to see that again. And it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate, and that has caused a lot of fear. It has reduced the number of investigative journalists that we have. in the country currently, because there seem not to be adequate security for journalists. The truth is, the media is the fourth estate of the realm. Now, if the government can put priority in the other three estates, the presidency, the legislature, and judiciary, they all have personal security. They take their security very seriously. You have DSS monitoring things around them to be sure that they are safe. The media, which is the fourth estate of the realm, also has to have that kind of protection from the government. And this is the point where I call on the regulatory bodies, Press Council and the NBC. These are issues where the NBC needs to take up, even in the National Assembly. Part of the NBC Act, talked about building the media. Now, how can you build a media that is not secure? So you have to ensure that journalists are protected. So when, for instance, we had a case where a state governor, jailed the journalist for a long time just because he was doing his job, as far as I'm concerned. Yes, the NBC put up a letter and then that was it. No, the NBC did.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
That was a very interesting conversation, I must say. And on Wednesday, on the Signature Morning, we talked about Peter Obi Kwankwaso, ADC, and the new political party. And our guest on that very conversation was Caleb Okeke. We also took a look at the conversation, regarding Peter Obi Kwankwaso defection from ADC and Nigeria political equation. The whole story. Of course, the election is fast approaching, and a couple of, turn-ups have been here and there. But then again, that's some of the conversations we had on Wednesday. Please take a watch.
For no just cause, I think that the reasons for all of what has happened is as public as it can get, and so I will see how that has changed the dynamics of the race for 2027. Of course, that is very clear. We still have some people who are left in the ADC amidst resignations here and there in that party. I think the former Vice President Atiku Abubakar is still there, and other politicians, Rotimi Amechi is still there, and a whole lot of other politicians from the northern extraction, and some from the south. So what is left to be seen is if the ADC, and indeed most of the opposition political parties, like I said the last time I was on this program, are able to win themselves or are able to be removed from the kind of legal tussles that they have been put upon them at this critical point in time. I've always maintained that there's no way our democracy can go forward or thrive, even for the near foreseeable future, if the opposition parties are not allowed to thrive. And so most of the encumbrances we've seen on their way, most of the problems they've been going through, some of them man-made, some of them imposed of them, it's now getting clearer that the ruling party must join hands in ensuring that they do not look like what people are suspecting, which is apparently people are suspecting that they have hands in all of these struggles that the opposition parties are going through. So they must now show good faith by making sure that these problems go away, so that we are likely going to have a three-horse race, as it has already come out again, just like we had in 2023, where we had three major aspirants. Of course, well, if you had to count Rabi Musa Kwankwaso, that made it 4. But this time around, with this movement, it's already looking like a three-horse race for 2027.
Right. Now, looking at the people or the caliber of people that have moved to the NDC, we see political heavyweights like Peter Obi and Kwankwaso. As a matter of fact, it seems like these two names are at the forefront of the move to the NDC. And, a lot of people are wondering, if this would have any significance, or if there is a significance to the move of these two political heavyweights into the NDC. So I'd like to also know, what do you think? Do you think that there is a particular significance, or would it change, or is their movement going to change anything significantly to, you know, what could happen in 2027?
I mean, if we're discussing that movement already since 1st of May up till now, I don't know what other test of significance one can lay claim to. I think the mere fact that that movement has been the most discussed political event in the past almost going to 1 week now shows that it's of a very significant showing in terms of how things are panning out. It already shows, because if you look at all the conversations since after they moved, all the conversations have been focused on that. Some people even say that the president canceled his international trips just to monitor the situation. I mean, I'm not sure if that is true, but that is what is being said. So if you look at just the volume of conversation we've been having since 1st of May up until now, it tells you something. It tells you that the two men you've mentioned, that is persons of Peter Obi and Rabi Musa Kwankwaso, they have followership among Nigerians. And if you also look at what has happened with the registrations in the NDC since they joined, that's another pointer. Ben, the question I think what you are asking in essence is if that is going to change some of the permutations that people are already making for 2027. Of course, I think it is. It's going to change.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Before now, we were thinking that it was going to be a two-horse race between two political parties, which is the coalition ADC and the APC, that the battle was going to be between these two major parties. But with the defection of P2B and Kwankwaso from the ADC to the NDC right now, the power and political equation has been altered. And that means that we are going to be having, multi-parties or multiple parties with power blocks, that will contest the 2027 election. For instance, we are going to have the APC now. The ADC has people like Atiku Abubakar, Chibuike Rotimi Amechi, even El-Rufai is in detention, yes. Then in the NDC, you are going to have, obviously, P2B and, Kwankwaso. I heard also this morning that former President Jonathan has entered the race. We don't know whether he's going to, come under it, or the PDP or any other political party, but we heard he has joined the race. Now, if he joins the race and he's coming under the umbrella of PDP, then we have a lot in our hands. In the sense that these people have listed Bola Tinubu in APC, Peter Obi Kwankwaso in NDC, Atiku Abubakar, Rotimi Amechi in ADC. Then, a Jonathan now coming, from the flank. That means that it's going to be a very tough contest, 2027. But be that as it may, the one that's altered the equation more is that of P2B and Kwankwaso. Now, why am I saying this? If you look at, hours after Obi and Kwankwaso left the ADC became depleted. Number of their high-profile politicians and members who were, there before supporting the group left. And they left because they said P2B has, and the Kwankwaso have left. Now, what does that mean? That means that at the end of the day, the ADC may be a weak or a weaker political party amongst the trial I've listed before. That is the APC. APC stands a great chance. Then the ADC now, having been, dismembered and lobotomized by, exit of Kwankwaso and P2B, they're going to, more members are going to be leaving. Prominent members are going to exit the ADC, thereby draining the powers of the ADC to contest election effectively. Then the power now, the osmotic pressure now is now going to the NDC. And the NDC, I believe, we pick to be there, so any of them being president or vice, etc., as case may be, the power block there will be too strong, and then the APC being the ruling party, you find out that Tinubu and the 31 governors, senators, etc., they are another powerful bloc. So I believe that the battle nearly keenly will be contested by or between the APC and the NDC, because P2B is a movement, has become a movement in Nigeria. If you look at the narrative now, some of his members, who were thinking that most of his members are going to be unhappy with him, the last move he made, but you can see that there's a mantra that is anywhere he goes, we will go. So which means it's a movement that he has. And that movement is a very strong one. It has not been weakened, by its defection from ADC to NDC. In fact, it has even revived, or rekindled the hope that P2B has a better chance to become president of Nigeria if it contests under the NDC logo or platform, as the case may be. Now, vis-a-vis, we look at this now from this angle. You know that P2B in the southeast is a power block. In the south-south also is a power block, because a lot of youths in the southeast and south-south, I believe they are going to vote for him. In the last election, you found out that P2B was the only candidate that had over 99%, votes from a particular, region, and a block vote in the southeast. If you look at the southeast, P2B defeated all other candidates in that election by a margin of 90 to 10 or thereabout.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back to New Day. All right, this morning is going to be an amazing and exciting one. We shall be learning something that is not, I don't know how to put it. Not what many people are really aware of, and we have the privilege of having a guest that is well knowledged on this.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
me now? Is it better now? I'm actually talking. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on E-Vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves. And when you go see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Hello, it's really nice to know you're still with us. We're sorry for that little time. We're trying to sort out some technical challenge. All right, so we go straight to the conversation this morning. We'll be looking at managing autism spectrum disorder children in Nigeria. And we have our guest already seated in the studio that will be doing justice to this conversation. She is Christabel Ifokwe. She is the Executive Director of Soin Jet Foundation. And she'll be helping us to understand the autism children, what we need to know about them, you know, the challenges, not just them, but the family, the parents face, and how we as a society, you know, can embrace and, you know, be part of their journey. All right, Christabel, good morning and welcome to New Day.
Good morning and thank you for having me. Today we are going to be talking about something that has been a burden to a lot of Nigerian families. A lot of individuals are going through it. It's not just the families alone, the community as well. So we are here to create an awareness about autism spectrum disorder and how it affects the Nigerian community. So.
So let's look at okay, for those that may not really understand, you know, autism, what it really is it about, you know, to the layman, if you were to explain it to the layman, how would you explain autism?
Okay, so autism is a neurodevelopmental disorder, right, where it affects communication, it affects the social interaction, it affects their behavior. It also affects interactions like their sensory integration. That's how they feel, so basically it's just us having difference in the way we process information, right? So how do we take in information? How do we process that information? So take for example, somebody is sensitive to light, another person has difficulty communicating their needs, they also have difficulty expressing themselves. So a child that is on the spectrum may not be able to say mommy, daddy, may not be able to request for items. Now, autism is a spectrum, right? So we have this, everybody is unique, just as how individuals are unique. We have our own different characteristics. That's the same way autism is on a spectrum. So it just defines that uniqueness, how everybody may have different combinations. But for us to say someone is on the autism spectrum, the person has to show signs in that communication deficit, in socialization, in behaviors, repetitive behaviors, and that's when you can say, okay, this person is on the autism spectrum. So a lot of people would ask, okay, so is it something that is caused by something? Is it?
That's what I wanted to. That's the next question I wanted to ask you. Funnily enough,
yeah.
What could have possibly been the cause of this?
Okay, so it's not something that is caused by something. It is a genetic condition, and that's why we say neurodevelopmental. Developmental difference, right? So in your genetics, you have the way you are made up. Now, it might be heightened or it might not be. So your genetics and your environment shapes the way you might be described as being on the autism spectrum. So it is not, I know, again, when we say genetics now, it now becomes maybe a parent passed it down or something. There's still a lot of science, and there's still lots of research that is going on to actually identify the particular gene or the particular reason why it's happening. But then there's also the environmental factor that might trigger the presentation of this gene. So that's why it's different. So sometimes you see it in parents, or sometimes you don't see it in the parents, you see it in the children, and after the children you don't see it again until, so it's more like a dominant gene that is now expressed by the environment. So that's what really causes it.
All right, so thanks for that foundation you just laid there. Now let's look at it from the angle of the parents. In as much as we love, kids or people with these disorder, so to speak. I don't think it's what many parents would wish to encounter because of the challenges, that it surrounds. What would you say are the major challenges that parents, of children with autism spectrum encounter?
Okay, so majorly, first thing first, it's usually the fact that your child may or may not communicate with you. That is the major challenge, because you give birth to a child, your bundle of joy, and then you are excited to have that child communicate, grow, be part of the society. Now, autism is not a disease whereby you say my child is dysfunctional, or it's your child just expressing or communicating differently. So yes, they might have that as a challenge, being unable to communicate with them, with their children, being unable to have, or the children have certain behaviors that are worrisome. But then there's also the part of inclusion, where you want to include the individuals in the society, right? There's also that segregation. A lot of parents have that fear of bringing out their children and then having to make them being acceptable by the society, right? Because take, for example, you have a 3-year-old who cannot say good morning, hello, hi, and then the child is now in the society, and then you say, hey, Beauty, what's your name? And the child is not responding, right? The parents have that difficulty to say, oh, maybe there's something wrong with my child, right? There's also the part of also in inclusion, schools having to include these children in school activity, because they feel like they are different. They usually have this separation or segregation. Okay, you cannot communicate, so you are not learning, and then you are separated. So a lot of that happens. Then there's also the myths and the lies, where parents feel like it's their fault, bad parenting, or they have difficulties like it's spiritual or something, we're in Africa and all. So it makes them, those are the challenges that they usually face. And then the behaviors too. Some children on the spectrum communicate their selves or through behaviors, and these behaviors show up in different ways. Some could be aggression, some could be self-harm, and it makes the parents okay, wonder, is something actually wrong with my child? But that's just the way the child is communicating certain displeasure or feeling or a need. So that's what happens. So those are the challenges that parents face when it comes to autism. Also, the fact that when they now get interventions too can be very expensive, and the resources to actually pay for these interventions or to pay for support for a child that is difficult, it's usually also a challenge that Nigerian parents go through.
Okay, so let's talk about the awareness.
Okay.
You know, how aware is the Nigerian society, you know, regarding this autism
spectrum disorder?
How
yes.
aware the Nigerians regarding this, and also what effect would early, you know, awareness, you know, help in diagnosis?
Okay, so when it comes to awareness, right, we are getting there. Nigeria is a very big country. We are getting there. There are a lot of programs. There are a lot of activities that is creating that awareness. A lot of schools, and I can say for a fact, in being in ENUGU, that a lot of schools are getting aware of autism and how to work with these children, how to include them in their society, how to also participate. A lot of programs, I can tell you for a fact that we've run a lot of programs in ENUGU here to actually create awareness. So yes, there are a lot in Lagos, in Port Harcourt, many places, even in in the north. I know a lot of organizations that actually create awareness about autism.
So let's look at the challenges, you know, children with autism face. You know,
Okay.
how are we as citizens, society, supposed to, you know, react, to approach them?
Okay.
Because you know, it's one thing to have this kind of challenge. It's another thing, you know, to still go through the stigma and, you know, that reaction from people.
Yeah.
How are we supposed to treat them? How are we supposed to behave?
Okay, so from the society, right? It's easy to interact with an autistic individual because first of all, it's not something that is physical. You might be sitting, I might be autistic and you might not even know. I'm not saying I am, I'm just saying that they are like every other individual. So approaching them is not something that you should think twice about, because they are just like every other. They are persons, they are people first before they have autism, right? So, but as a community, you can always be nice. If you don't have anything to provide or to say to a child who has a disability, you can always be kind, right? So you can see them, you can talk to them just like every other child. They do not have learning disability where you say they do not understand. They understand. They might not just be processing the information the way you would want it. So take, for example, you say hi to a child on the spectrum, and then the child might be singing, "Hello, how are you?" Right? That is the child's own way of saying that I'm saying hello to you. So it's just the understanding that, okay, this child uses music to communicate my needs. Another child could just be writing it out. Another child could just be repeatedly vocalizing it and saying hello, 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 or echoing after you, hello, hello, hello. And that is the child's own way of communicating. So there is no one way to approach them and say, okay, this is how to manage the situation. Just be nice to them. Just treat them like you would treat every other child. Work with them, include them in school activities, include them in churches. You could be more aware. For example, some children have sensitivity when it comes to sound, and then you observe the child covering their ears. So when you see that, you can be very sensitive about what your microphone sounds like. That might make that child uncomfortable. Another person could, another place could be maybe not just noise alone. Like I said, it's a spectrum, so there are so many things. Everybody's needs are different. So it's just to understand that, okay, we know about autism. We are including you in whatever society that you find yourself, even inclusive of employment. Autistic individuals are employable. They are very smart. Most times they even have more, would I say, more knowledge about certain topics than we do. So that because they are very repetitive and what's the word, insistent on a particular topic, so they have this focus on a particular interest, right? Now when they have that, they can use that. So you see a lot of autistic individuals doing a lot of maths, a lot of physics, chemistry. Once they find that topic that they are interested in, they learn it and they do it very well. So in employment too, we could also employ individuals with autism for a particular, so you find the person's strength and employ the person for that strength. And yes, we would be a better society without having to look down and say, okay, because you cannot communicate but you can do maths, you are not worthy of being in the environment.
Okay, so let's look at the affordability,
Yes.
and access, to autism therapies,
Yes.
and the treatments,
Okay.
for these people with this disorder, so to speak.
Yeah.
How are they? How affordable for the average Nigerian family? And also, do we have enough trained therapists, that can actually, manage these children in schools and different places?
Okay, thank you for that beautiful question. So the thing is, affordability when it comes to therapy is dependent on the child's specific needs. Now therapy is not treatment. Therapy is finding solutions to the child's own unique needs, right? So one person might need a bit of intensity for therapy, another person might need just few hours or few intensity when it comes to therapy. So, but when it comes to affordability, the truth is therapy is still not affordable to the average Nigerian because of the way the economy is, and then also the awareness too. Then when it comes to the other question, what was the question? Sorry.
Yeah, we barely have trained
therapists. Yes,
and
yes.
centers available for access.
Yes, there are many centers. A lot are growing and upcoming, and there are a lot of therapy trainings. There are lots of boards that are certifying individuals. Like I am certified by the QABA board, that's qualified applied behavior analysis board, right? So there are other bodies that are certifying individuals who would want to gain this knowledge and also work with children. So yes, maybe probably right now in Nigeria we might not have. We have the education. We have special education in universities. We have speech therapy in some universities, and then we have psychologists too who would work with children with autism, and then these certifications, and then so there are a lot of individuals are coming up every day. So there are a lot of bodies that work with children. Yes.
Okay, so for the sake of time, which we're almost behind, let's talk about for parents, that have a child, with this condition, and also for the society. What advice, suggestion do you have for them? And siblings may not also know how to relate with people like this too.
Yeah.
Let's use this as a parting shot, and any other thoughts you feel you should share with us regarding this. Let's use this as a parting shot.
Okay, so first thing first, autism is not a disease.
Okay.
Secondly, parents can find intervention wherever they are to help their children meet the needs that they have deficit in. Then the community can also be aware and help these individuals to fit in properly. We also have siblings. To your sibling is just processing information differently, so you can also love your sibling and make them feel like they are part of the society. And then whatever happens, when autism is a beautiful experience. If you are on the spectrum, you are loved, you are appreciated, and you are part of being in our society. So I think we could go home with that. And then also know that there are lots of interventions available for parents. They can always reach out, Google, search for interventions in wherever you are, and then you'd see help somewhere, and somebody is willing to talk to you. So thank you very much.
Right, thank you so much. In case you just joined us, we've been looking at managing autism spectrum disorder, children in Nigeria, and we had the pleasure to have our guest as Christabel Ifokwe, who is the executive director, Soin Jeff Foundation. We didn't have the time to talk about your foundation. I'm so sorry about that.
No
Is it about autism as well?
Yes, it is. It's about autism. It's about we have a sibling who is on the spectrum too. So we were very in love with the whole experience and all. And then we work with children in ENUGU with autism and other developmental disability. Yes, it did.
Interest in this
area. Did, and I can tell you for a fact that we wake up every morning with autism on our mind and how to find solutions. We do a lot of data analysis just to make sure that their needs are being met, and hopefully we are doing well for ourselves, and we are happy that we are impacting a lot of individuals.
Nice. So there you have it with Christabel and her foundation. It's been an amazing time to do this with you this morning. We have another conversation coming up shortly. Please do stay with us.
We are local.
International communities why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
All right, welcome back, Nigeria. We go straight to the next conversation we have this morning. We are looking at the 2027 political build-ups, INEC, trust of electorates and opposition parties. That's what we're looking at. And we have our guest with us this morning, Reverend Francis Agu, who is the priest and humanitarian worker, that he'll be helping us to understand some of these things, throw more lights and, bring it to bear to us. Reverend, good morning.
Good morning, my brother. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, it's nice to have you with us this morning.
Thank you.
Yeah, so the first question that is, I don't know if it's on the lips or in the mind of many Nigerians, is how prepared is INEC regarding the 2027 general elections? Because we had the same challenge the previous elections. INEC gave Nigerians all the assurance that they were ready, the beavers, everything was intact and ready, only for the election to start, and there were challenges here and there. How prepared is INEC, looking at the new chairman we have now?
Well, I've tried to look at it from the point of the reality of it and the rhetorics. The reality of it is that if you can switch your mind back to 2023, that of 2023 was planned and executed, but a lot of stories came behind it.
That's your opinion, that it was planned?
Yes, it was not planned for what they said. And now we are planning 2027 again. The fear is still there. And the outcome of the 2023 election has also created some level of apathy in the life of persons that now you're talking about voters registration or voters renewal, this and that and that. People are not taking things seriously as it goes. Then you ask yourself some questions, where are we going from here? Despite that we are pushing to see, with a lot of promises, being the INEC on their own side being optimistic that we're going to get things better. But you now look at the electorates, are they seeing the same thing from what people are taking from? You look at the condition of things now, the situation of the country, economic-wise, all this and that, are they giving the people, the electorate, the background to think to say, okay, we are heading to the right direction? So you find out that there are some level of uncertainty on the build-up towards 2027 from what I'm seeing. So INEC, as the umpire of our electoral system, can continue to say that they are on it. We're on top of the situation. Like sometimes when you look at our security system, those in charge of our security system will want to tell you they're on top of the system, but at the end of the day, you see some lapses here and there, you know. So to me, I'm not speaking for INEC. I'm not speaking for the nation. I'm just a humanitarian who trying to look at it from the effect of the whole thing to humanity. How are the poor people, the people in the society, the masses, how do they take to bear to their hearts what is happening? So from what is happening now, the certainty is not there. It's not yet clear. Yes, it's not yet clear. A lot of things are still shaking. A lot of things are not taking place. A lot of things are still begging for attention. But INEC is saying, yes, we're on top of it.
Okay, but how can INEC, what do you think INEC can put in place to rebuild the trust of Nigerians, regarding this electoral process coming up in 2027?
Good. One of the things that INEC must do is even to regain their image. Their image has been bastardized. When you talk about the INEC as independent electoral commission, they will ask ourselves sincere question. Is INEC sincere independent? Are they trying to do what they had in mind to do? What they are doing, is it part of their timetable? Do they discuss those things on their own as an independent organ that has to do with the electoral system of the country? So that whatever comes out of the day, it will not be kind of shattering the people's hope on the platform, because many persons has entrusted on them, thinking that this is what it ought to be, this is what we're going to do, this is how it's going to come. And at the end of the day, what comes out becomes a different thing. So it's still, to me, that INEC is not free from some unnecessary interventions or distractions, because if they are sincerely as independent as they promise or as they're supposed to be or they announced to be, what happened during the 2023 election would have not been where you see the beavers, all these things, having loopholes here and there, So are we not sure that those things will not repeat themselves again? Why some persons will come to some polling stations and they don't even find their names on the voters register where they have voters card. So if I am to say, INEC should come up boldly to stand to tell us, are they really prepared for? But there is the fear among the populace. The apathy is there, growing on every day. Apathy is there. Okay, now you look at even political parties. You see these political parties, are they free to operate the way they want? Are they free to operate constitutionally the way it ought to be? You find out that sometimes some of these political parties are being caged off. They are being pushed to the wall, whereby some of them was trying to struggle to survive. It shouldn't be that way, because you want to talk about democracy, you look at democracy as a concept that has to do with the populace, the people. Now, giving the people the chance to do things the way they want to do it, for their own interest, not for the interest of an individual, but for the interest of the society, the interest of the country, where everybody will be happy. At the end of the day, we say, okay, we have done it, this is what we did, and this is the outcome of it, and everybody will go home happy with it. But you can see that our own system, that every day at each section of our electoral system, there must be the greater percentage of the people will be feeling they were taken off from their right.
With the result of the past elections we've had in Nigeria, talking about voter apathy, do you really see Nigerians, especially the youths, not coming up in their numbers in the 2027 general elections? Because, as you can say, just as momentum is gathering, the way it gathered in 2023, where you see, the youth participation online. Okay. Of course, they also did on site too during the votes of when they are casting their votes. You see large number of youths turn up. Do you see the same energy coming up in 2027? Looking at, they've been educated, so to speak, they've learned one or two about politics. The 2023 election exposed a lot of things to these generations, these youths. Do you see them learning more and getting strong and determined in 2027 to come cast their vote, or they'll still go through our party?
Well, of a reality, you know, many of our youths are hungry. Yeah. You know, I've been here to talk about the welfare of our people in the prisons, the inmates in the prisons. When you come to the prisons, you look at the number of youths who are there. You now ask yourself some questions. Why are they there for? What exactly brought them to the prisons? You see, many were brought in there because of the bad economic system. And as we are building up towards 2027 general election, you also see that some of the noise some of the youths are making today, because they are looking to chart a way where they can be recognized for the government to think about their own interest. Because when you have dozens of graduates on the street without doing anything, so when there are some opportunities for them to continue to showcase their feelings, they continue to come up. But now the issue is still there, that as they are coming up, are they coming up now to bring, are they going to be allowed to be part of the system to bring the change that is needed? Or are they going to be giving some peanuts to silence them at the end of the day? Because when they gather, those political elites, when they gather sometimes, you see them, you know, giving out some rings to those youths, give them some peanuts for them to, you know. So are they sincerely involved? Okay, look at some state house assembly. Look at even our national assembly. How many youths are there as part of the legislative arms of the government? That's what I'll tell you exactly. Are the youths inclusive in the system? Look at government employments, parastatals. How many youths are there? You see some elderly ones carrying files in some offices who are supposed to go on retirement. Are they doing new employment? Because these are some of the systems that could now, you know, encourage the youths to come out, having the hope. So what they are just doing now is they are just jostling for survival. So that if eventually there's anything that comes out of the table of the king for them within this electionary period, they can take it and eat that one and then go close to their bed and sleep. But that's not the reality of the thing. There should be a systematic involvement of the youths, where the youths will now have this mind of inclusiveness. This inclusivity should come in, that the youths will now take part on what is going on. Not necessarily engaging the youth in the menial jobs of, you know, maybe tax force. You know, you get the youth involved in the tax force, where there are some office assignments that youth can do as graduates and get themselves involved in one or two. These are the issues. So the youths were just there because they were looking for survival. Of which, if 2027 turns to be what happened in 2023, it continues to be rotating. It continues to be a rotating system. But you find out that as you continue to rotate in that system, there are not going to be some progressive achievement in the whole thing.
Okay, so let's look at the impact. You know, what impact could, you know, politicians, the defections and coalition building, you know, have on voters' trust, especially regarding the forthcoming election? What effects do you think this will have on voters' trust?
Yes, of course it will have, because election has to do with individuals, and every electorate has somebody in mind to vote for. Yeah. So when there are defections from one party to another party, you find out that those people, the electorate, will continue to monitor their own candidate, where they go and how they move. If that popular candidate goes to party F, a lot of the people who are friends will go to party F with him. You go to party Z, because there is an expectation. There is an expectation. Politics is service-oriented activities. That somebody who is coming out to contest for an election should have at the forehead of his mind that I'm coming to serve my people. And when people see that kind of person who has that service-oriented mindset, wherever he goes, they goes with him there. Whatever even if he continues to be pushing to the background, you continue to see sympathizers going with him. So, but if what I am looking at is that if we generally see Nigerian as a country that needed a sincere change, let us allow this electoral umpire, the INEC, to do the sincere job. not guiding them. If they are independent, let them do independent assignment and give Nigeria what they want. And that is what some of the oppositions are trying to look at, that if things are not going the way it should be, because you see, my brother, if there are sincerity in what we are doing, there is even need for opposition. There is no need for that. If there are sincerity of what we are doing, there is no need for everybody will understand that this is the right way to do it, and this is the way to do it, and we will go to in that direction. But because that there are some elements of insincerities and things are not going the way it ought to be, people are now coming out to say, no, this is not what we bargained for. You could have gone this way if you have gone the other way. So the opposition is trying to bring out checks and balances in the system to see if people can have sign of relief that we are pressing democracy in the sincere terms of it. So 2027 is a lot of things are behind it. A lot of things will come up on it. The issue of defections and some, okay, suddenly a National Democratic Party came up, you see what is going on there. People who have been there at the other party, they just moved up. There are some things that people are looking for. There are things that people are looking for. I've campaigned, I think in this video I've talked about an independent candidate. Not even party issue now. But somebody who can come out as an independent candidate, let the constitution and give such a room that somebody can say, I am contesting these things, and let us try it from the people who said this is the person we need, because we believe that this person can bring a change.
Okay, let's look at religious leaders. Good thing, you're reverend.
Yes, of course.
How effective are religious platforms used, to sensitize people regarding elections? Because Nigeria, I don't know if I should say Africa, let's say Nigeria, because this is where we are, this is what we are facing. Nigerian religious bodies, it's common to pray for the government, to pray for Nigeria. When there are killings, when there are poverty, when there are lack or one challenges, it is common to pray. It is common to pray. But it's not too common to see religious bodies, their leaders, talk about electoral rights, the right things to do. Not necessarily pointing you out to a particular candidate, but calling out your conscience and telling you to do the right thing. They feel like if they have such conversations, they are politicizing the body of Christ. How can religious leaders use their platform, to educate people and sensitize them in the matter of politics?
Well, the sincerity of the matter is that there are many who are on the board talking about it.
Okay.
There are many political leaders who are on the board talking about it. But then those who are talking about it, the government recognizes them in that direction. Those are government recognizes are those who are not, who are maybe praise singers. There are legitimate religious leaders who has been speaking, who have spoken, who are giving direct talk to the government of the day, telling them this is why you got it wrong, this is why you got it right, this is what we ought to have done, go this way. But then the issue that those in authority, because government is made up of human beings. So sometimes those who are hitting the nail to the ball, sometimes some of those in authority will begin to avoid them. And they begin to now put some legislative system that will now make them not to be coming closer to what is happening. I know here in ENUGU State, for example, there were sometimes some persons were out on dealing with government eyeball to eyeball, talking about what is happening, preaching it in the pulpit, letting the government know where they're not getting it right. This is what is happening. But at some point, it become a crisis-driven scenario. Instead of now the government taking it cool with those people, to now see them as their third eye of developmental aspects, they see them as enemies. And because of that, in some religious leaders at some point, because this life is very precious. Some people felt, okay, I think I should not be talking about this thing. Let me just be on my own. Well, we have been giving instructions as religious leaders to be praying for those in authority. They end up there. But there are still some of us, someone like me, who have been taking it as a challenge anyway. to speak to those in authority, tell them, well, this is what they ought to do. This is because I am very close to the masses. I hear their yearnings, I hear their complaints. I bring the complaints out now to let the government know this is what the people are feeling like. And so the youth leaders are doing their best. They are doing their bit. I must tell you, they are not there silent at all. But the system, the operators within the governmental circle are the ones not, recognizing what the youth leaders are doing.
Okay, so let's take it back a bit. Let's look at the technology, the beavers, and the likes. How can these be used to actually give us transparent, votes counting and what have you? From the angle of, you hear people talk about not trusting these technologies because of the breakdown, network challenge. How can we solely rely on these things to give us a credible election?
These beavers, these technologies were new inventions. You can recall that there were, in those days back, where those things are not there are still free and fair elections. So even beavers or RF or whatever you call it, this is made. We need to be conscious of what we are doing. When we have that clear conscience of what we want to achieve and have that sincerity in our purpose of life for what we want to do, we'll get it right. But even if we don't have, if you don't have that conviction of doing the right thing, you will end up doing the wrong thing. So let those who are in charge of those things convince themselves that they want to achieve right for this country. Life without the purpose of sacrifice is not worth living. So the machines are there. Those technicalities are made by men. It could be manipulated. It could also be managed very well. So it's, to me, I'm still looking at it from that human angle, that humanity has to come up with the point of saying, no, I have decided in my mind to do the right thing, and I'll go on and do the right thing. Let us live a life of conscious-driven system. Let our conscience guide us. Let our conscience lead us. Let our conscience be the driving point to whatever we want to do. And as such, we'll get there one day. But once you are not seeing it from that point of service-oriented action, seeing it as, selfish angle of it, that maybe you want to get something out of it. After all, even if somebody wins, it's not your business. Even if someone loses, it's not your... No, let us look at it that this is what is genuine to achieve and to do. And at that point, we'll get it right. So because if like now I come to this place, if I have to drive carelessly on the road, possibility of accident is there. Yeah. But if I should be conscious of what I'm driving, I think there should be no need of accident. Yeah. So that's just what it is. So the beavers, the electrical system, the machines and whatever are being operated by human beings. Let them convince themselves that they don't want to have accident on this aspect. They want to get the things which is genuine and do it the right thing, and we'll get it done.
Okay, so in just in a few seconds, let's just get a parting shot before we call this wrap up. In a few seconds, what would be your parting shot?
My parting shot is that we are building up towards 2027 general election. INEC should be sincere on their own part. Knowing fully well that all of us are looking upon them. Nigerians are looking upon them. So let them not allow themselves to be used for the detriment of the whole nation. Because a mistake made now by 2027 will continue to be the next 4 years. Let the right thing be done. Let there be sincerity of action. Let them do it as not doing it for any individual, but let them do it that they are doing it for Nigeria as a nation. So that whatever is the wish of the people should supersede an individual ambition. So an individual ambition should not override the right of the masses. And that's what has been costing us where we are. Let's be sincere and get it right. I believe 2027 will be a better year.
Amen to that.
Amen. If the INEC should do the basic rightful thing.
And citizens come out.
And then citizens will come out.
Okay.
National Association Agents, the other day I was discussing with one of the agents, I was telling them that it is good for them to liaise with INEC. Let INEC give us a sincere conviction that they are going to do the rightful thing. so that some of us who are very close to the people can even tell the people there is a hope at the end of the tunnel. Let them come out and see vote and let us guide our votes.
All right. Thank you so much, Francis Agu,
God bless
for
you.
being part of the program this morning. It's been an amazing time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
God bless you.
All right, so this is how far we've gone to this edition of New Day. Stay with us because we're having a transmission that you just don't want to miss. Okay, it's very, very important for you to just have an idea what that transmission is about. My name is Christopher Lady. It's been an amazing time to do this with you. Have yourself a pleasant, a pleasant and exciting weekend. Bye-bye.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Eric Chell has omitted forwards Kelechi Iheanacho and Tolu Arokodare from Nigeria's squad for the upcoming Unity Cup in London. Iheanacho had been tipped for a return to the Nigerian national football team following a strong run of form at Scottish club Celtic, where he has scored 4 goals in his last 3 appearances. Despite his resurgence, Chell decided against recalling the striker as he continued to restructure the squad ahead of future international competitions. Nigeria will open their Unity Cup title defense against Zimbabwe national football team, with victory potentially setting up a final against either India national football team or Jamaica national football team. Nigeria has officially been admitted into the CAF A coaching convention, paving the way for the Nigerian Football Federation (NFF) to resume CAF A coaching courses across the country. The development comes after years of anticipation within the nation's coaching community, with local coaches now set to continue their progression toward obtaining one of the highest coaching qualifications on the continent. The readmission is regarded as a major boost for football development in Nigeria, particularly in the area of capacity building and technical education for coaches. With the restoration of the program, Nigerian coaches will once again have the opportunity to improve their expertise and align with modern coaching standards recognized by the Confederation of African Football, CAF. Nigeria is set to host the 3rd Confederation of African Cycling (CAC) Para Track African Championships and the 12th CAC Track African Championships in Abuja from May 9 to 17, 2026. The championships will take place at the Moshood Abiola National Stadium and will feature some of the Africa's top cyclists and para-athletes competing for the continental honors. Countries including South Africa, Kenya, Algeria, Zimbabwe, Ghana, and Benin have already confirmed participation alongside host nation Nigeria. Meanwhile, Team Nigeria cyclists are currently in camp following the conclusion of the national trials held in Abuja as preparations intensify ahead of the Continental Championships. Morocco has once again positioned itself at the forefront of football intervention in Africa after becoming the first African country to introduce referee body cams in domestic football. The Royal Moroccan Football Federation (FRMF) confirmed that referee body cams will be tested during the Botola Pro clash involving the Casablanca Derby in what has been described as a pilot phase for the technology. Morocco previously became the first African country to implement video assistant referee technology and is now set to break new ground again with the referee body cam experiment. Bournemouth have dropped defender Alex Jimenez from their squad while they investigate posts on social media. The 21-year-old, who arrived from AC Milan last summer, will not feature in Saturday's Premier League fixture against Fulham. Jimenez initially joined on loan before signing permanently, external for the South Coast side in February on a deal running until 2031. He has made 32 appearances for Bournemouth this season and scored once in the 3-2 home win against Liverpool. In tennis, Yannick Sinner considers it tough to say whether he would never boycott a Grand Slam over prize money, but the Italian claims players are not getting the respect they deserve. His fellow world number 1 Arina Sabalenka said on Tuesday that she believes players will at some point boycott one of the majors. The top 10 players are demanding a higher percentage of the revenue generated by 4 slams, as well as benefit contributions and a greater say in areas such as scheduling. That's Sport News on Signature TV. I am Christopher Lely.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Process, is it working for us in Nigeria? I remember Chief Olusegun Obasanjo recommending an Afro democracy, for Nigeria. So it's quite unfortunate that our elections have been characterized by electoral irregularities, rigging, and so on. And contemporarily speaking, we can see what is happening in the country, where it seems as though the opposition political parties are being frustrated by the ruling party, in terms of convention, denial of the legal square for conventions, the use of the court processes to stall, the progress of other political parties. We've seen how the Minister of FCT, how he's been a member of the PDP and at the same time an advocate for the APC, using that to destabilize the People's Democratic Party. So for me, I would say that democracy in Nigeria is fledgling.
Okay, that now brings me to the next question. How much faith do you think Nigerians, the average Nigerian, have for the electoral process, looking at the irregularities experienced in previous elections?
I didn't get that. How?
Are you there?
I didn't get the question.
Yes, I said, how much faith do you think Nigerians have on the electoral process, looking at the irregularities they've experienced in the previous elections?
Okay, when you talk about faith in the electoral system or the electoral process, many Nigerians are disillusioned. It's just a handful of Nigerians that still believe that, you know, they can effect a change through the electoral process. And this is the reason why when it's trooped out in mass, including the Nigerian youths, to see to it that the National Assembly, that they got it right. But unfortunately, that process was truncated. And that left many Nigerians in doubt. So, for me, the forthcoming election, we may witness a lot of electoral apathy because many people are already of the sentiment that the president or the party in power that they are going to rig the process. And again, the court, which is often referred to as the last hope of the common man, seems to have been compromised because when you eventually get to court to challenge the electoral victory of the ruling party, you end up losing out and wasting scarce resources. So many people have lost hope in the Nigerian democratic process, in the electoral system, and in our courts. So what we may see in the forthcoming election is we may see people standing there to ensure that the votes are counted and ensuring that the exact figures are transmitted. And I would like to say that with the current trajectory, we may experience a lot of electoral violence or political violence during the election because Nigerians, they've gotten to a frustration point and they wouldn't like their votes to be, truncated.
Okay, now you made mention of voter apathy. Let's look at it from this angle. This definitely is not going to favor the opposition parties. What is your suggestion, let's say advice for this opposition party? How can they, sensitize or get to the hearts of people to make sure that they still remain, how would I put it, victorious even after the election?
Well, we can take a cue from what the ADC is doing. We can take a cue from what the ADC is doing. We can see how the ruling party is trying to frustrate them with the machinery of government, threats from the FCT minister and so on. But they're still trudged on. Their convention shouldn't have held if they had followed the dictates of the FCT minister, but they still found a way of having their convention in a private establishment. That is what it should be. No political party should let the government frustrate them to the point where they can't have political gatherings, political conventions, and so on. They have to keep pushing hard. Even when the courts are used against them, they still have to find a way of identifying a lacuna for them to be able to make a headway. If they don't adopt that approach, then most political parties will be dead on arrival. So I love what the ADC is doing by pushing and making effort to see to it that their party makes progress.
But another question on the lips of many Nigerians now is that these political parties, especially the opposition parties, are they really offering re-ideological choices, or is it just another familiar faces, under different banners, or shall I say umbrellas?
When we're talking about ideology, most political parties in Nigeria, they like ideology. Political platforms exist in Nigeria as an instrument for ascending to political power. From PDP to APC to ADC, none of the political parties in Nigeria are ideologically driven. When they get to power, it still boils down to the same system. So, for that question, all political parties are the same in terms of ideology. Forget about party manifestos. Most of them don't follow what is, what is enshrined in their party manifesto. Yeah.
But with the threat from the current administration, can we say the opposition parties are really, positioning themselves as real opponents, or shall I say alternative, or they're just, doing initial grab to remain relevant?
Yes, I think that the opposition parties are doing what they're supposed to do, because they've been identifying the loopholes in the present APC regime or APC administration, and they've been calling them out and offering alternative solutions. That is the work of the opposition. Then you also look at the political figures, the political heavyweights in these opposition political parties, people like Peter Obi, Atiku Abubakar, and so on. Most times they respond to, or they react and respond to the policies of government, the inaction of government, When it comes to security of lives and property, I'm aware that it will be vocal over the ineptitude of government in tackling the issues of security, especially when it has to do with the with acts of terrorism like what we saw in Jos, in Plateau states, and a few other states where the president visited politically in quotes and then departed almost immediately. Amongst that, apart from that, then the economy and the general well-being of Nigerians, then some political arrests. We've seen how El Rufai is being persecuted and prosecuted by the government. So most opposition figures, they've been vocal about some of these actions of government. So I think that they are doing what they are supposed to do.
Now, you mentioned Peter Obi. I didn't really want to bring him in, at least not this soon. But since you mentioned, let's just go into it. Do you think he still has the chance? Do you see Nigerians still see him as the hope come 2027? Now, this is why I'm asking this question. Now, you know what you earlier mentioned, the voter apathy, especially the youths, with what happened 2023 general elections. You saw how the youth came out in their numbers and they were discouraged. And with the way things are happening now, it looks like many people will be withdrawn, or that's why we talked about the voter apathy. And he seemed to have more of online supporters. The youths that would have stood up for him will likely withdraw because of the way the situation of politics is now. Do you see people still coming out for him to vote for him 2027, or they just don't believe in the system because they feel corruption will take place and he still may not win, so people may not bother? Or what's your take?
I think it's even if there is a voter apathy, I still am of the opinion that the majority of the people are coming out to vote for, that they are coming out to vote for Peter Obi. Because if you check the sentiments of the Nigerian youths, both offline and online, most of them still believe in the person of Peter Obi. Then you look at the so-called City Boys movement, which was formed earlier on. Then an alternative was also formed, the Village Boys Movement. If you look at the activities of both bodies, you will see that most people are not for the City Boys Movement. The Village Boys Movement represents the grassroots, and most of them are for P2B. And P2B rightly said that apart from a few places, a few states, that the City Boys Movement has not really made any inroad. Then you come to the Southeast. Some people are from the Southeast that signed up with the City Boys movement, or that are championing the City Boys movement. They've become persona non grata in the Southeast, which shows that majority of the youths, not just in the Southeast, but beyond the Southeast, are not in support of what they are doing. In fact, some of them, the respect and reputation that they commanded previously has plummeted because of their involvement with the City Boys movement. So that is to tell you that lots of people are still in support of P2B. And then don't forget that there is the obedient movement. Recently, Abike Dabiri was attacking the obedient movement. It tells you that from the viciousness of the attack, the group is still very much alive, very much active, and very much influential for them to be talking about the group at this particular point in time.
Okay, so talking about the City Boys movement and the Village Boys movement, so to speak, let's look at the angle of Peter Obi, leaving the Labour Party for the ADC. How much sensitization have these movements, be it the obedient movement or the Village Boys, whatever, how much sensitization have they done to the grassroots? Because till now, some people still feel Peter Obi is in Labour Party because that was what they know him for.
That's erroneous.
Okay.
That's erroneous.
Okay.
Many people are aware that Peter Obi is already in the ANC. And let me tell you.
I'm talking about, I'm sorry you come to this. I'm talking about the grassroots, the villagers, those that are not so online, like most people are online.
They know.
Okay.
They are, I will tell you.
Okay, go
Just
on.
calm down.
I can hear you, go on.
Calm down at the village level, because I'm in touch with the grassroots too.
Okay.
At the grassroots, immediately Peter Obi moved, even up to the ward level. Remember, he was at his ward to pick up his membership card, and he addressed the people.
Okay.
So immediately he moved to ADC. The news went round through the structures in place that he had already moved to the ADC, and most of the Labour Party structures that they had at the grassroots metamorphosed into ADC. Some of them resigned and joined the ADC immediately. So the grassroots structures are still intact.
Okay.
They are still intact. They are the people pushing, Peter Obi's agenda. And currently, with the situation of things, what the sentiments are is this: that irrespective of the political party Peter Obi joins, that that the person that they are looking at is Peter Obi, not even necessarily the political party. So anywhere Peter Obi goes to, that is where the people will go to. And any political platform he chooses to ride on, that political party becomes prominent just by association with Peter Obi. So this is the reality on ground.
Okay, so in as much as the conversation is not about Peter Obi, but I'm just pushed a bit for us to just have these parts of the conversation. The fears that many people are having now about ADC and Peter Obi as well is the factions that the party is experiencing right now. That's for the ADC. And also, mind you, a couple of states in Nigeria, are being governed by the APC. Different defections you hear every now and then, people leaving one party to join the APC. And you know what it means when the governor of a state is in a particular party. It's almost
always impossible for that party not to win in that state. Now, how can these fears, or shall I say concerns, be addressed so it doesn't affect the vision of Peter Obi come 2027?
It's not always true, because if we follow the trajectory of the 2023 election, a Labour Party, even though they didn't have all the requisite structures in place in all the states, they were able to win substantially. Even Lagos states that have structures, Labour Party was able to make way, even in the FCT. So what are we talking about? What are we talking about? See, we've gotten to a level where people don't necessarily look at the governors, and people are focused on the candidates and what the candidate is ready to bring on the table. You know, what they are looking at is competence. Because we've tried political parties previously and they failed us. So the the movement from one political party to another is really of no consequence. You know, we saw in Anambra State during the era of Governor Chinwoke Mbadinuju of blessed memory, he did not govern the state well, and PDP gave him a red card. He moved to AD back then. After moving to AD with his structures, he lost woefully, and PDP, another political party, took over the state. So the power of incumbency doesn't always work. It all depends on the competence of the person in power, you know.
Okay.
So that's what I want to stress on.
Okay, that's well noted. Good. Okay, let's agree, or let's assume that all other political parties, opponents, you know, they're doing due diligence to make sure that they are not found wanting and everything works out well for them come 2027 elections. Can we say that the electoral umpire are independent? Can we really trust them? These are questions Nigerians are asking. Looking at the pressure from political, you know, from the political hands, you know, the high stake, do you think the electoral umpire is independent to handle the election come 2027? Are they strong enough to withstand political pressure?
For me, I know you are trying to pull out words from my mouth. You already know my response, but I will still go ahead and say it. The electoral umpire has been involved in how do I put it? I'm looking for the right adjective to qualify the kind of controversy he has found himself into. You know, he's been accused of being involved with the APC, even with his former tweets and so on. So he's been aligned from day one with the APC. We saw the controversy, the tweets, the phone numbers, how he was exposed, and so on and so forth. The digital footprints, even though INEC have been trying to deny it and so on. For me, there is no way INEC will conduct a free, fair, and credible election. The honorable thing for the INEC chairman to do at this point is for him to tender his resignation letter, because Nigerians have lost confidence in his leadership. I mean, the controversy is over. The evidence out there is overwhelming. There is no amount of denial that will convince Nigerians that he has not compromised. So that's my take on INEC. If they should be allowed to contest, to organize this forthcoming election, definitely the ruling party will have a landslide victory.
Okay, so
that's what I think.
All right, thank you. Let's take a look at the security agencies. You know how this thing, there's a saying that, okay, let me not go there. Do you see them being neutral? You know, because if they're getting their funds, their payments from their boss, so to speak, the government, which is not supposed to be so, right?
Never be neutral.
You said?
Can you hear me?
Just a moment, please.
Okay. Right, in case you just joined us,
Hello.
This is a new day where we take a look at stories of making the round on the national dailies. All right, we still have our guest with us, Namdi. Thank you for being with us still. I was asking the security agencies, they are supposed to be neutral. Of course, that's how it should be. Do you also see them being neutral because of speculations that, they may want to walk in line, with the power that be? Can they be trusted to do what is needed?
For me, we can't really put all our trust in them. And that's the reason why we have party agents. Party agents are the ones vested with the responsibility of ensuring that they report all that happened during the election in every polling station. We've seen situations where the law enforcement agents acted as accessories to political parties, especially the ruling political party. Remember, it has been said that he who pays the piper dictates the tune. So in a situation where the federal government pays the law enforcement agents, they will always dance according to the tune of the federal government. Else they will face the consequences after the election. Yes. So for me, political parties need to ensure that their party agents are strong and that their presence is registered in most polling stations. Remember what happened during the era of President Goodluck Jonathan? How Orubebe, the famous Orubebe, raised an alarm, So these are the kind of people that we need to monitor the votes in various political parties to ensure that the process is not compromised.
Okay, still looking at 2027, how would you say, the realities of the economic situation, the likes of inflation of food items, the fuel prices, and a couple of things Nigerians are facing now, insecurity, power, outages we experience here and there. How can do you see these realities influence the decision of the voters come to 2027?
Let me tell you the truth.
Okay.
APC should never return to power. Never.
Why?
Because they did not deliver on any of their promises. Anyway, well, some of the promises that President ENUGU made, which seems to suggest that Nigerians are going to suffer, I think he made two of those promises. Imagine, okay, what is the exchange rate today? Look at the reason where the subsidy was removed. Even if subsidy is going to be removed, it should have been a gradual process. And there ought to have been several considerations. A president should be able to evaluate things for himself and take a decision. You don't always resort to the Bretton Woods institution like World Bank and IMF before you take a decision. Of course, they'll tell you that you are doing well, but your citizens are wallowing in poverty and in penury. The cost of food has been expensive in the past 3 years. Now that the election is around the corner, I don't know the political magic they did for the price of rice to come down. People now have the impression, things are coming down. But it's all a political ploy. Once they contest the election and win and return to power, inflation will hit the sky again.
Are you saying some of the food items that have come down now, they are politically motivated for the elections?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Emphatically, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
But you don't have any proof of that. We want to believe that how the market happens here and there. But that's your opinion, though.
let me give you an instance.
Okay.
Last week, last week or this week, it was announced that the tariff on imported vehicles has been reduced drastically. I think from 70 something percent to 40 something percent, which means that the price of Tokumbo vehicles will drop significantly. That's the power of government policy. The question is, why didn't they allow it to continue the way it was before they came into power? Immediately they came in, they raised the price of everything, and that's why we're experiencing inflation. Toyota Corolla that was at 1.8 million before now sells for 8 million. It's the power of policy. The moment he came in and changed most of these policies, the inflation went up. You remember he talked about his friend that had an exotic vehicle, that he saw him ride an exotic vehicle at the advent of his administration, but after the removal of subsidy, he noticed that the guy now uses one fuel economy vehicle. And when he tried to inquire why, the guy told him it's all about the economy. So Tinubu used that to drive home the point that many Nigerians are cutting their clothes according to the site, which is absolute nonsense. It's policy. They know what they are doing. They are manipulating the market forces, several other things. I don't want to go into that, but it's glaring for everybody to see.
All right, let's check this other one out. Our social societies, the media as well, social media, are they strong enough to hold these people in power accountable? Looking at the fact that they seem to do things and go away with it. Most times, it seems almost no one is held accountable. These platforms, these entities, talking about these entities, are they strong enough to hold these people accountable?
Please, can you repeat the question? I didn't get the beginning part. The call was coming in.
Okay, I mean civil societies, social media, and of course the media firms, the media, are they strong enough to hold people in power accountable? Looking at the way these people do things and go away with it without being really, being held accountable. Are they strong enough to hold these people accountable?
The members of the civil society group, I think they are disillusioned. Lots of them, they've lost steam, and nobody's willing or ready to fight the government or to be combative about the general situation of things. Because I remember during Jonathan's time at Ojota, I was in Lagos as at then, I saw what happened then. Different civil society groups, including musicians, everybody came out to, on a procession to Ojota. They spent over about a week plus there, raising awareness. International media was there, local media was there. They were condemning the government about its intention to remove
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
So that the states or regions will earn their resources and pay taxes to the center. Thank you.
But let's look at the community. So far, can we really say they've seen a meaningful, development, looking at the agitations all these years?
Yeah, thank you. Despite the fact that the present governors are trying their best in connecting the riverine and mainland, but it is surprising to hear that I was in the director of project monitoring in Umpadek, that's the oil mineral producing areas that paved way to NDDC. And as far back as 1994, 95, when I visit my sites right inside the Bayelsa Delta, riverine areas, you find out that you can't even find any fresh fish to buy. They eat ice fish where there's plenty of water because there's so much pollution through this exploration and exploitation of their natural resources, which is not even getting to them, just being eaten up by people in Abuja. It's a thing we need to fight. We are our national publicity secretary has done a lot on this, and it's surprising that the only way we can get through to it is by restructuring this country. The other 8 regions take control of their resources, or states take control of their resources and pay to the central. That is the only way with Niger Delta people can end their resources. We are looking at gold in Nasamfara or solid mineral, even lithium in Nasarawa. These are resources being owned by the states. And I'm not very royalty or the little thing goes to the federal. This is what should be happening to the oil and oil in the Niger Delta, which is not happening. And we are not happy. We're not happy at all.
All right, you made mention of restructuring. Do you think that can possibly be the solution, looking at the corruption eating deep in the fabric of the nation? Even if we have the right structure, do you still see, the people of the Niger Delta playing their card properly to make sure that the citizens, the communities that are affected are treated well and get a better, how would I put it, that are well taken care regarding the challenge you're experiencing?
Yeah, I think things will be better. For instance, these governors right now, they're doing their best. Like I said, linking bridges to where there was no any rail. Last weekend, we went to Opobo to bury the king as the Pandem leadership, and it was all through road. Those days when I was inspecting projects in Opobo, I get to Kono and then use boats. But right now, you can see roads all through to Opobo. And likewise to Boni and all those things. Roads are getting there. So if we have resource control, there is no state or region that will not want its region to be top. So I assume that whoever goes there, which does not do well, the people will get him out or do something to him. So the best way is if we can have this. There's a lot of agitation on regional restructuring, and there's a group that has gone around the 6 zones and hoping to have a final summit in Abuja in May. So if that comes on, we'll see what the people want. It is what the people want, what number of regions they want. Some are saying 8, some are saying 10, but some are saying 6. So whatever regions we accept, and we push it out, and we'll see what comes after that. So until then, let's try our best.
Okay, looking at the rate of politics happening in Nigeria, since time immemorial, can we really say that this resource control is truly about justice? Or is it should we say it has become another political bargaining chip?
I don't think it's a political bargaining chip. Our forefathers opted for that resource control, and they did quite well. You see the palm oil in the east, the cocoa in the west, groundnuts in the north. They use those things to develop their places. And most of the universities came up through those resource control. So it's not a political game. What we want is let the people see benefits of what is under their ground. Whatever is under their ground, then they pay minimal tax to the state, to the center. So we now know that the center controls maybe defense, immigration, and some other things. And whoever goes to the center will know he's going to work and not to eat people's money. So right now, everybody goes to the center to collect. Meanwhile, you are the owner of the resource control. You are the owner of the resources. You have to go and beg at the center, and they tell you if you don't do this, we will not give you. So that is why we are saying let's restructure into the regions or the states and let the states control their resources. And then from there, we see what will be competition among states. The northerners have so much wealth through their land, agriculture, and even solid minerals. There's lithium going on in Nasarawa now, and Australian companies there. There's lithium in Cross River, nothing is happening. So all these things, let's restructure. Let us handle our own resources ourselves. Thank you.
Okay, you've been in this whole thing for some time, being the national chairman of the PANDEV, you've got your experiences, encounter, you've seen firsthand the challenges the Niger Delta are experiencing. What would you really say is the major challenge, of the development that is due the Niger Delta regarding the resources and the exploitation? Is it just about the structure? Is it about the federal government not really, really paying enough attention to the Niger Delta? Or is it about the stakeholders in the Niger Delta, talking about corruption, the Judas amongst them?
Yeah, thank you. There's no doubt that there's corruption. We all agree there's corruption everywhere. But the issue now is they don't even have enough money to develop a place like Bayelsa. It takes so much, almost more than 5 times what we use in other there's not much money going in. So massive. They claim their resources. Let them discuss with the house companies. You see, share divesting every time on onshore. They are scared of working on the onshore. They want to go deep into the offshore now. So let us give whatever they have resources, give to them. Whoever let them negotiate with the all companies, and then pay whatever royalty they need to pay to the center. If we do that, you see, I can't see any government of a region that owns so much that will not want to work for the people. They'll be able to do much. I've been involved in this for so long, even right when we were on Padec. That was when we fought for the 13% derivation. It started with 1.5%. Then Babangida moved it to 3%. Before this 30, we fought for the 13%, which is not even enough. 13% of, and most times they don't even pay all at the same time. And you have to see, you make sure that these payments are done for them to help these people. All right, we are not interested in getting money from centers and things like that. We want resource control, we own our resources, and then pay to the center. That is how it should be.
But do you think the government, like governors of these communities, these states in this Delta region, do you think they are doing enough, with the funds that have been sent to them over the time, to manage the people and the situations? Do you think they're really doing enough?
Yeah, even though we are expanded, we are adverse to the wastages, not a lot of wastages within the state government. But with what they have, I think most of them are now doing well. Earlier on, it was a problem, but right now, they've discovered that they need to develop their areas, and many of them are doing well. Even though have defined overhead bridges coming up, but it's not only overhead bridge infrastructure. We need to develop people themselves. We need to go into the interland. There was a time Bayelsa state government wanted to build state houses for the riverine area so that water can flow under and they will live upstairs, but it didn't materialize. Those things what should be done. And I hope NDDC and the South Development Commission can come on board and do the right thing. And by now, there should have been a rail network link in all the state capitals in the Niger Delta. But I don't know I don't really know what's happening. That should be the key. And that rail line or airline to connect. You have to, if you want to go to Bayelsa from Cross River, you have to go to Lagos or Abuja and then fly to ENUGU, which is wrong. If there's a rail network, it's maybe 4 or 5 hours you are in ENUGU and worry. That is what we want to see in Niger Delta. We need to do. There's enough money from Niger Delta which should be used. There has to be political will, and restructuring is the key, and restructuring is what we need to fight for. Thank you.
Okay, it's a good thing that you brought in the Bayelsa governor into this, and the effect this is having on them and the rest. Now, this brings me to the question, who do you think really bears the cost of this oil exploitation going on in the Niger Delta? Is it the government that bears the cost, or is it corporations, that wants to grow their businesses and what have you in these regions? Or is it the everyday Niger Delta residents who really bears the costs?
Yeah, the cost should actually be borne by the explorers and the exploiters. The IOCs come in there, they do what they need to do, and normally an agreement. By the time you are leaving that place, like Shell and Co are leaving, you need to make that place back to as you met it. But it's not happening, and the government is not punishing them. That is what is happening. Rather, they are struggling. People from outside Nigeria are struggling to buy up their investment and continue the normal way. By rights, the IOC should clean up any environment they had worked in, and then the cost of the and then because it's costing so much. I just told you that there's no fresh fish in most riverine areas in the Niger Delta because of the environmental pollution, and which is very very annoying and disappointing because when they want to buy fresh fish, they say they ask fish to have. They have as fish in town. They say, well, that is the situation they found themselves, and the IOC, the punishment on IOCs, I think the PANDEF should think of maybe taking some of these IOCs that are leaving the places and not remediating the environment to courts. I think we have to start looking at that now and see what we can get out of it for the communities.
Okay, with these challenges you've mentioned and the creation of some entities, especially the likes of NNDC, are you seeing these entities making any difference or even helping to manage any of these challenges?
Yeah, thank you very much. The NDDC that came after we left on Paddock had a master plan. Unfortunately, the master plan has not been followed. Because like I told you by now, the master plan should have provided a rail link for all the states, reference hospitals in states, and then back on heavy agricultural settlements and with specific crops in specific states. That is what they were supposed to do. But a lot of politics, a lot of
okay.
Yeah,
are you there?
Can I hear you? Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, now these multinational companies, oil companies, are they really held accountable to most of these oil, the spillage and some of the effects that the mining has caused? Are they really held accountable? And if there are some sort of compensation, why is it that over the years the Niger Delta region are still not really seeing enough infrastructural development as they're expected to have seen?
Yeah, the Eurofins, let's take an instance in Ogoni. Ogoni is being pushed because the people refused any IOCs to come in to drill, to do anything. Federal government is, because of that, they want to drill oil in Ogoni. That's why they're doing all this remediation. But even up to now, nothing has been done. Since how many years now, no single area has been cleared of spillage. And that is just one part of Niger Delta. When you talk of other areas that have spillages and nothing is happening, you can see the problems we are having. You have to clean up the water and make it back to normal. All these things are not being done. The federal government has only concentrated in Ogoni because they want to go into Ogoni to drill more oil. There are places that have not blocked them and they are not bothered. It seems they are not bothered and nothing is happening. But right, the IOCs, that the oil companies, should have been the ones to be punished. There has to be punishment for this. Even the gas flaring, there has to be punishment. But now, no gas should be flared at all. All the gases should be utilized. Rather, for instance, to gas turbine to make electricity to the people and or to LNG for them to export. All these things are happening and we can't find any punishment. That's why I said we restructure this Nigeria, let the regions or the states take control and stop all this nonsense that these IOCs are doing. Thank you.
Okay, so with the emergence of militancy, regarding the challenge of the Niger Delta, has it amplified the voice of these challenges, that the Niger Delta region are experiencing right now? Or has it further deepened its challenge?
No, yeah, when there was militancy, you knew what happened. The federal government came in and decided to have this what was the amnesty program, and this on, but like there's no more militancy around, except maybe small kidnapping and piracy, which Pandem has been advocating for the creation of the coastal guards to at least to have the first line of control on our coastline before the Navy takes over. So if there hasn't been militancy for some time, it's been quiet. That's why the oil production is moving up despite the theft of crude oil. But at least we have managed to contain the boys. The boys are okay. They're on amnesty now. They are earning something. Some of them have done very well. Some of them are pilots. Some of them are doctors, and we are happy for that. But we should not allow it to come back again. That is the issue. Because the way it's going, 90% of our resources are given outside, more than 90%, given to our people from outside Nigeria Delta. We are there suffering. No fresh fish, no anything, which is very, very bad. So I believe that militancy won't, I don't think it will come back. And I'm happy that the state off and they're making good use of them. Yeah, some of them are professionals now. And we should hope that it doesn't come back. Thank you.
Now, there are speculations, that most of these community elites, that are in charge of managing and controlling, the funds and so how will I put it now? Some of the goodies that come to the community from these companies or institutions that come in as sort of intervention arm, that most of them they sideline these things, the scholarships to a particular set of people. How has that played out so far? And is there some sort of accountability, or shall we say a measure to follow, to checkmate all of these things whenever there are some sort of interventions like this?
Yeah, the PIA, which was signed into law, has differentiated the host communities and what they should get. And the organization of that host community depends on the traditional rulers, which I believe should do the right thing. And if they do the right thing, the communities will benefit of whatever is given to them. Occasionally, that you have rancor amongst them. This one has eating money, this one has not eating money. Well, I think the host community thing is good, but that should not stop an IOC that has an independent power supply, not to provide power to the people. You find some situations, the IOCs themselves will have the light 24 hours, and the people will not have light, which is wrong, because there should be a corporate civil responsibility, CSR, for your communities, and that should make them happy. But the issue now is all the monies to make, royalties goes to the federal government, and then nothing apart from the small, percentage of whose community that goes after the projects have been adopted. It's not the best for the city, for the country, because we need to make the people that own these resources have the best of life. And it's unfortunate if you go there, you don't see it, and especially except those around the major towns that you see some resemblance of development.
Okay, so how has the politics of resource control really shaped national unity, looking at the fact that those in the Niger Delta, they're Nigerians, but they feel abandoned and forgotten by the government of the country. How has this politics resource control managed to shape that national unity and making the people not to feel, not fairly enjoying the dividends of being in Nigeria?
Yeah, thank you very much. The people are not happy. They are feeling marginalized. You see, when you talk of resource control, the best of resource control that we've had is this 13%, which the derivation paid to the state governments and paid to our intervention agencies. And most times it's not completely paid. Those are the only resemblance of any resource control you can think of. But that is not what we mean by resource control. Resource control should be handled and managed by the people. The people, and then they pay tax. Well, it's the other way around. The federal government gets all the money, and the states, the all community states, go begging for money every time here and then, pay this and pay that. So I think we should go beyond that, and rather like my SAN, Kanu Agabi, said it should move to 25%. Is it 25% is okay, derivation. But what we need is to get this country to be such that what our forefathers wanted. Yeah?
So what do you think should be the way forward? Because even if one would have said there should be some sort of sensitization for people to be aware and know what the effects is having on the people, the residents of this area. Even I'm very much aware that some international bodies, are also aware of this situation. And Amnesty International, different bodies have written and complained. What is the solution? What do you think should be done at this point to manage the situation of the Niger Delta?
Yeah, like I have told you, the key is restructuring. And there's a group, the rebel group. We've gone around 6 zones, all the 6 zones in this country. Everybody wants restructuring into various regions, some say states. So the best we can do is to get restructuring for this country, and I hope we can get it done. This can be done before the 2027 election, so that whenever we get this done, every state, every region, every state or region, will know that they're on their own. If you know you cannot survive, then you merge with other regions that can survive. So we want restructuring. The only solution is key to this problem of resource control is to restructure this country into regions or states and make sure that each region can be able to survive on its own resources and agriculture, whatever it is, whichever way you want to go. That is the only key. Thank you.
But do you see this generation having hope, in solving this challenge? Because generations upon generations have come and gone, fighting the same exploitation and the effect it has on the people and the economy. Do you see this current generation seeing hope, in this whole challenge coming over, soon?
Thank you. It's been very difficult for this generation in view of what is happening. You see what they are.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Many of us are regular audience at Nkata Umibe, but for some who are coming for the first time, so Nkata Umibe is a flagship program of the Center for Memories. It's a monthly lecture series, a gathering that we hold every month in the tradition of the Igbo people, where we gather together at the village square or under the Odara tree to deliberate on issues that affect the community and how the community can move forward. And, in that tradition, the center decided to open up a platform like that where we can gather every month. And Nkata Umibe started in 2018. Our very first edition was held in May of 2018, and we had Professor Chidi Odinkalu as our speaker, and he spoke on Igbo Kunye. And after Professor Chidi, we've had other very prominent speakers. We've had Dike Chukwumerije, we've had Professor Okendibe, we've had Chika Onigwe, the author, we've had Chika Odwa, the journalist, we've had Yvonne Chomambanefo, we've had Kingsley Lieze, the CEO of Tennessee. We've had Frank Nweke Jr., we've had Chichi Aniagolu. In fact, if I go on to list the speakers that we've had, we will not live here today. And we're so honored to have our distinguished speaker for today. So I'm going to very quickly just read out a brief profile of him and then invite him to the stage to make his presentation. And as you all know, after the presentation, we're now going to have the Nkata proper, the moderated session. And we also have another wonderful person who will also be driving that conversation. So Larry Ogwego is a Nigerian who believes that ordinary citizens can transform themselves and their nation if they consistently insist on doing what is right. He founded Greater Tomorrow Initiative, GTI, a youth development organization that later gave birth to Human Rights Volunteer Corps. And today, we have the honor of having him as our distinguished speaker to speak on the very important topic, Ndumiri Ndoazu, interrogating the state of human rights in Ali Igbo. Ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding round of applause, please let's welcome Mr. Larry Ogwego as he comes to make his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor and privilege to stand and share the podium that has been graced by some of Nigeria's great men and women. When you were mentioning the names of the distinguished speakers that have been here, I was humbled. Incidentally, I've had the privilege of actually attending many of the Nkata Umibe series myself, basically because I'm onye Igbo. And I'm like Nkata Basalo Ndi Igbo. But I must start by acknowledging the great work that is being done by Center for Memories. I also love the thematic focus, Makonya Ta Nechi. If you do not remember your past, you may not be able to manage your present, and you definitely won't be able to plan for your future. So when that thematic focus was chosen, I don't know how it was done, but I believe it was inspired. Makonya Ta Nechi. Ndi Igbo si na onye amara ebe mmiri bidoro maba ya ama ama ebe ọ kwụsịrị. And that actually provides the background for the respect I have for the great work that Center for Memories is doing, Center for Memories. And I wish we would take the work this center is doing a lot more seriously, because we have a rich history. We have a rich history as per from way back, but also have a rich contemporary history as Ndi Igbo. And if we can go back and listen to the Center for Memories and begin to document, study, imbibe, and deploy the benefits of our collective achievement as Ndi Igbo, we will be inspired to do more. So I must salute the Center for the great work they are doing. I also want to salute Mazi Hanye for piloting the affairs of this center so well, and our beautiful moderator, the sign language interpreter that held sway when I was talking with the young people. I salute all of you. They are the future of Nigeria. When I was looking at them, I was seeing senators, governors, presidents, and all of those people. I told them when I was taking the picture with them that I want to have a copy so that when you become a governor, if I come to your office and they want to delay me, I'll show them the picture. So I spoke to her when she was in secondary school. Come on, let me see her. So I salute the whole system that seeks not only to have this conversation with us, but also to prepare us for the future. I enjoyed my session with the young ones tremendously because I have this energy when I talk with them. I know that they represent the future. If you want to know how Nigeria will be in the next 20 years, look at them. And I thank the center for preparing them for a great future. Nigeria won't always be the way it is now. It won't always be the way it is now. With the kind of lessons that are being taught and the kind of questions I got from them, the kind of response I got, I can assure you that what we may not be able to achieve, they will achieve. I have a very simple task, but for me also a very, very sobering task of discussing a well-chosen topic, Ndu Mmiri, Ndu Azụ, interrogating the state of human rights in our Igbo. When we talk about interrogate, we are talking about asking serious questions, asking questions aggressively about the state of human rights in our Igbo. But before that question of the state of human rights in our Igbo, there's a very interesting statement, a very interesting philosophical statement, Ndu Mmiri, Ndu Azụ. So that statement speaks to the fact that without the understanding of Ndu Mmiri, Ndu Azụ, you may not even fully appreciate what we are going to be talking about. Ndu Mmiri, Ndu Azụ speaks about the fact that there is no way you can make progress in a society if you do not recognize interdependence. Mmiri actually accommodates the azụ. The water accommodates the fish. Without the water, the fish will not survive. But guess what? Without the fish, the water will lose part of its relevance. As a matter of fact, in several riverine areas, what takes people to the water is the fish. So if you remove the fish from the water, people may not even know the water is there. Besides being a means of moving from one point to another, one major reason people go to the water is to get fish. So there is this interdependence between Mmiri and Azụ, between the water and the fish. While the water looks like it's more important because it accommodates the fish, if you remove the fish, the water loses a large part of its relevance. And that is what we are looking at today, Ndu Mmiri, Ndu Azụ, which speaks to different aspects of Igbo philosophy. Ewe bere, ugo bere, ukata na akpa dibe ma dibe aru n'oke ọnụ n'ọkụ, biri ka mbiri. All of these expressions speak to one fact, that we have to learn how to coexist peacefully to the benefit of all of us. So when you get that background, it lays a foundation for the conversation about the state of human rights in our Igbo. And since we are going to look at it from the point of view of interrogating the state of human rights in our Igbo, I want to actually just ask a few questions and answer them because I don't have all the time in the world. So the first question is, what is human rights? Human rights are basically the rights we have because we are human. There are other more elaborate and fancy definitions. But why I love defining human rights as the rights we have because we are human is that a lot of people associate human rights with the caliber or state of the person who is seeking to enjoy the human rights. So very often when I speak about human rights, for instance, when I talk about the right to liberty, the right to bail, people ask me questions like, so if the person actually committed the crime, should the person also get bail? And my answer is simple. The law says the person should get bail. The law assumes the person is guilty until proven innocent. The law does not look at the person through the lens of being guilty because the law assumes the person is innocent. But you as a layman, you're saying, I saw him steal. He is not entitled to bail. But then the last time I checked, bail is not supposed to be go home and sin no more. Bail is supposed to be go home so that you will enjoy your freedom and be productive. Perchance you didn't actually commit the crime. So what if after all of the detention, the person actually didn't commit the crime? So the point is, human rights should be enjoyed by people because they are human. Not because they are nice people, not because they are innocent, not because they are wealthy, not because they are educated, not because they are politically connected, but just because they are human. When we understand this definition, our communities will begin to change dramatically and drastically. For instance, I've noticed that when you come to a village setting and you are discussing issues around human rights, you notice that people who had a bad reputation will actually not get their rights respected because most people will be judging them based on their past. I don't know if you can connect to what I'm saying. That is, if something gets lost in a certain environment, everybody will look in the direction of the thief. Even if it's not the thief that stole it. In fact, some people actually go to steal something knowing that there is a person who has the reputation for stealing who is likely to take the blame. So they will quickly steal knowing that everybody will suspect the thief. We all know. It happens also that sometimes when we are discussing human rights, people say, not for this one. The things are, see, we shouldn't be discussing human rights here. But the first thing I want to establish is what is human rights. These are rights we enjoy because we are human. It's that simple. And does it mean that if a person commits a crime repeatedly, the person should be entitled to the rights repeatedly? The unfortunate answer is yes. Is it my opinion? No. So why am I so adamant about it? Because that's what the law says. You cannot exist in a democracy without the rule of law. But let me also surprise us. We forget that human rights did not start with 1999 Constitution. Before the white man came, Igbos had the rule of law. That is why in those days, if the son of a king committed alo, the son of the king will vanish. You see that thematic focus in several home movies in Nigeria, where there's this struggle between power and dominana. There was the rule of law, even in Igbo land. You had to run beyond an evil forest or big body of water if you killed someone, even if it was manslaughter. The status of your father will not save you. So did we have the rule of law in Igbo land? Yes. Did we have respect for rights? Yes. How do I know? We do not even remember that even women had rights. We always think about the fact, that Okonkwo used to flog his wife in things all apart, so we don't have rights. No, it doesn't work that way. Most of us do not know that there are rights that women enjoyed in the southeast, in Alibo, even before the white man came. I'll give you one example that will surprise some of you. Do you know that it was the right of a woman to have a place to cultivate? It wasn't negotiable, it was a right. I'm not guessing. It's something I researched long ago because at some point I asked myself, these human rights we're discussing, is it so alien? I not only talked to elders, I spoke to a professor of family law. The man shocked me when he started listing the retinue of rights enjoyed by women in traditional Africa. If a woman, for whatever reason, maybe she didn't have a boy child or she was divorced from the husband, was sent back to her family, the family had the duty to allocate her a portion of land to cultivate her ede. It was a right. It wasn't negotiable. Whether or not. I was surprised when I got a list of rights. So what does it tell us? We are not that distant from human rights as we have been made to believe by the white man, that everything good came with the white man. No. We had order also. In fact, our society was so well ordered. We so well respected the rule of law and the rule of tradition that you didn't have to use doors in your house. There was no door in traditional architecture of the Igbo man. We had onuzo, the point of entrance. We had no door. There was no need to lock it. If you went to the market in the good old days, there was no need to actually protect your yam. You had to take some other products home if you finished your business. But you left the yam in the market because the yam was the king of crops. You don't steal yam. You don't steal the king of crops. So we had rules of engagement. So we are not strangers to the rule of law. The fact that the rule of law has been documented now doesn't mean that it has never been there. As a matter of fact, the rule of law was more functional in the traditional Igbo society than it is today in Nigeria, because today the politicians are above the law. In those days, almost everybody was subject to the law. If you refuse to be subject to the law, Anna will take care of you. Because today, our courts may decide to even sing on your mandate we stand. But in those days, the goddess of Anna will not permit you to desecrate the land. And as long as you cannot live in the air, that's why in those days, you wanted to say something important. You removed your shoes and stood on and said, as you stand on this soil. So we need to begin to ask ourselves, are these things really new? The answer is no. I wanted to lay this foundation before we start talking about issues around interrogating human rights in these modern times. We have not always been the way we are now. We had reasonable respect for the rule of law. That is why, if you notice, people are going back to traditional religious practice in Igbo land. Have you noticed the trend? Have you noticed the trend? Do you know why? Because the system we claim to be operating these days is not protecting us. So somebody decides to sit on your rights. You go to the law. The law is playing games and dying about giving you your rights. So the poor man says what? I don't know if you have been hearing that recently. Because the poor man believes that since I don't have money to fight with you, since I don't want to fight with you in a court that may be biased, let me go to a place where I will get justice. And that begins to tell you that we need to reinvent our present approach to human rights to align with who we were in the past. To respect people's rights without looking at status. Having said that, I'll also ask the next question. What are the different rights we have as a people? There are three major classes of rights. We call them social rights, economic rights, and civic rights. That is economic, social, and cultural rights. Economic rights, social rights, cultural rights. All of these rights have implications. But one of the things we don't think about is that people have cultural rights. I chose to talk about it a little because it speaks to the state of human rights in Igbo. And if we want to ask questions, we should ask hard questions. Why is it that in your village, Christmas is around the corner, people will organize village revival? Am I correct? Our daddy I just passed on. If not, he may come to your village next to pull down strongholds and sometimes to burn people's shrines. Let me tell you the truth. When you burn a shrine, you just burn a cathedral that pre-exists the churches you built in the city. Every shrine is somebody's cathedral. So if you go and burn a shrine because you are pursuing an evil spirit, you're actually stepping on somebody's cultural rights. That's what I'm saying. So human rights is not about going to police station or going to recuse somebody from the cell. No, there are several implications. We have the freedom of thought, conscience, and religion. I'm asking her questions today. Why should you go and burn somebody's place of worship without the person's consent? On the assumption that is the person who stopped you from progressing in your village. And that is purely an assumption. You have refused to work hard. You have refused to study hard. And then when you fail exams repeatedly, your father will go and burn somebody's shrine and say the person is tying you. While some people may practice malevolent spiritual practices, there are also several persons who engage in benevolent spiritual practices. But we lump all of them together, Igbo, and we condemn them without realizing that they have a right to choose who to worship, when and where, or to choose not to worship anybody at all, or anything at all. So these are tough questions, economic, social, and cultural rights. I'll tell you a shocking story that I encountered as a person. I received a report, and we investigated the report, and it was true that a young woman was stripped naked from head to toe and paraded in her hometown, not elsewhere. What was her offense? That she brought Ndia Koromaka to their village. Her village was predominantly following one of the conservative Orthodox churches. A priest participated in this show of shame. So an undergraduate who was in UNN at that time brought a fellowship, and they bought land and wanted to establish Oka Korakan at their village. The village conspired, thought she was mental, that you are introducing something alien. She didn't even bring Omenana. She brought another church, another denomination. In the course of teaching her a lesson, they stripped her naked and took her all over the town, the village, naked. By the time we got involved in that matter, there was pandemonium. We complained that the Muslims in the north apparently make it difficult for Christians to hold crusades and operate freely. And then we come here, we also don't allow some people to operate freely. So how does that speak to the state of human rights in Alibu? How can you be pointing one finger at some other persons for persecuting you, and then you're persecuting other persons right in your space? Because we don't understand human rights. So there are different types of rights we have, classes of rights. It's not just about, I just wanted to choose cultural rights to make us understand that this human rights thing is deep. And when you don't allow people to flourish, when you oppress people, you don't get the best out of them. A person who is oppressed cannot be creative. If you doubt what I'm saying, go and check the history of the entertainment industry in Nigeria. Anytime the military takes over in Nigeria, the entertainment industry practically dies, it shuts down. Go and check. Chris Okotie and his colleagues reigned under Shehu Shagare. Go and check the records. The records are there. Once the military took over, all the superstars in music, their career stopped. Because you cannot come to a military administration and be shouting Nigeria, scatter, scatter, Nigeria. You won't sing again. Once certain persons take over power, fear
rules the space. Once there is fear, creativity takes backbench. Creativity flows freely, doesn't like to be encumbered. So in any place where people are oppressed, you're actually oppressing creativity and productivity. So the question that we need to discuss next is, what are the rights we should have? Modern day rights. I've mentioned some of them. We have a right to decide how we want to worship, who we want to worship, where, when. But I must also point out that some of the rights that we are going to discuss are not for minors. If you are less than 18 years, there are some rights you shouldn't enjoy because your parents will make those choices for you. So I'm saying it so you will understand. But when you become an adult, you are supposed to be mature enough to make choices for yourself. We have so many rights entrenched in the Constitution. We have the right to life. Nobody's life should be taken without recourse to due process. We have the right to liberty. Nobody should be detained. It's common in Nigeria now, for whatever reason, to detain a human being sometimes for 6 months, 1 year, and say it for security reasons. No, the laws are clear, very clear about those things. But we choose not to respect the laws because it's politically expedient not to do so. And it's worse in the Southeast. So when you go to Imo State, there is this oppression, something that is very notorious for detaining people indefinitely. When you go to Ebonyi State, recently we released a young man who was detained in the military camp for 3 months. And when we investigated, we found out he didn't really do anything. We presented the real story to the commander. He was released the next day. So he wasted 3 months of his life. Just wasted it. And nobody said, I'm sorry. If it's abroad, he will pay healthy compensation. Not in Nigeria. He will go and do Thanksgiving because he has been released. He will not be talking about compensation. So, we also have the right to be treated like human beings. The right to the dignity of the human person. This is one of the few countries in the world where, on a regular, we see people sitting on the back of trucks. That is, the policemen will arrest us, tell us to sit down on the back of their pickup truck. You come to the police station, they ask you to sit on the floor. Meanwhile, there are empty chairs all over the place, but they'll tell you to sit on the floor. Sometimes I even wonder about my sanity and their own sanity. How can you have chairs that are not occupied and you ask a human being to sit on the floor? So what are the chairs doing there? And the last time I checked, most of those chairs were actually procured by ordinary Nigerians supporting the police. They call them PPR, Police Public Relations Committee, right? And then other well-meaning Nigerians. So we buy chairs and donate to them so we'll be comfortable. Then we come there and they say, sit on the floor. So sometimes I actually go and check whether there are spirits sitting on those chairs. And you find out that they're just empty chairs. But somebody has found the habit of oppressing you to the extent that you submit. That is, the person dehumanizes you. So even when somebody walks into that police station and looks at you, you look like a criminal. He doesn't have to work hard to convince your family that you're a criminal because you are so dehumanized and so you are so in such a bad shape that people will be asking you, that's the first question most of your friends will ask you. They have not asked you what happened, and they assume you're guilty. Because of the way you look like a criminal. They do it intentionally. But assuming you come in a suit and you're sitting down in a dignified manner and you cross your leg, like that our sister there, somebody comes in to look at you, and the person will assume that this is a gentleman. What is he doing here? So they don't want you to look like a gentleman. But the law says you should treat us with respect to the dignity of our person. It's not only about the police and the institutions. We have women and men who have empty rooms in their homes, and their house girls and house boys sleep in the kitchen with rats and rodents. That is an abuse of the right to dignity of that house girl. I was raised in a family where my dad forbade calling anybody house girl or house boy. In my home, when you arrange the order, if the house boy, house girl was placed as if like this is your senior, you gave the person the respect that was due to him. My dad would punish you more for disrespecting a family member than that house. So he taught us to just respect people for being human, not because of the state of their family, economy, state of bad. No, those things came with the package for me. I didn't have to struggle to learn how to respect. I respect everybody. I respect young people. I respect old people. I respect people who are poor. I sometimes I don't know if I respect people who are rich well because sometimes they don't even deserve the respect. But to just respect them anyhow because they're human. I actually find it easier to respect ordinary people, to make them understand that they are human. They are not any less human because they are not billionaires. Ndị Igbo si n'ugwu bụ gịnị? Nkwanye. Ịkwanyere ome gịnị? Ọkwanyere gị. But we have lost all that. So we have a plethora of rights, so many rights. Tenants have rights with their landlords. Landlords also have rights. Employees have rights. You don't just wake up and tell an employer you are fired. If you have the guts to say you're fired, you should also have the guts to pay 1 month in lieu of notice. If you have a tenant and the tenant is not quick to vacate the house and not quick to pay you rent, you should be patient. Go to the law. Don't tell me that the law is slow. My dad taught me some lessons. There was a time I had a furniture company and I used to complain too much. All these carpenters, that. My dad said, look, sit down, young man. I sat down. He said, look, if they are as smart as you, they will not be in your employment. They will have their own businesses. So your job is to raise them to be who you want them to be, not to complain about them. My dad doesn't talk too much. He will say one thing like the Bible, you can begin to interpret it for yourself. Say, stop complaining about them, raise them. If they are as smart as you, they won't be working for you. I learned that lesson. I started training my workers every Saturday. I bought a car and I started complaining about mechanics. My dad said, you have 2 options. You say that you sell your car and start using buses, or you go and find good mechanics and relate with them. And he said also, I know one day you complain about tenants. It's either you don't build a house, or you build a house and tenants will owe you and you manage them. These things come with a package. So if you have a car, you deal with our mechanics. If you have a house, you deal with the tenants. So you don't tell me, no, the tenants are obnoxious. If you have a house, you have to be patient about evicting your tenants. So there are so many rights, I cannot go through all of them. But what I'm saying essentially is that we must get to that point where we understand that these rights are for human beings. They are not for spirits, and we should ensure that these rights are respected. So the big question for me, the elephant in the room, is what are the worst abuses we are currently dealing with in the Southeast? I would have probably spent less time laying the foundation, because for me, this is the big question. And when I have these conversations, I'm not talking as Onyibo, just talking. I talk authoritatively as a person who has probably received the highest number of complaints of anybody in the Southeast. I have received and managed thousands, literally speaking, of complaints from across Alibo. Alibo transcends the Southeast. So we have a unit of HRVC, for instance, in Asaba. I've received thousands of real reports, real time, from people who suffer abuse. So when people argue with me about human rights abuse, I ask them, what do you really know about abuse? Do you have documented cases? How many do you have? I mean, we are talking about how many years? 17 years of sifting through thousands of complaints. So I've been able to find out how the mind of the Igbo man works when it comes to human rights. I've been able to see the worst of abuses. I've been able to see people who do things that are obnoxious. I've seen a man quarrel with a brother. You won't get this. Quarrel with a brother, the same father, the same mother. And because he felt the brother was giving him trouble because he was educated, this person, educated lecturer, speaks a lot of English. This one, businessman with plenty of money. The businessman got angry, went and loaded a trailer with scrap. You know what scrap is? Scrap metal. Then went to the gate of his brother because issues concerning land. Packed the scrap trailer, used it to block the gate, and removed the head of the trailer. I don't know if you understand this story. That is, he used the trailer truck filled with scrap metal to block the entrance of his brother's gate. So the only way the brother could remove that was to go and get the head of a trailer, come and hook it to that stop, and drag it out of. And then he also left thugs to look after the trailer body to ensure that nobody even hooked it to drag it out. To his brother. I've seen all sorts. So the money God gave him was for the purpose of oppressing, to show his brother, okay, I'm going to put you in your place by using my words to block your gates. That's how cruel people can be sometimes. So what are the worst abuses? N'ala Igbo. The worst abuses we have by far, unfortunately, were the police, ndị uwe ojii, and security agencies. The cases are difficult to manage. And the cases are legion. The first one is monetization of services. Most people don't know it's abuse. So you go to a police station, you want to go and report a case, and they charge you money for reporting the case. You want to go and arrest the suspect, they charge you money for arresting the suspect. And you suggest, okay, I don't want to pay money for you to bring your vehicle. They'll say, bring money for fuel. It's okay, I have a car, let's go with my car. I say, no, we can't go with your car. You have to, okay, let me put fuel in your car. I say, oh, God, you are difficult. That's not how we do it. Bring money for it. So you now decide, okay, I want to bring the money. Make we no quarrel for this matter. So you now ask the person, how much will it cost you to buy fuel from, say, for CID Annex? I'm now using a real case example, to Emene. And the person says 100,000. So you're wondering, is he driving a V12 vehicle that flies in the air or something? That's the person looks in your face and says 100,000. In fact, there was a case we got involved in, and they asked 3 persons to pay 100,000 each for them to go and inspect the site of a dispute, which wasn't a police case, it was a land matter. But somebody took it to the police, I'll get to that. And they collected 300,000 from 3 persons who didn't know their rights to drive from Abani Road to Emene. Of course, our volunteer refused to pay, and they couldn't do anything about it. He said he won't pay. I have a car. If you want to join me, join me. If you don't want to join me. And when they realized that he wasn't going to budge, they left him and said, no, and so we just leave him. But the others paid, knowing fully well that one of them didn't pay. So that speaks to the state of the mind of the Onyibo. We still have that assumption, so you submit to anything that they throw at you. There's the tendency of the police to do what is not their job, like debt recovery. Many of you here know stories of policemen being used to recover debt in business transactions. That is absolutely wrong and untenable. Anytime I say this in public space, people ask me questions like, so, what am I supposed to do? Going to court takes forever. So I say, no. See, my dad taught me some lessons. I've shared some of the lessons. If you do business, people will owe you. So you have to factor that into one of the things you have to deal with. And follow due process. If you don't follow due process, you will pay. I'll quickly tell all of you who may be looking at me as if I'm from the moon that sometimes the oppressor can actually become the oppressed. The hunter can become the hunted. I'll quickly tell you the story of a policewoman who gave a loan to a church member. Church member couldn't pay the money. The money came with 1 million naira interest rate, I think, for 3 months. There was a transaction the woman was doing. The transaction didn't just go through. So she had to pay 2 million capital and 1 million interest. She neither had the capital nor the interest. And what happened? The policewoman arrested her and detained her without evidence of detention. You didn't get that. That is, when you take a person to a police station, you document that you arrested Larry Ogwego and this is the offense he committed. They put her in a cell and there was no documentation. That's abduction. So when the family members go to the station and say, I'm looking for this person, they'll say there's no such person here because the person doesn't even appear in the records. And what was their position? They told the family members after some days, like 5 days, that if you bring the money, we'll release her. That was a simple instruction. Bring 3 million, we'll release her. If you don't bring 3 million, she doesn't go home. The brother came to our office, reported the matter to us. I didn't believe the story. But when we investigated, I asked one simple question. Was this transaction documented? Listen carefully. Because we'll learn a lesson from this story. In fact, many lessons. The brother said yes, that my sister said it was documented. Can I have a copy of the document? Yes. And when they brought the copy of the document, it was written clearly that a police officer gave a loan with interest to a friend and a church member. And because the friend couldn't pay, she was detained. I didn't talk about the loan. I didn't talk about the interest. I spoke about 2 things when we wrote our petition. One was abduction. It wasn't arrest because the family didn't even know. It was not officially recorded that she was arrested. But do you know the second case that was interesting? A police officer is not permitted to be a loan shark. She was a loan shark. When we followed up on the second petition, that same woman came back to appeal to the person she held for more than 2 weeks. Of course, they released her. The Deputy Commissioner of Police ordered her release. Immediately, he received the petition, and the woman said, yes, I gave her a loan. But when he showed the woman the second petition that spoke to the fact that we are going to escalate the matter to Police Service Commission, because we are not supposed to be a loan shark. You are giving people loans without being registered for the purpose. You're a police officer. The only business you can do is agriculture. We put our cases in black and white against her. And that woman came to settle the matter. Sorry, but for the purpose of this issue of people understanding that we need to be careful about how we treat people we think are less important or vulnerable. This woman reported the matter to her pastor. That is when she was being harassed. The woman who was owing money. Because she was on the run and reported to the pastor. Pastor brought them to make peace. It was in church, in the pastor's office, that the policewoman arrested her. I verified that from the pastor. How did I meet the pastor? When the policewoman's job was being treated, guess who she ran to? The pastor. What went around just came around. Pastor called for a meeting. And guess what? To release her from the very wicked acts she committed, I insisted she should forfeit both loan and capital. She detained somebody for 2 weeks. Now, some of you may be looking at it as if you're a very wicked person. But you see, I explained my rationale. I don't do things arbitrarily. My rationale was simple. I told her you have the option of our submitting the petition, following it up, and going to court against you for abduction and illegal detention. The court may award more than the money we are discussing. You may lose your job. The option is that you forget the money, both principal and interest. She forgot the money. Why did she choose to forget the money? She decided to pursue the money the way most of us will pursue it, without any concern for the rights of this other woman, because she was in a position of power. And then because of that approach, she lost the entire money. Do I look like I'm wicked? No. My job was to try to use her as a lesson to other persons in that station who felt that their uniform gave them license to maltreat the rest of us. So there are so many things we can talk about when it comes to security agents, but we're not going to dwell on that. In fact, as we speak, the most frequent reports we get in our office is about police cases and then a few other security agencies. And then you'll be surprised that the next highest number of cases has to do with domestic issues, domestic violence, violence against women, maltreating of children, abuse of children, that's sexual abuse and all sorts of things. Family-related cases. It's actually shocking. It's so bad that the spinsters and bachelors who work in our office are afraid of getting married because sometimes I ask a very funny question. Oh, you are dancing with this person on the wedding day. I ask this question to all the couples that come quarreling. So what happened? What changed? The way they look at me, it's like this man is mischievous. But I say, so you people did. So did you love him before? I say, oh, God, stop asking me that. I say, no, I have to ask you. So what really changed? But the point I'm making is, when we fight these battles, we fight without rules. You see, a man insists that the wife will not see the child she carried for 9 months because they just are not married anymore, without considering that the issues of custody and visitation rights is not about only the couple, it's also about the child. The child's mental development will be affected if she doesn't get to relate with either of the parents. So I take time to explain these things. That it's not just about you. When you two were loving one another, you didn't discuss with this child. She was somewhere enjoying in the spirit realm. You people making the law of Gapote here. And now you are inflicting this injury on the child. Are you guys okay? When I meeting with the child before all these things started. No. Sometimes they become sober. I explain to them, no. Whatever issues you have should not be visited on the child. Family matters. I wish I brought it here, but my time was obviously limited, so I decided not to bring some things. But I wanted to bring some tools. A man wrote a constitution for her wife. Actually wrote it and gave the wife. When the woman and gave it, he had the courage to give the wife a copy and held the copy. When the woman submitted, I said it's not true. The woman said it's true. Ask him. I asked the man, a lecturer at Federal Polyco, the man said I wrote it. What did he write there? You cannot have visitors from your family. They won't not turn to sleep. They won't visit. Your friends cannot come. There were 12 commandments, 12 obnoxious and wicked commandments. None of them made sense. The man actually wrote it and I told the man, do you know that I can actually put you in jail with this? Because VAP law has been criminalized. But people don't know. The man wrote something that could put him in jail and gave the wife and said, this is the constitution of this house. An educated man who actually read law in the Open University. I told him, what kind of lawyer are you going to be? So these are the challenges we are dealing with now, Igbo. Of course, one of the things we have to talk about is government agencies and institutions that deal with us without recourse. In fact, my pain is that they don't even deal with us with the intention to reform us or to help us maintain order. When MOT is looking for somebody to arrest, they are not looking at sanitizing traffic, they are looking at revenue. So they wait for you like a hunter waits for a prey. In fact, I think they even manipulate the traffic light. So you are just driving at normal speed. You just move from green to red, bam. You don't know whether to jump on your brake and somebody hits you from behind. You don't know what to do. The moment you pass, the hunter is waiting. The next you see the hunters pursuing, and they pursue, overtake, and they recover all. Most of the time. And that is wicked. The job of the Ministry of Transport is to make sure the roads are clear. You go to main market, you cannot pass. You go to different places. Their job is to make the roads clear so that we can enjoy the road, not to pursue us. I told them clearly that Ministry of Transport is not a revenue generating agency. If anybody tells you that person is a liar, there are institutions that do not generate revenue for government. They provide an enabling environment for investors to come, for other revenue generating institutions to now have a lot of business that will now make up for the revenue they are not generating. If you don't want to think about it like that, what is the Human Rights Commission going to do? So what revenue are they going to generate? There are institutions that don't generate revenue. So how much revenue do you expect the courts to generate? Do you know how much they pay judges? They give them vehicles. They pay the registrars. So how is the court going to generate revenue for government? There are institutions that create sanity and the environment for things to work. And those institutions must be respected as such institutions. If you convert them to revenue generating agencies, we are destroying the way the natural order of things work. Unfortunately, that is what we see in the Southeast. These things may be happening in other places, but it appears to be worse in the Southeast. And for me, I will also ask myself one other question that is important. I have to do the rest in the next few minutes because that's what I've been told. So the next question that is important is, what is driving abuse in Igbo? What are the causes? What are the things that are driving abuse? The causes are very clear and straightforward. First of all, people lack knowledge. Some of the things I say here sound alien, that even an armed robbery suspect is supposed to be assumed to be guilty until proven innocent, rather, until proven guilty. You don't, even when you saw the person commit the crime, that doesn't justify your assumption of guilt. And I'm not joking. I don't have time to explain it, but I have a classical explanation that when in the villages, in Anambra State and other people ask me questions like, Nane nonya anyosuoshi. Say yes. It may not be Oshi. Sorry, but I'll use this. Sorry. I'll just see how God will help me. But I have to tell this story. I don't know how God inspired that story, but I asked this question, or one day I was put on the spot, as in, how do you explain this? I saw somebody do something. I said, okay, let us imagine that you have a neighbor. You know your neighbor very well. You know all the people who live in that house. And one day they all went to work. And then you saw somebody breaking the door from behind. The person was actually determined to break the door. Then when that person broke the door and went inside, he came out with TV and kept the TV. He went inside again, came out to fridge and kept the fridge. Let's be honest, what will run through your mind? Onyoshi, if you are used to lynching people, what do? You pounce on him, put a tire on there. You know, before he explains, somebody will hit him with a rod from behind. He will pass out. But what if you give him time to explain and you are like, what are you doing? And he says the house is burning. Can't you smell the smoke? See the smoke. I'm trying to help bring out the property. What will you do at that time? Huh? You verify, isn't it? After that, what do? You join him in bringing out property. Am I correct? So what changed? You interrogated the situation. On the surface, he looked like he was a thief. But when you looked deeper, you found out that he was not a thief. So there are scenarios that look like it's an open and closed case. When you interrogate it, that's why you have court. That's why you have prosecutor. That's why you have defense counsel. That's why the law says you must have a lawyer if you're going to be tried in a criminal case. So that the whole story will come to the surface. And it has to be proven beyond reasonable doubt. So we lack knowledge. And then we have a culture of abuse that has lasted for some time, driven by impunity. The feeling that nothing will happen. That I'll do it and nothing will happen. Police will tell you to your face, I'll waste you and nothing will happen. Landlord will tell you, don't worry, these are things people will tell you. That statement is driven by impunity. The feeling that nothing will happen to me if I do something wrong. That's one of the biggest problems in Nigeria. Beside the so-called corruption. In fact, impunity drives corruption because some Nigerians are corrupt, knowing fully well there won't be consequences for the corruption. So impunity is very dangerous. And then we lack courage. When we are abused, even when we know institutions that can help us, people have come to our office and say, let us fight. They'll say, happier. Police. Say happier. If you know how many times I've felt, and I tell them things like, I should leave it because you feel insecure. What of me that's going to fight the battle? They know my office. They probably know where. So don't you think they should be more angry with me? Why are you a coward? Say, oh God, you won't understand. Now, Pastor may be not I'm happier for God. You see, the problem living in for God is that the person may also repent and God will forgive him. He forgives all our iniquities, including human rights abuses. So sometimes I'll tell you, see, take it to the law. Even God expects us to obey civil authority. When people do what is wrong, report them. It's not unforgiveness. You are sanitizing the society. You have a duty to do that. But our spirituality means that, that we can take all sorts. And then, unfortunately, not only that we lack courage, there is institutional support for human rights abuse. We have governments and governors that act outside the law openly. And when they do that, politicians and political players get this impression that they are also immune, so they can act with impunity. Then their friends and family members and associates borrow the same behavior. So before you know what is happening, the whole society is actually emulating bad example, and then what happens is that we are living in a jungle. But one of the worst challenges we have in our Igbo with this issue that money can fix all things, I want to address that just for 2 minutes. The Igbo man has this belief system that money can actually solve every problem. So he can actually kill someone, or so will ego mechie. That's if he spends enough money, the matter will be closed. That is why they are demolishing your houses all over Nigeria. It's not because they are targeting Igbos. An Igbo man is the only person that you tell, you cannot buy that land. It's on a floodplain. The Igbo man will say, don't worry. No, tell me the truth. And he will start with you that gave him the advice. He will close your mouth with money. You will sell the land to him. Do the documentation. Knowing fully well you shouldn't build there. Then when a pharaoh that doesn't know Joseph comes and demolishes the building, because we are the people who believe that money can do everything. If they have 100 houses there, we own 70. So it looks like we were profiled. But the truth is that we are the people who invest in property, and we are the people who must invest, so we buy anywhere. Abuja, same story. Lagos, same story. We have a sense of impunity that if you have enough money, you will tell him, see, one day, he said, when we get to that bridge, we'll cross it. Don't worry, when we get there, we'll solve it. Then when the bulldozers come, he will start looking for media houses to shout, so why are we not going to follow the rules of the game? If you build in the proper place and have your documentation, if they demolish your house, they will pay you compensation. They won't even demolish it. So that issue of impunity, driven by the thinking that money can fix all problems, is very dangerous. So what solutions do we prefer? Because we're interrogating the situation. We must have knowledge. We must make sure the knowledge of human rights covers the entire space. Every place people gather, they should be discussing human rights. It is sad that we are going to have elections in Anambra State tomorrow, and no governor, no candidate is raising human rights as a campaign issue, and the electorate are not talking about it also. It's a big shame. As long as people do not make it the most important conversation, we'll continue to suffer as a nation. Why? Because human rights affects and covers every aspect of your life, and I'm not joking. The right to good governance is there. Every other thing, in fact, the right of inclusion. Let me also explain this carefully. Now, when you have a proper government, when you have a proper leader, one of the things you use to assess quality of leadership is their capacity to include persons who are vulnerable. But we live in a country where the last people will consider are the pensioners. Governors award contracts of hundreds of billions of naira, pay the contractors, and tell you they don't have money to pay pensioners who served the state for 35 years. We don't talk about persons with disability. We spoke to a commissioner in ENUGU State some time ago about putting ramps for bus stops, and he asked us how many we need the ramp. Somebody who studied architecture with all his knowledge, he doesn't understand that the distance between you, all of you seated here, and crutches and wheelchair, God forbid, is one accident. We are all potentially persons with disability, but for the grace of God. When people have this type of knowledge, they will be more charitable. The fact that you're running around today with 2 legs doesn't mean that you may not lose 2 of them tomorrow. Bah! You don't know what happened. And then you wake up at orthopedic, no 2 legs. You have joined the other side. Then you suddenly become more compassionate, suddenly become more. But you don't have to wait until it happens to you. These are all human rights issues. There's no inclusion. Once you are vulnerable, once you don't have resources, once you don't have power, you are not part of the conversation. Nobody remembers you, nobody talks about you. But the last time I checked, in those other nations that we want to run to, that we want to be like, if you have these challenges, you are treated like a hero. I know a Nigerian, I'm rounding up now, who left the United States. Listen carefully. I know a Nigerian. I was touched by that story. A couple, out of patriotic zeal, left the United States, either late 70s or 80s. The man renounced his citizenship. He said he didn't want to be tempted to go back to the US. So he gave up. He did it officially. He burnt his bridge. The wife retained her own. You know, women are more, in some cases, I'm with this smart hand. I hold my own. No. They came to Nigeria. 3 of the families took this decision. They came back to Nigeria. I met one of them. He told me the story. And when the heat was on, 2 of them fled back to US. The one who couldn't travel was because he gave up his citizenship. So he had to start processing again. So he didn't travel back. So he stayed here. Listen to this story. Much later, for medical reasons, the wife went back to the US because all she had to do was to show her social security number. They processed her papers. She went to the US. And she got treatment for free. As they just saw the money, they were like, wow, madam, where have you been all along? But the part that brought tears to my eyes was that she told me that they not only treated her free of charge, they told her benefits that she had from the job she did before she traveled that she didn't know she had. So they gave her a house free of charge in an estate developed for retired persons. An apartment, a 2-bedroom apartment, free. But the one that shocked her was that they paid her a small fortune. Benefits from the work the husband who renounced American citizenship did. That is how a nation functions. And a Nigerian will say that Larry deserves no say Larry wadi no catalytic no Obozonya America. Can you darkness? The man rejected us. We should reject him. Then they will share that money. No, for them the law is sacrosanct. The law says this is your entitlement because you did this work. The man didn't process it too. The man left. The wife didn't know. They saw the number, everything popped up on the system. They gave the woman her own and gave her, oh, your husband, he's late. They gave her what belonged to her husband. That is why you're running there. But then, when we learn to respect our rights, when we begin to teach our children knowledge, teach ourselves knowledge, build courage, and then take action to stop institutionalization of human rights abuse. We have institutionalized human rights abuse. We have accepted it to be normal. Families gang up against that daughter-in-law. They say, no, but when it's their own sister, they suddenly gang up to fight the in-law. I don't know if I'm making sense. So the same thing you want to do to another person's daughter, you don't want to happen to your daughter and to your sister. Are you okay? When we get to that point where we learn to take action and stop institutionalization of abuse, then we can be said to observing ndumiri, nduazu, egbebere, ugobere, biri, kambiri, okata na akpa dibia, kama dibia aru no kono noko. You see, we don't take advice until it becomes too late. I'm challenging us because I see that a lot of us here are elites. We qualify, we're on the side that abuse people, some of us. And I'll remind you that if you want to understand how the Igbo man thinks, go and read things all apart. Okonkwo was a typical Igbo man. Okonkwo was a rich man. He was an influential man. He was a strong man also. He had a reputation for courage. Obierika was a wise man. He didn't have all the things Okonkwo had, but he was a wise Igbo man. He told Okonkwo in one sentence, do not have a hand in the death of that boy. Okonkwo woke up one day, because he wanted to maintain his reputation as Okonkwo, he disregarded the advice of Obierika, the wise one. He had a hand in that boy's death, and all of the work he did ended up in being thrown into the evil forest. My prayer for you is that you will not end up like Okonkwo. Respect the rights of ordinary people. I've seen a magistrate remanded in prison in ENUGU because of a house girl. I've seen a couple remanded in prison in Anambra State because of a house girl. I've seen people who assume that they are Okonkwo, that they are impenetrable, that they are the standard of measure of fame and strength, that they are untouchable, and they go and do something that they assume that this house girl doesn't have anybody. And your turn may be the day the law will wake up. Suddenly, what everybody had escaped with will pursue you and catch you. That is not my prayer for you. I pray that, unlike Okonkwo, you will understand that God gave you power and resources so that after a day like this that you invest in spreading this news. Igbo land cannot fulfill its potential for economic dominance. Igbo land cannot fulfill its potential for political participation. Igbo land cannot maximize any potential until we firmly address the hydra-headed monster of human rights abuse. Never end up like Okonkwo. Use your strength to be a blessing to the vulnerable. Thank you, and God bless you.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
We are local.
International communities observing every.
Why the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. We are local.
International communities observing every
Right, the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
we have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
You don't tire for this picture? Oh yeah, make you follow Unorodo. Nigeria don't go digital with free TV. Over 100 channels they with you, sport, news, and better entertainment for your own language. No matter where you dey, whether for city or whether for village, the satellite signal they reach every corner of Nigeria from day one. No monthly payment again. Once you get Ogbonge free to air decoder, you don't win. This one, now our own national asset. Even from your phone, you feel watch out. Just download the free TV app and carry your TV go anywhere you dey go. Scan that code now or call 0700-388-7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by MBC.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, court adjourns case and ADC leadership sit indefinitely as plaintiff seeks reassignment of case. APC governors pass vote of confidence in Uzodinma backs Tinubu's re-election. 298 Kenyan villagers sue BP government over debts linked to oil waste. Laura Fernandez sworn in as Costa Rica's new president. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The Federal High Court in Abuja is again adjourned indefinitely, a suit filed by a factional leader of the African Democratic Congress ADC, Nafiu Balagombe, for a request by the plaintiff seeking the transfer of a case to another judge. Justice Emeka Mwite adjourned the matter Sindai on Friday after parties clashed over a letter written by the plaintiff to the Chief Judge of the Federal High Court seeking the reassignment of the suit. The suit was earlier stalled following an interlocutory appeal filed by the second defendant, David Mark, which eventually traveled to the Supreme Court. On Friday's proceedings, counsel for the plaintiff, Luka Musa Haruna, informed the court that the Apex Court had on April 30, 2026, delivered judgment in the interlocutory appeal and dismissed the appeal for lacking in merit, and also set aside the Court of Appeal's order staying proceedings in the substantive suit. The lawyer, however, disclosed that the plaintiff, through a letter dated May 4, 2026, applied to the Chief Judge of the Federal High Court for the transfer of the case to another judge, and that the letter had already been transmitted to the court registrar for administrative decision of the Chief Judge. Former President Goodluck Jonathan on Friday formally opposed a lawsuit seeking to prevent him from contesting the 2027 presidential election. Counsel to the former president and senior advocate of Nigeria, Chris Uche, informed an Abuja Federal High Court presided over by Justice Peter Lifo that Jonathan had already filed the necessary legal processes challenging the suit. Uche disclosed that Jonathan's legal team acted swiftly after learning about the matter through media reports by submitting a conditional appearance, preliminary objection, counter affidavit, and written address on May 5, urging the court to strike out the case. He argued that the case centers on the former president's eligibility to seek office again in 2027, insisting that the issue had already been settled by the courts, including the Court of Appeal, counsel to the plaintiff, and the BCI, however, told the court that he had only just received Jonathan's response and needed time to study the documents and file a reply. Following the submissions, Justice Lifo adjourns proceedings until May 11 for hearing on both the preliminary objection and the substantive suit, and directed that the hearing notices be served on the Independent National Electoral Commission and the Attorney General of the Federation, both of whom were absent in court. The suit was instituted by lawyer John Mary Jidobi, who was asking the court to permanently stop Jonathan from participating in the 2027 presidential race. An Abuja Federal High Court presided over by Justice Mohammed Umar has dismissed a no-case submission made by an activist, Omoyele Sowore, in a case of alleged cyberbullying of President Bola Tinubu brought against him by the Department of State Service. The DSS is suing Sowore for allegedly calling President Bola Tinubu a criminal on his X handle. The court held that Sowore has a case to answer by providing explanations to some issues raised by the prosecution, as a prima facie case has been established by the prosecution. The court also held that the activist used a social media handle to make a post, as testified by the prosecution witness. Reacting to the ruling of the court on his no-case submission, Sowore, through his counsel, sought the permission of the judge to address him, which was granted by the court. Sowore told Justice Umaru that he was not confident, that he will get justice from a court that had humiliated his counsel by asking him to kneel, and also from a court that had subjected him to all forms of harassment. He asked Justice Omari to recuse himself from his trial and that he will file an application to that effect. The court adjourned the case to the 19th of May for further hearing. The national leader of the Nigerian Democratic Congress, Senator Seriake Dickson, says the party will focus on promoting good governance, national unity, economic prosperity, and greater inclusion of women and youths in leadership. Dickson stated this in Abuja when the party welcomed the minority leader of the Edo State House of Assembly and other persons into the party. Correspondent Nasir Usman completes the story.
The atmosphere was calm as former Deputy Governor of Gombe State, Lazarus Yoriwa, minority leader of Edo State House of Assembly, Honorable Charity, and others were received by the national leader of the Nigerian Democratic Congress in Abuja.
Welcome you to the party that is now there to salvage Nigeria. A party that is out to promote good governance, unify our country, fight and defeat insecurity and terrorism, promote economic prosperity, promote women and youth inclusion, and take Nigeria back to the top where we used to be.
Speaking during the reception of new party members, Senator Seriake Dickson said the NDC will be focused on promoting good governance, national unity, economic prosperity, and greater inclusion of women and youth in leadership. The former Bayelsa governor further says NDC is an ideological party committed to principle-based politics and respect for democratic processes and the rule of law.
We know that these are electioneering times, and politics is fueled by ambitions. And I used to teach people that in this game, all ambitions are legitimate. All legitimate. They are legitimate and they are all equal. It's the duty of the party to respect everyone and to provide a fair chance for all. So please, for those of you coming, please, this is not a platform for transactional politics. This is a platform for ideological politics of service. When something is right and fair and good, we say so. When something is wrong, we condemn it. And we come up with a solution to do better.
The Edo State Assembly members attributed their decision to what they described as unresolved crisis within their former party.
The NDC party, National Democratic Congress, the party that carries everybody. It's a party that my values don't have to drop them. It's a party where what I believe in, I can still do it. It's a party where it's still honest and fair. You know, there's so much they cut off the head of it. What's next? Anymore? What's next? But because of the PDP leaders that recently started joining a decade ago to date, they decided to destroy the party members. I hope this NDC will take us in the future, take us to better Edo, take us to better Nigeria.
Wonderful delegation from Edo State that have come to join the movie train that will change the narratives, that will take Edo State to Kaduna, to Sokoto, to Lagos, to Imo, across the 36 states, including FCT, to the highest level. With NDC, we are covered.
We want a change. We know what we are going through in this country, especially the peasant man in the village. You can imagine our security situation in this country. Just this reason, we are lost in this country. Just security reason. Talk less of adding the economic hardship our people are going through. The problems in this country cannot be enumerated, but we are sure with NDC, things will work well. I'm calling on Nigerians, let's join hands together in NDC and salvage this country for the better.
The massive defection of new members into the Nigerian Democratic Congress (NDC) is seen as part of the NDC's ongoing efforts nationwide to expand its influence ahead of the 2027 general elections. In Abuja, Nasiru Usman for Signature TV.
The Progressive Governors Forum has passed a vote of confidence on Imo State Governor Hope Uzodimma as chairman of the forum following a media report that he has been replaced by the ENUGU State Governor Peter Mba. Endorsement was made during a closed-door meeting of APC governors in Abuja, in which they expressed confidence in Uzodimma's leadership. Addressing journalists after the meeting, Governor Nasir Idris of Kebbi State dismissed speculations about Uzodimma's alleged removal as PGF chairman, stating that the governors remained unified behind him. Idris added that the fact that the forum just ended a meeting, which was presided over by Uzodimma, with more than 18 governors in attendance, was sufficient evidence that the leadership of the forum remained intact. Speaking at the briefing, Uzodimma said the forum was united and would not be distracted by what he described as fake news. Said the governors were currently focused on mobilizing support for the re-election of President Bola Tinubu in 2027 and will not allow distractions or political blackmail to derail its commitment. Tragedy struck again in Plateau State on Friday. Suspected gunmen reportedly killed no fewer than 13 persons in a fresh attack in the Kwal District Basa local government area. The incident, which occurred in the early hours, threw the community into panic, leaving several residents with varying degrees of injury. Eyewitnesses told newsmen that attackers invaded the community at about midnight, opening fire indiscriminately before attacking residents with machetes and other dangerous weapons. The assailants were said to have moved from house to house, targeting innocent residents and leaving a trail of death and destruction, forcing many residents to escape into nearby bushes, while several others were left injured. Confirming the incident, Secretary General of Irigwe Development Association, Danjuma Auta, described the attack as barbaric, tragic, and condemnable. He lamented the recurring attacks on the communities in Basa local government area and other parts of Plateau State, calling on security agencies to strengthen surveillance and provide adequate protection for vulnerable rural communities. The House of Representatives is set to investigate alleged debts owed to the federal government by agencies, parastatals, and other bodies within and outside Nigeria. The probe followed a motion sponsored by Katsina-born lawmaker Salisu Majiri and 5 other lawmakers who raised concerns over Nigeria's rising debt profile. The lawmakers noted that as of September 30, 2025, Nigeria's total public debt stood at about 153 trillion naira, driven largely by increased domestic borrowing and currency depreciation. In another motion, the House called for an investigation into the persistent increase in the prices of building materials across the country. Sponsor of the motion, Bayelsa lawmaker Oboko Forji, argued that despite local sourcing of major raw materials, Nigerians continue to face high construction costs. In another motion, Bayelsa lawmaker Maria Ibikake urged the House to intervene in the alleged failure of Oando Nigeria PLC to fulfill its corporate social responsibility to some communities in our constituency, including the provision of electricity. They also tasked the federal government to urgently resettle over 10,000 internally displaced persons from Mate, currently taking refuge in Monguno, local government area of Borno State, from a motion by Buka Talba, who said the displaced persons have remained in difficult conditions after fleeing attacks in their communities. The Senate has passed amendments to the Electoral Act aimed at accelerating the resolution of pre-election disputes. The proposed amendment seeks to ensure that pre-election cases are filed only in courts of proper jurisdiction, preventing litigants from seeking favorable judgments from multiple courts across the country. Under the proposed Section 29A of the Electoral Act, all pre-election disputes relating to National Assembly, State House of Assembly, governorship and deputy governorship elections will originate at the Federal High Court, with appeals to be heard by the Court of Appeal. Amendment also provides that disputes involving presidential and vice presidential elections will commence at the Court of Appeal and terminate at the Supreme Court, in line with Section 285 of the 1999 Constitution as amended. Chairman of the Senate Committee on Electoral Matters, Simon Lalong, said the proposed amendment was designed to eliminate conflicting judgments, reduce abuse of judicial processes, and shorten delays in the determination of electoral disputes. According to him, the amendment would help restore public confidence in the judiciary and strengthen the country's electoral system. The Nigeria Labour Congress (NLC) has called for immediate measures to address rising xenophobic attacks against African migrants in South Africa, urging the Congress of South African Trade Unions (COSATU) to launch a large-scale awareness campaign to protect migrant workers. In a letter addressed to the leadership of COSATU in Johannesburg, NLC President Joe Ajaero condemned recent incidents involving the killing of African migrants and destruction of their businesses. Ajaero described the attacks as a consequence of worsening economic conditions and ineffective government policies, stressing that African workers should not be turned against one another. A Labour leader urged COSATU to lead extensive sensitization efforts in communities, unions, and workplaces to counter narratives blaming migrants for unemployment and poverty. Ajaero also criticized what he described as the inadequate response of South African security agencies, accusing authorities of failing to provide sufficient protection for migrants and their businesses. He called for the full deployment of security resources to prevent further violence, while demanding the arrest and prosecution of those responsible for the attacks, in addition to payment of compensation for victims and families affected by the violence. 4 people convicted in the United States in connection with the 2021 assassination of Haitian President Jovenel Moise. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio downplays planned withdrawal of 5,000 U.S. troops from Germany. Details of these and more on international scene.
We are local.
The international community is observing every
Just finished the Right, the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken it by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
A group of 298 petitioners from remote villages in Marsabit County in northern Kenya is suing BP and the Kenyan government over oil exploration waste from the 1980s that it says is causing a cancer cluster that has killed hundreds. Residents and local health workers say cancer cases and deaths have risen steadily, with more than 500 people reported dead from cancers affecting the digestive system, particularly the esophagus and stomach. Many were from villages where access to medical care remains limited. They believe rising cancer cases are linked to toxic wastes left behind during oil exploration in the 1980s. 6 years ago, doctors diagnosed my son Shamuset, 74, with throat cancer and told him he might never normally speak again. Today, Shamuset communicates through a small pipe inserted in his throat, and his voice comes out strained and mechanical, a reminder of the effect the disease had on his life. 4 people have been convicted in the United States in connection with the 2021 assassination of Haitian President Jovenel Moise. Archangel Pretil Ortiz, Antonio Intriago, Walter Vientemile, and James Solage were found guilty on Friday of conspiring to kill or kidnap Moise, whose assassination left a political vacuum in the Caribbean nation that has compounded overlapping security and humanitarian crisis. They were also convicted of providing material support for the plot in violation of U.S. law. All 4 face possible life sentences. U.S. prosecutors have said that the south of Florida, the closest U.S. state to Haiti, served as a central hub for planning and funding Moises' assassination. Laura Fernandez has been sworn in as Costa Rica's new president and has vowed to fight rising crime in the Central American country, as well as maintain close ties with the United States. Fernandez defeated a crowded field in the February 1st vote to replace outgoing president Rodrigo Chavez, who has remained a close ally of U.S. President Donald Trump. In an unorthodox move, Chavez is said to remain in the government as dual minister of the presidency and finance, assuring outsized influence in the incoming administration. Further underscoring plans to maintain close ties with the U.S., Fernandez has appointed her second vice president, Douglas Soto, as ambassador to Washington. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio on Friday downplayed the planned withdrawal of 5,000 U.S. troops from Germany and said President Donald Trump has yet made a decision on removing more service members from Europe amid growing cracks in the transatlantic relationship. Speaking in Rome after meetings with top Italian leaders, Rubio sought to publicly distance the move from Trump's continued critique of NATO and its members, including Italy, over a perceived lack of support for the U.S. war against Iran. Still, his argument is not likely to assuage European fears about the reliability of the United States and its commitment to the defensive alliance. Rubio, a longtime NATO proponent, did not foreclose the possibility of further troop reductions in response to the U.S. displeasure with the bloc. The top U.S. diplomat said the reduction of the troops in Germany, announced by the Pentagon last week, was already ongoing. German Chancellor Friedrich Merz, the subject of Trump's overt comment on the Iran war, has similarly sought to downplay the move. Consumer sentiment continued to decline this month, reaching a fresh record low as the war in Iran drags on, keeping energy prices elevated. The University of Michigan's latest consumer survey, released on Friday, showed sentiment fell early this month to a preliminary reading of 48.2, the lowest on records going back to 1952. Sentiment had previously reached its lowest point just last month, below anything seen during the Great Recession, the pandemic, and the inflation surge afterward. Gas prices heavily influence people's perception of the economy, and the national average price for a gallon of gasoline has been stuck above $4 for weeks. That's because global energy prices have remained elevated as well, with the ongoing closure of the Strait of Hormuz, a key global passageway through which 20% of the world's oil passes, along with various other commodities. And that's it on the international news.
Let's turn our attention now to sport with Christopher Lely.
Eric Chell has omitted forwards Kelechi Iheanacho and Tolu Arokodare from Nigeria's squad for the upcoming Unity Cup in London. Iheanacho had been tipped for a return to the Nigerian national football team following a strong run of form at Scottish club Celtic, where he has scored 4 goals in his last 3 appearances. Despite his resurgence, Chell decided against recalling the striker as he continued to restructure the squad ahead of future international competitions. Nigeria will open their Unity Cup title defense against Zimbabwe national football team, with victory potentially setting up a final against either India national football team or Jamaica national football team. Nigeria has officially been admitted into the CAF A coaching convention, paving the way for the Nigerian Football Federation (NFF) to resume CAF A coaching courses across the country. The development comes after years of anticipation within the nation's coaching community, with local coaches now set to continue their progression toward obtaining one of the highest coaching qualifications on the continent. The readmission is regarded as a major boost for football development in Nigeria, particularly in the area of capacity building and technical education for coaches. With the restoration of the program, Nigerian coaches will once again have the opportunity to improve their expertise and align with modern coaching standards recognized by the Confederation of African Football, CAF. Nigeria is set to host the 3rd Confederation of African Cycling (CAC) Para Track African Championships at the 12th CAC Track African Championships in Abuja from May 9 to 17, 2026. The championships will take place at the Moshood Abiola National Stadium and will feature some of Africa's top cyclists and para-athletes competing for the continental honors. Countries including South Africa, Kenya, Algeria, Zimbabwe, Ghana, and Benin have already confirmed participation alongside host nation Nigeria. Meanwhile, Team Nigeria cyclists are currently in camp following the conclusion of the national trials held in Abuja as preparations intensify ahead of the Continental Championships. Morocco has once again positioned itself at the forefront of football intervention in Africa after becoming the first African country to introduce referee body cams in domestic football. The Royal Moroccan Football Federation (FRMF) confirmed that referee body cams will be tested during the Botola Pro clash involving the Casablanca Derby in what has been described as a pilot phase for the technology. Morocco previously became the first African country to implement video assistant referee technology and is now set to break new ground again with the referee body cam experiment. Bournemouth have dropped defender Alex Jimenez from their squad while they investigate posts on social media. The 21-year-old, who arrived from AC Milan last summer, will not feature in Saturday's Premier League fixture against Fulham. Prize money, but the Italian claims players are not getting the respect they deserve. His fellow world number one, Arina Sabalenka, said on Tuesday that she believes players will at some point boycott one of the majors. The top 10 players are demanding a higher percentage of the revenue generated by the 4 slams, as well as benefit contributions and a greater say in areas such as scheduling. That's Sport News on Signature TV. I am Christopher Lely.
And that's the news. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wayek is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what it was CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV. News in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language. All with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never heard what it was CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on E-Vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
We are local.
International communities observing every
Just finished the Right, the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. We are local.
international communities observing every
just finished the Right, the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
You don't tire for this picture. Oh yeah, make you follow Unorodo. Nigeria don't go digital with free TV. Over 100 channels they wait you. Sport, news, and better entertainment for your own language. No matter where you dey, whether for city or whether for village, the satellite signal they reach every corner of Nigeria from day one. No monthly payment again. Once you get Ogbonge free to air decoder, you don't win. This one, now our own national asset. Even from your phone, you feel watch out. Just download the free TV app and carry your TV go anywhere you dey go. Scan that code now or call 0700-388-7277.
Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when you go see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what it was.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated reserve and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what is called CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Good day, Nigeria. Welcome to another beautiful day in the month of May. This month, actually,
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what it was CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
We are local.
International communities observing every
Just finished the Right, the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. We are local.
international communities observing every
just finished the Right, the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
You don't tire for this picture? Oh yeah, make you follow Unorodo. Nigeria don't go digital with free TV. Over 100 channels they wait you. Sport, news, and better entertainment for your own language. No matter where you dey, whether for city or whether for village, the satellite signal they reach every corner of Nigeria from day one. No monthly payment again. Once you get Ogbonge free to air decoder, you don't win. This one, now our own national asset. Even from your phone, you feel watch out. Just download the free TV app and carry your TV go anywhere you dey go. Scan that code now or call 0700-388-7277.
Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by MBC.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when you go CBT, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what it was CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export, we are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
New Every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Tired of the snow?
Abuja have a master plan, and which everything they are doing is according to the master plan. So people fall victim because they don't want to obey. They do things in their own way. That's why they are victims. Even when they are looking for houses, they see swampy areas, they see gullies, they see places that in future or in case of any natural disaster, they could be, involved. But they will bluntly go there, trying maybe their faith. At times their faith will fail them. That's why at times they fall victims and they blame it on government. Though government on their own part, they are not even careful of their citizenry. They don't want to, care.
Yes, in most cases, people are one. Yeah, because before anybody will build in anywhere, I think they have to be a satisfied paper from the local government or whoever that is involved. But in most cases, people still go ahead to build. And once that is done, there's nothing government can do about it.
Before you start any building, you will first of all involve an engineer, an architect. So your architect will be the one to advise you on the kind of building you have to build before you start building. There are some places where you cannot start building an upstairs. But it will definitely sink, or it will definitely fall. And there are some kind of places where your architect will advise you, okay, this is the kind of building you have to build here to avoid flood. And if that environment is a flood-prone area, your architect will advise you to hold on, or he will advise you not to build at that particular area. He can either advise you to start farming, or he can advise you to do some other things.
Government are always warning people about the flooding. So, like people are managing where they can build. So you will see people building anyhow, blocking the gutter and their waste bin. They will be blocking they will be throwing it so that if rainfall can carry the dirty. So you see those such a thing that is the one that is blocking the waterways. So that is what is causing the flood.
The government is not active enough, because if at all is active, we will not be having this reoccurrence of flood, displacing people, in their where they are staying. I think it's not active. It's not, though the government are trying their best,
because the idea of giving relief materials every year, to my little, is my own opinion anyway, I don't think it's a good idea. We should learn to, bring an lasting solution to every problem.
In this country, we're supposed to work like, let me say, like 50-50. We are not supposed to depend only on government. We can't cross our leg and be waiting to government to come and do everything for us. Even you and I, we're supposed to join hands together and fix up some things by ourselves.
Before any flood happens, understand, it starts from somewhere, understand, and I think there should be a system whereby, okay, if something is about to happen, there should be a warning. You understand? Okay, this so thing is about to happen, and I think flood is coming. So can we please evacuate this location before the flood gets to this place? If they can get a system like that, I think it will go a long way.
There's not enough sanitization. They do not tell these people because they have to do it in English, in Yoruba, in Hausa, the local language, to educate all these people. And they have to pass through the tradition channel so that they educate all these people. So therefore, with that, the transition institution is more closer to people that they can educate all these people. But they are doing the jingle over the radio and television. How many of these people are watching? So that is one. Two, the local government. They have to go down to the local government. The local government are the most closest people to those people that they are going to educate them. The government has tried, but it's too, the advertisement have to be more. People have to be aware about the flood, the prone area where there's flood.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Nigeria has the third highest burden of female genital mutilation globally, with 20 million cases and over 14 states highly affected. In 2015, the then president of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, introduced a law to help fight FGM and, of course, punish the offenders. But some communities, especially villages, are not even aware that this law exists and are still practicing the act.
Female genital mutilation is a severe human rights violation that affects millions of women and girls worldwide, particularly in Africa, Asia, and the Middle East. The practice involves the partial or total removal of the female genitalia, often performed on young girls without their consent. An estimated 86% of females were caught before the age of 5, while 8% were caught between age 5 and 14, with an estimated 86 million girls worldwide said to be at risk of female genital mutilation between 2015 and 2030. The implication is that millions of girls are being robbed of their childhoods, health, education, and aspirations every day by the harmful practice. The prevalence of FGM is highest in the Southeast with 35%, and Southwest with 30%, and lowest in the Northeast with 6%. Medical experts warn that FGM has severe physical and emotional consequences, including chronic pain, infertility, and psychological trauma, which could last a lifetime, impacting not only on the individual, but also their families and communities.
There are some immediate and long-term complications of FGM. By cutting the clitoris is what gives arousal, okay? The labia minora, eucota and majora may consist of some little secretions, organs that secrete and wet that area. Okay, so you cut them, there is problem. So even the infibulation, it just opposes the opening for the vagina, so it makes it look tiny and narrower. So it can cause what you call vaginal pain during sex or sexual pain.
There could be some urinary problems, difficulty in urination. It could affect childbirth and delivery, where you can have a narrow opening for delivery.
There can be complications. The short-term complications would involve shock, infections, excessive bleeding, hemorrhages. Why? Because most times you notice that, 90% of the time you notice that the people that carry out these practices, one, are not medically trained. These are traditional experts that have little to no substantial knowledge of the human anatomy. Secondly, they do these things in septic conditions.
Sensitizing the community and the society at large on the effects of female genital mutilation, because it causes a lot of harm than good to the public.
A broadcast journalist, Hyginus Odo, emphasized that FGM is a cultural belief that should be eradicated and discouraged.
When a way of life becomes inimical to human, to life itself, when a way of life becomes inimical to life itself, what do? You have to review that way of life. And that's why it's not to eradicate the culture of the people in totality, but those aspects of the culture of the people that are inimical to the existence of human being in the society should be looked into.
Women's rights advocates shared their views on the legal implication of FGM during a recent Zoom session with Signature TV. A legal practitioner, Chioma Ode, revealed that the case of FGM in Ebonyi State often go unreported because victims are reluctant to report their loved ones, which she said is a major challenge in addressing the harmful practice.
Because one of the things that we have come to see as a challenge is that this mutilation or this cutting or this circumcision is actually carried out by the family, the parents, the guardians. And when you see that your family member, your father, your mother, your uncle, your auntie circumcised you as a female, chances of reporting the matter is slim. And even when you report the matter, even when you see the survivors, we call them survivors, that report this matter, or victims, as you may see them, that report this matter, it is also very slim to see that this victim or this survivor would actually want to speak up or to complain or to even follow this matter to a logical conclusion. It's very rare. So I wouldn't tell you that, yes, currently we have a case study, that this case study has actually been followed up to a logical conclusion. But whether female genital mutilation is a crime, is a crime.
More awareness needs to be created. In fact, I want to laud Signature TV for taking it upon you to create this wonderful.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. Today we're going to be talking about the Met Gala that happened last night, So the Met Gala returned a spectacular fashion yesterday, drawing some of the world's biggest celebrities, designers, and cultural features to the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York City. The theme for the Met Gala 2026 is costume art. The official dress code for the night was fashion is art, encouraging guests to... Anyways, having this conversation or this analysis with me is Franklin Sochima. He literally loves analyzing people's fashion. Why? Because he is a fashion designer. He's been here before and he decided to join us for this whole review. He's going to be maybe the second or third Kenzie right now. So thank you so much, Franklin, for joining me on this show.
Thank you for having me. It's been a while.
Yeah! Is it up to a year?
Not
it's not up to a year.
Next week we make it a year.
Are you serious?
I was here actually after the AMVCA.
Yes.
Yeah, that was the last time I was here.
Oh.
Yeah.
You love reviews like this, so don't worry, we got you covered. So the Met Gala happened yesterday. You said you watched it live.
Yeah.
I didn't, unfortunately.
Oh wow. It was phenomenal. Like the celebrities, like one thing about the Met Gala, we look forward to what would these celebrities put out there. Yeah, because it's art. Like they will give their best, and all of them were looking special and amazing. Like the likes of Serena Williams, Venus Williams, representing their sports and everything. Like Venus Williams was representing the black culture in the tennis world. She was putting on an embrace of what's it called again, Wimbledon that she have won. The black people who have won Wimbledon, like she was putting it on her neck. So a lot was happening. It was just telling a lot of stories. What she was putting on.
I know they say costume is art. One thing about fashion I love so much is the fact that people are super creative and they have to bring their A game. In as much as they paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to get there.
And about $100,000.
I
think last year was $75,000.
And this is like $100,000. And you still need access to go into that place. So if you're able to pay that amount of money,
you can get.
Well, true. But I saw most of their outfits and I was actually sad at Nigerians. I didn't see Nigerians.
Yeah, it's not about you can pay for the, like the of names say like Nike, Gucci. They have to, maybe they will buy a table and they will invite their favorite celebrities.
Okay, to be there.
Yes. So if you're not if your brand doesn't call you.
Unfortunately,
you won't be there.
So you didn't see one Nigerian person.
To be honest, I was expecting Burna Boy.
Because I was there last year. I was putting Arasta, Thames. They were there last year.
I was expecting Arasta, to be honest, because sorry to say this, because I think she's not always there.
But she was there last year.
Yeah, she was. She's not always there. I think last year was her first. So I was expecting Burna Boy and Thames, because these are the two.
Or even Davido.
I think Davido haven't been there.
Yeah, but I was expecting them.
I don't know, to be
honest. I felt so sad. I saw Tyler. Great. I saw Tyler. Tyler's outfit was...
Tyler is very, very big. Tyler is very, very big. Tyler is one of the biggest African artists. So Tyler is very, very big. And every year, I'm expecting to see Tyler. And
at the Met Gala.
At the Met Gala. And she doesn't disappoint. But
Burna Boy is also a very big artist.
Huh? Rema?
Burna Boy is also a very big artist.
I think Burna Boy is the biggest artist in Nigeria. So I've won a Grammy and everything. He's global. So yeah. So that's why I was expecting Burna Boy. I was expecting Burna Boy. So it's so sad that no Nigeria was there.
Yeah. I was saying something about the fact and the reason why I love fashion is because it is art, right? Yes. Whenever I see Akin Faminu, I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
Because his designer take his or her time
Yes.
To give him something spectacular. I was also expecting, like, you know, there are some people that you expect to see God. If you go to Met Gala, you're supposed to win something. You know Tiana that...
Tiana, wait, oh my...
This one I saw. Tiana went for Met Gala.
She did not go.
I thought she did.
She did not
because
go.
that outfit was given.
It's everything. She could have taken the light of
honestly
everything. She could have taken the light of everything.
She's one designer that
I'm like inspired. Like I'm so inspired.
She's supposed to do. I'm expecting her to do more. Like next year Met Gala, she's meant to get herself to that position.
I don't know. I wish it's something like you can just get yourself. Like I told Tiana,
she should find her way there. Even if she would appear.
Like, I'm telling you, Tiana
her outfit was even I saw Akim Faminu's outfit. I also thought Akim Faminu's outfit is actually a suit, but they did something with the cap and something in his hand or something. Yeah. So I'm like, okay, these people these are amazing people.
I'm telling
that
you,
we expect
Tiana
to see at the Met Gala, but unfortunately,
like Vicky James, like if Vicky
she can do something very great.
She will do a lot better. Like Vicky, Nigerians are so talented in the fashion industry. That's why I can't wait for the AMVC on Saturday because I know it's going to be spectacular.
Honestly.
So, because Nigerians like that, I saw that Tiana's picture. I was like, wow.
She always wow us. She always give us that. I wonder how she does it.
I'm telling you, she's so creative. Like, she's so creative.
How do you
make a gown with
oh my God.
Have you thought about it before?
Do you remember the other ones she usually do with snails, pepper,
newspaper, like a lot. The woman, like I'm inspired.
People are creative, and may
inspired.
God continue to bless the works of their hands. Today we're going to be reviewing some of. Sorry, I might not be calling your favorites. Maybe the ones you saw on screen, but I'm going to be pointing out some of the people that I felt like, wow, this outfit is actually spectacular. All right, let's have the first on the list. There is nothing too spectacular about this look, but I liked it because of the whole swingery thingy.
It's something regular that we always see.
It's something regular.
We have been seeing it.
If I should rate her, maybe 4 over 10.
I'll give it a 5.5. It's like body fitted and everything. So, but it's something that I'm always saying. Like I'm always seeing this. So there's nothing. I saw this. I was like, wow, I just screwed. I did not pay attention to this clothes. Yeah, to be honest.
But she last year she gave us something to talk about.
To be honest, she was in a suit.
Yeah.
And she was the co-host. So yeah. So
I was expecting her to do more, but maybe she decided to go for simplicity.
Tyler, she's always giving something good.
All right, let's have the next person on the list. I think it's Beyonce. Beyonce is the second person on the list. Let's have
Beyonce took the night.
Beyonce came out as queen.
She hasn't been here for 10 years, and this is the reason why we miss her in the Met Gala.
When I posted her on my status, people were like, "Oh my God, after how many years?
Yes.
Oh my God, after how many years?" And when you come out and you present yourself as a queen,
she took the night.
Honestly, this is beautiful.
A lot.
This is 10 beautiful. Over 10. This is 10 over 10.
The gown, the tray,
the hand glove, every single thing. It's giving skeleton.
Yes.
It's giving skeleton covered with some
beads. I think it's beaded.
Yeah, it's beaded actually.
It's beaded. The skeleton part is beaded, and even her daughter Blue, looking good.
I think this is her first time.
Yeah, this is her first time.
So.
Maybe she was in an interview when they asked her about Blue. She said that Blue is ready. She's ready. She's ready to take the red carpet and
every single time.
Every single time, like she's ready.
I mean, of course, because she's all grown and her mother is there to put her at that spot and push
her very well.
Yes.
Yes.
So of course we don't expect less. Yes, exactly. All right. Next person on the list is Ellen. Let's see what Ellen. This one gave me a goosebump.
Yeah. She's an artist.
Because I'm more like, what kind of magical outfit is this? Yes. I had to pause to look for where the bubbles are coming out from.
Yes. This is why it is called art. This is something I will see, it will blow my mind. This is the real definition of the costume and everything. It's giving art. Balloon, bubbles.
I don't know the magic they did.
Yeah.
But she's been on my FYP for anytime I scroll, people actually talk about this
outfit is very, very good. It's
not the regular.
It's the best look of the night.
It's not the regular outfit. And what wow people the most is the whole bubbles. Where is it coming out from? I guess someone is blowing it around it, but I don't know.
But this
is actually 1,000 over 10.
Yes,
for
it's very, very
me.
good.
This is
very, very good. Looking very, very classy and simple and very
but
nice.
magical.
Yes,
very magical. All right, let's have Tyler. Tyler was giving.
Honest.
You know, all this Pharaoh's daughter or Pharaoh's wife.
Yes.
That is what her outfit is giving.
I'm looking at this outfit.
Princesses from Egypt or something. And I've been looking at this outfit and I'm like, you did better last year.
You did way better last 2 years.
You did better, even last 2 years.
That last 2 years, that sand, that's
that was what I'm talking about. That was exquisite. So this one, I don't know what you were trying to portray. It's beautiful.
It's beautiful, but
it's beautiful.
We've seen something better.
We've seen something better. That was why I said when I saw this. Okay, is she portraying a princess from Egypt or the queen, Pharaoh's wife or something?
It seems like that outfit. I don't know if I'm gonna call it corset. That outfit there.
Yes,
like,
yes. And it's just beaded. Yes, it is. Because I had to zoom to look at it properly.
So
It's not like it's bare.
That outfit is good. But
it's creative, but we expected more.
Yes, I think so.
So I'll give her an 8 over 10.
Yes, exactly, 8 over 10.
Okay, let's check Anok. Yes, this one got me wondering.
I saw this outfit.
Now, can you see the tears?
Yeah.
Right? When I saw her outfit, I'm more like, is she giving a widow in tears or a mourning widow? Because first of all,
like a slave, I don't know. Like that was what I asked
because
myself.
she's dressed in all black, and there's tears in her eyes. She's not looking happy. She's looking like, you know when a billionaire's wife comes to a funeral, her husband's funeral.
Yes, exactly.
So that's what it's giving. I am still the queen, but I'm mourning. I don't know the art behind the whole tears, but it's explicit. I loved it because of the whole creativity, and maybe I'm not getting the whole idea behind the whole fashion.
The creativity is, I'll give it a 7 over 10 because she tried and she was giving us something to talk about.
I think she wouldn't have smiled. She would have kept a more moody face to make it more. Anyways,
this is why we are watching the Met Gala. Something that will make us talk. And the creativity is the
only creativity in this outfit is the tears, because the outfit is not something we've never seen.
It's something that we have
regular.
Seen. I think what's it called again? What's her name again? Thames wore something like this at the and what's it called again? What's the name of this award?
Grammys?
Not Grammy. Oscars. Something like this at the Oscars. We have seen something like this a lot.
6 over 10 for me, but the whole makeup on her face.
Like the makeup gave her 7.
All right, next on the list is Emma Chamberlain. So let's see.
This was giving me a whole lot.
I don't know what I felt when I
saw this. I'm like, it's a butterfly. Giving me feathers. I don't know, but the outfit is very, very good.
It's giving sea.
A mermaid fish, something like that. So I saw this outfit. It was very, very good, colorful. One of the best look of the night, and the colors there. Giving a lot of rainbow. A lot of things just happening here. You can see a lot of colors.
I wasn't really wowed. I think I was just attracted by the colors, and I was trying to give it a name. But I know it's giving it. The whole idea is sea life or sea fish or sea whatever,
but like a fish, because the feathers, that hand something is giving like feathers, and and then the trade, and it's giving the tail of a fish. So it's actually very, very nice. The creativity, I'll give this outfit a 9 over 10 because it is very good.
I think I'll give it a 9 over 10 too.
It's very good, and the skin color, everything, the shoes, the heels. It's good. It's very, very good. I love this outfit. I think this is one of my top 5.
Really?
Yes. Yes. One of my top 5. This outfit is very good.
Let's check out Cardi B's outfit. You told me Cardi B was the last person to work on the red carpet.
Queen of the night.
She's actually the drama.
Dramatic.
She is the drama.
She is giving us the drama.
When I saw Cardi, I said, oh no.
Oh my God.
You are the drama. You can't.
You
not
gotta be. Like,
you are the drama.
I want to watch Met
because she's always there to wow you.
Wants to make me. She makes me want to watch Met Gala. This is why I was awake till 3 a.m.
I don't know who this. Oh, you are literally waiting for Cardi B.
Yeah.
So if she didn't show up, you'd be disappointed.
No, I wasn't disappointed because I was like, wow, what's this?
No, like, but if she delayed, you would have been disappointed.
If she delayed.
If she didn't make it, you would have been disappointed.
Oh my, yes, she could have. I could have been disappointed if she didn't make it, and if she disappointed me with the outfit. Yes. Because
you can't make me wait for you, and you didn't show up looking all glam.
That's why, like, Cardi B has never disappointed.
But I don't understand. What do we title this outfit now?
I don't know. Like, and I haven't read her caption to know what she wrote about this outfit.
I don't know what to call this, but it's nice. It's explicit. I don't know the whole muzzle thingy in the shoulder.
Yes.
I don't know what to call it, but it is not something we always
like,
see. It's not the
regular. Something we have seen or something. She brings us something new. And believe me, when we might say something like this at the AMVC on Saturday, you know.
Nigerians will always recreate something.
Yes.
But you know one thing someone asked me, the person said, after seeing my stories, the person said, at the end of the day, what do they do with these outfits?
I think, as they say, like, the Met Gala is to, you know, raise money for the less privileged, and, you know, and that's just it.
It's actually for the museum. This particular one is for the museum.
Yes.
But the outfits now, because the guy was like, this is waste of money for me. Because you're not going to wear this clothes again. No, you know how people reason most times. I've thought of it that even all these ones
this is her job.
Good. I don't know where, of course they won't wear this again. It's more like, I'm going to give it back to the fashion designer, do whatever you want to do with it. Maybe make it an art or something. But the truth is, people have paid thousands and millions of naira for this out. So that's why the guy is more like, so at the end of the day now, after going for this Met Gala, what do they do with this outfit? I think there's this particular person, her outfit is giving tree with flowers and butterflies. I'm so sorry I didn't put it out there. It was also beautiful. It was exquisite. She was looking like a tree. A beautiful tree.
Oh yeah, I saw that outfit. The outfit make her way on time on the at the Met Gala.
I think she's
very like, it was good. And the person that started her, forgetting the name of the man, it's a man that started her. The person started Serena Williams last year, and it was good. I saw that outfit. I was like, wow, the outfit was very, very good. Like, I kind of giving something like
the butterfly was really
yes,
flying, and I'm like, this is super creative. All right, let's have Doja Cat's outfit. Let's see how. Now, when I saw this, my colleague was like, is it that they had to cut nylon and just stitch it together? Because this is looking like a trampoline. But it's beautiful anyway.
Beautiful.
It's beautiful.
This is what they call art. What can you do with a little piece?
Yes.
How can you be creative with it? So she made it something unique. This outfit is unique. It is unique and it is beautiful. And it matches her skin tone. If you watch the outfit, so it's nice. It's very, very nice. But
it's you know, when I saw this, like I said earlier, I felt like this is nylon, and whomever that come up with using a nylon to create a dress and thought of it on someone's body and maybe thinking that, oh, it's not gonna get torn or some sort, you are super creative, because only stitching a nylon would get it torn.
I'm telling you.
I'm sure people will say this is not nylon, but of course it's looking like
it's a nylon.
It's looking like
a fabric nylon.
Yes.
We have seen this type of fabric a lot of times.
Yes. It's not like she's doing something spectacular. It's not new. It's not new.
It's not new. Something like
the creativity and mindset towards it gave it a wow. Anyways, I'll give it an 8 over 10.
I'll give the outfit a 7.
Okay, next on my list is Kim Kardashian. I do not know what she looks like.
I don't really like it.
I told my colleague that no, I don't think we should display this. She said, no, this one is the right one to display, because what exactly are you looking like? What exactly is it? It's giving Power Rangers.
Yeah, giving Power Rangers, giving a lot of stuff. But I don't really.
There is nothing.
the colors of the outfit are nice, but you know, I don't know what she was trying
It's giving,
to
you know, all these Marvel movies,
exactly,
the ladies and all.
Yes.
That is what her outfit is giving.
Yeah.
It's just there.
It's not just, it's just there, but
I don't see anything to talk about.
I can't picture this outfit, but it's just the colors. The colors are nice, but the cutting of these clothes and you know how they bodied it, I don't know. There's something really off for me about this Kim's
I think
outfit.
it needed more. I think it needed more, maybe in
I don't know
her hand
if
or
it was
something.
like, you know, if there was a material like, you know, down here, because I think the up is good. The up
But the
is
down
good, but
is
the down
something else.
is
And the hand is so bare.
Yeah, it's so bare.
This is a 4/10 for
I'm
me.
not, like I'm rating it 2/10 because there's
That's
nothing
so
really good. Yeah, I'm trying to picture this outfit. I want to give the 2 is just for the up because she did a lot of job.
Yes.
Like, you know, the
It's
upper part of
giving
the
Power Rangers.
but the down is not that, you know, I've seen something, you know, very, very short, but at least give me something good, like, you know, maybe.
I mean, you are Kim
Downy.
Kardashian.
Yes, I was like, no, she's one of the people that we
want to see you do exploits.
Yes,
Anyways, last person on our list is Sabrina Carpenter. Let's have Sabrina Carpenter.
My
Beautiful. Beautiful.
My God.
I loved it. See, fashion designer. See, it's not by merging to Ankara. Oh. You need to go for an upgrade. You need to be super creative. Sabrina Carpenter's outfit is very beautiful.
Yes. Very, very beautiful.
Super beautiful.
One of the best look of the night. Very, very beautiful.
This is explicit. I don't know the material for this. It's giving that tape in, you know, that disc cassette when that's
so creative.
So I'm like, okay, that
like the creativity is
behind it.
It's so nice. It's so creative, and like the hair, the little you know, jewelry on the front of the hair is given. And you know, the corsets and you know, the neck piece, like, you know, the turtleneck,
it's actually
and the tray, like everything is just good. Everything is so good.
They all brought out their A game.
I'm telling you,
right? Every single person. I didn't display the men. There's this particular Sam what now?
Sam Smith.
Sam Smith. I forgot to display his outfit. When I posted it on my story, people were laughing. He looked like a witch in that outfit because there was something on his hair that looks like he's trying to fly. You know, this whole wizard. Have you watched Wizard in Waverly Place?
No,
in Disney Channel.
No.
He was looking like a wizard. The creativity great, but when I saw it, I laughed because what in Jesus' name is this? Anyways, all the fashion designers, each and every one of them that put out their A game, and all the celebrities that showed up at the Met Gala did amazing. We are super proud.
It was so
of
nice.
them. It gave us the real costume arts.
Yes.
We expected it, and of course they said it's all for the fundraising of the museum. So we hope it actually gets to what they expected, and it really raised the fund that they are expecting.
Obviously they will, because a lot of millions of dollars
has been put into it.
Like so
of course, yes.
Yesterday night. Last night was amazing, and it's something to talk about. And
you know you had more fun because you watched it live.
Yeah. I was screaming, like when I saw Beyonce's outfit. I was like, wow.
I didn't even bring out Rihanna's own.
Rihanna kind of, you know, like, you know, we already seen Rihanna's video on clip, like when she was living in the hotel room or something.
Yeah.
We already seen the clip before she made it to the red carpet. So you know, so we already, like, you know, Rihanna's outfit was very, very good. Like, you know, that kind of but it's something, I don't know, kind of.
Sorry, it looks like Spyro for me.
The outfit is very good.
No, it's good. But I'm like, what do I team this? What do I call this, right? It's giving Spyro Jira. I don't know.
It was the husband.
Yeah, oh my God.
Nice.
I regret not bringing up the men for this.
Yeah, I think that's the best look for me at the men. Like, you know, that's his husband's outfit. That's the best look for me for the night. And Yeah.
You know, Franklin, I love doing this whole review with you. AMVCA is happening this weekend, so we know Nigerians are not going to fail us.
Exactly.
We're going to be reviewing your outfits.
Yeah, so not fail us. I already seen a clip. What's it called? Tosi Siva. He's a blogger. There's this outfit. Just a normal gown, pink gown, selling for $10,000. That's 30,700,000 naira just for AMVCA. So I am expecting Nigerians to do a lot because Nigeria, this is their brand. This is where you show yourself to brands. So yeah.
You know the sad things. Someone, also part of the Nollywood, said this might be the last AMVCA. So like, if it happens, it might. It's not
impossible.
We don't know yet.
I think it's impossible.
We don't know yet.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Well, the world over, January each year is World Cervical Cancer Awareness Month. It's actually a month dedicated to cervical cancer awareness, prevention, management, and treatment. And today we're going to be talking about cervical cancer, preventable, treatable, beatable. My name is Chigichi Agorom. I'm your host, and this is Inside Health. With me in the studio is Dr. Joseph Tochukwu Enebe. He's a consultant obstetrician and gynecologist with ESU Teaching Hospital, ENUGU. Thank you so much for joining us this beautiful Saturday. How are you doing?
I'm fine.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Great. So we're going to jump into the meat of the matter. But first, I would like you to stay put and listen to our special report so you can have an understanding of what our subject matter, cervical cancer, is. Please stay with us.
Every year, hundreds of thousands of women around the world face the silent threat of cervical cancer. Yet, this disease is largely preventable. It's a cancer that, if caught early, is treatable, but too often, it remains undetected until it's too late. Today, we'll explore the causes of cervical cancer, its impact, and the powerful ways we can stop it in its tracks. Cervical cancer develops in the cervix, the lower part of the uterus that connects to the vagina. It is most commonly caused by an infection with the human papillomavirus, or HPV. HPV is a virus transmitted through sexual contact, and it's extremely common. Most sexually active people will be infected at some point in their lives. For many, the body clears the virus on its own. But for some, certain high-risk types of HPV can cause lasting changes in the cells of the cervix, leading to cancer over time. These changes are not immediate, and cervical cancer often develops slowly. In fact, it may take years or even decades before these abnormal cells become cancerous. Early-stage cervical cancer rarely causes symptoms, which is why screening is critical for detection and prevention. In the early stages, cervical cancer often doesn't show any noticeable symptoms. This silent progression is what makes regular screenings so essential. The pap smear, a simple test that collects cells from the cervix, can detect abnormal cells before they become cancerous. When cervical cancer is detected early, the survival rate is as high as 92%. That's why it's vital for women to get regular screenings as part of their routine healthcare. A pap smear is not only a lifesaver, but it's also a tool that provides the opportunity for early intervention. When abnormal cells are detected, they can be treated before they develop into full-blown cancer. The primary cause of cervical cancer is the HPV virus. It's important to note that HPV is common, with the vast majority of people who have sex becoming infected with the virus at some point in their lives. But not all HPV infections lead to cancer. In fact, most infections are cleared by the body's immune system within a few years. However, certain high-risk strains of HPV, particularly type 16 and 18, are linked to the development of cervical cancer. These high-risk strains are responsible for about 70% of all cervical cancer cases. While there is no cure for HPV itself, there is a powerful tool that can prevent infection with the most dangerous strains, the HPV vaccine. The HPV vaccine is an important step in the fight against cervical cancer. It's most effective when administered before individuals become sexually active, typically between the ages of 11 and 12. But it can also provide protection for people up to the age of 26, reducing the risk of HPV infection and, consequently, cervical cancer. Vaccination programs are already making a difference in many countries. In regions with high vaccination rates, the number of cervical cancer cases has begun to decline. Yet, there are still many parts of the world where access to the vaccine and screenings is limited, and cervical cancer remains a major health challenge. Globally, cervical cancer is one of the leading causes of cancer-related deaths among women, particularly in low- and middle-income countries. Here, limited access to screening and vaccination programs means that many women are diagnosed too late, when treatment options are fewer. In some regions, the lack of awareness and healthcare infrastructure further exacerbates the problem. However, there are efforts underway to change this. Mobile clinics and educational campaigns are bringing much-needed screenings and vaccinations to rural and underserved areas. Through outreach and awareness, communities are being empowered to take charge of their health. Education is one of the most powerful weapons we have in the fight against cervical cancer. In many places, awareness campaigns are helping women understand the risks of HPV, the importance of regular screenings, and the life-saving potential of the HPV vaccine. By educating women about their health, we can increase early detection and prevention rates. Empowering women to make informed choices about their health not only saves lives, but it also creates healthier communities for future generations. Every year, thousands of women survive cervical cancer. Women like Maria, who, after receiving a routine screening, learned she had abnormal cells. She underwent treatment and is now healthy, cancer-free, and living life to the fullest. Her story, like so many others, is a testament to the power of early detection, treatment, and prevention. When cervical cancer is caught early, the outcome is often positive. But not every woman is so fortunate. Globally, cervical cancer still claims far too many lives. That's why our fight must continue, and why we must ensure every woman has access to screenings, the HPV vaccine, and the knowledge she needs to protect herself. The fight against cervical cancer is not just a local challenge, it's a global one. But it's a challenge we can win. With education, access to vaccines, and early screenings, we have the tools to drastically reduce cervical cancer deaths. The World Health Organization has set an ambitious goal to eliminate cervical cancer as a public health problem by 2030. This goal is within reach, but only if we act together. Cervical cancer doesn't have to be a silent killer. Through prevention, education, and early detection, we can protect the women of today and tomorrow. Together, we can end the suffering and ensure a future where cervical cancer is no longer a threat. Thank you for joining us on this important journey. Stay informed, take action, and be a part of the movement to end cervical cancer for good.
Thank you. Many thanks for still staying with us. And our guest is still in the studio, Dr. Tochukwu Joseph Enebe, a consultant obstetrician and gynecologist. Dr. Enebe, from our report, it's safe to say that cervical cancer is a disease of the females. And if it is, can you tell us in simple terms what exactly is cervical cancer?
Well, in the most simple terms, we could say that cervical cancer is the growth of cancer cells on the cervix.
Okay.
The cervix is the mouth of the womb. That is the entrance to the womb in a very simple way. So when you have abnormal cells start growing there, and growing uncontrollably. That is what we call cancer. And that's cervical cancer, yeah.
Okay, so you said the abnormal cells. What, predisposes a woman? And we're going to get to whether it can actually affect the males, because from the special report we heard about people being sexually active, but we're going to get to that in a bit. Now, what are some of the predisposing factors that could make one female, develop cervical cancer, maybe another one may never develop it in a lifetime?
Okay, well, just from what we've heard so far, cervical cancer, one of the major it has been known that the major cause of cervical cancer is human papillomavirus infection, and is sexually transmitted. So we say that cervical cancer is a sexually transmitted disease. So now, how are you predisposed to it? It means that first of all, you have to have what? Sexual contact. So, and also, the report also told us that if you have a sexual contact at the time when the cervix is immature, is not strong enough to resist the infection.
Can you give us an age range?
We talked about below 18 days. If you have
Below
the first
18 years.
sexual contact within this period. But they also mentioned that the likelihood is commoner. It's commoner among the younger age. So if you start coming back from 11, 10, 9, which commonly in our society now, you find out that the women now have their first sexual contact at those ages, So, and what happens at that age? When the human papillomavirus infection is so many, they have so many strains. And amongst those so many strains, there's only few of them a number of them that causes cervical cancer. We mentioned the strain called 16 and 18, and likewise 35, 45, and others. These are the ones. So you may be infected with human papillomavirus infection without being affected with those oncogenic strains, those ones that cause cancer.
You have to speak English.
So,
you're speaking the OBGYN.
Yes. So oncogenic, the cancer-causing strains. So if you are infected with those ones, now the body also has its natural defense system of fighting those viruses. So now, if the age is immature, you find out that over time, those viruses are not excreted. But in the adult, somebody that has a very good immune system, you find out that over time, about majority of the viruses, they're excreted. So you find out that those ones, they don't grow into abnormal cells and then subsequent cancer. So it means that one, if you have sexual exposure in an early age, it could develop cervical cancer in future. Now, it's not only that. We don't find out that, okay, now assuming I don't even engage in sex at all, it means that probably I am not going to have cervical cancer. So now, it means that abstinence could be a preventive way of people not getting cervical cancer. Now, assuming that I have only one sexual partner, it means that maybe probably if we have a virus, we may share only one virus, or we may not even have at all. However, now when you now find a woman having multiple sexual partners, you now find out that problem comes in. Then in our own traditional system, we find out that our people, sometimes you see early marriages, and those early marriages, probably, there could be polygamous family in some of them. So you find out polygamy, where you have so many women. This one has
it all boils down to multiple sex partners.
So it boils down to almost the same thing. So we're saying that, fine, the major factor is what? Early sexual exposure, multiple sexual partners, and then things that can bring down your immunity system. Assuming that even at adult age, maybe beyond 18, somebody gets exposed to human papillomavirus infection, and then there is no good immunity. So, for example, people that have human immunodeficiency virus, HIV infection. So it brings down the immunity to the extent that the body can't fight those HPV viruses, and then there's no persistence. So actually the major cause of the precancerous cells or those cancer-causing cells is just that the virus stays there for a very long time. So if it stays there for a very long time, you cannot have time to now develop into cancer. Now, and if you look at this cancer, you can also say that this cancer is a very merciful cancer because it gives you time for you to do something.
But in giving you time to do something, you're not even aware that
is the problem.
So is it really messy?
Yes, it's merciful because It's saying, okay, now you have opportunities of not getting infected. That's number one. Now, secondly, even when you are infected, if you have a very strong immunity, it means that you can ward off the virus. Now, even when you get infected and you couldn't remove the virus, it also tells you, please, I am there. But the problem, can I know that the virus is there? So when that neglect is given to that disease condition, you then find out that over time, between 10 to 20 years, somebody develops cervical cancer. So which means that within 10 years, 20 years, it could have been dealt with. And I think that's the reason why we're here.
Are there other lifestyle factors that can predispose a woman to contracting cervical cancer? For example, sharing of underwears, hygiene, certain kinds of food. Are there other lifestyle factors that can predispose someone
Just
to
like
cervical
what I have
cancer?
said, every other thing that is surrounding this is just like stories, you know. The only major known cause of cervical cancer is sexual exposure, not because we're wearing similar clothes and all that. So if that's a mechanism of transmission is not known to science as of the moment.
Okay.
And then, like I said, you know, having sexual exposure at an early time, maybe due to marriage or due to probably the decadence in the
society.
Yeah.
Was that why, although I'm jumping a little bit, but it's really important, was that why during the time of the cervical cancer vaccination, a certain age range was targeted? Rather than those in the older age bracket, they targeted the younger ones, I think between 11 and 13 or 11 and 14. Was that the reason why?
Okay. Yes, of course. You know, because it's science, you know. That most of the time we have seen that most of the time the sexual exposure comes in almost about just shortly after this time. Even though we may argue that we have to even bring the age backwards because sexual exposure can even occur at 10 years, depending on the family brought up of the girl child. Yeah.
All right. You mentioned that sexual orientation, sexual escapade, that is the major predisposing factor. Now, and from the special report, and you have also alluded to the fact that it's a sickness of the female folk.
Yes.
But it is gotten through sexual intercourse.
Yes.
And sexual intercourse is between a man and a woman.
Yes.
So how does the man transmit HPV, which is the etiological agent, without himself getting sick? And then the woman carries the virus and probably it progresses to becoming, you know, a cancer.
So if you look at the HPV virus, it affects surfaces. If you come to a woman, the epithelium, you know.
What is the epithelium?
The epithelium is the cover of those reproductive tracts. Like you have the vagina, you have the anus, you have the cervix. You find out that the HPV can actually affect all those surfaces. But the one we are discussing today is just the cervix, the cervical cancer. So men on their own part also have the covering of their penis. They can also have cancer caused by the same HPV.
Wow.
Then if also
but it's not called cervical now because it's
there's no cervix.
No
So,
cervix.
yes. So it's called penile cancer. So you can also have penile cancer there, but that's just the man's own version of cervical cancer.
Wow.
They can also have vaginal cancer. All of them are also caused by the same type of viruses.
Tell us about oral sex. Can it transmit HPV?
Yes, definitely it can transmit HPV.
How does that work really?
Now, you are touching the body parts where those viruses are. So you swallow the viruses at the end of the day. So it can also cause problems in the throat. So
because there's also lining.
Yes, can also cause throat cancer. So that's why it's not really advocated. I hope women will understand that.
No, we're here to educate. Please go ahead. So you're saying this same HPV that can cause cervical cancer, can cause penile cancer, and cause throat cancer.
And then if people that also have anal sex also causes anal cancer.
My goodness. What are the signs, the earliest signs of cervical cancer?
Now, the truth is that at the early part of cervical, maybe, let me say, there are stages in this progression of the cancer. One is that the cancer can progress from infection to the precancerous stage. From the precancerous stage, the cancer itself.
Okay.
So we now find out that the cancer during the precancerous stage, no symptoms.
Asymptomatic.
So it's highly asymptomatic. So the woman who has such a condition won't know that it has any infection. Then also the early part of the cancer itself may not present with any symptom. However, when the woman starts presenting with symptoms, most of the time you find out that the cancer has advanced.
Yeah.
So now what are the symptoms a woman can see and they say that he has cervical cancer? First of all, you may have a discharge. Now, that discharge could be described as watery and has offensive odor.
Very different from the ovulation
Yeah,
discharge.
no, it's not cyclical, it's always there, and it's watery and it's foul smelling. So if a woman has that, it means that she has to go and see the health professional, especially the one of the OBGYN. Okay? Now, apart from that, if a woman has sexual contact, especially maybe with the partner or the husband, and there is blood, so bleeding after sex, you must see the doctor for more examination. And
What kind of bleeding? Can you describe the bleeding?
Post-coital bleeding, maybe after sex, or during the sex, you see spots of blood. Of course, you must have to find out where is that bleeding coming from. Is it coming from tears, or is it just coming from those epithelium? If it happens, then we'll have to screen the woman further to know whether she has cervical cancer. Then I mentioned, you can also touching inside the body, if there is a mass there. Those masses are usually, they bleed very easily. A woman touches there and there is bleeding. Now remember, this cancer doesn't stay only on the cervix. It can also move forward to affect other organs.
Upwards.
It can move both. It can affect the rectum. It can affect the urinary bladder.
Is that mobile?
Of course, these are cells now, and those cells are they are micro, of the micro size, so they can be
Do they
transmitted.
talk to each other like? Do they have
you can see
intercell communication?
Of course, one cell affects the other, just like that until it gets around the body. So now, if all those structures there around the cervix are affected, you may also have symptoms. One of the symptoms, a woman can come down with kidney failure. And now what's happened? Maybe probably because this cancer affected the pelvis of the woman and blocked urine passage and damaged
from the bladder.
Yes, and damaged the kidneys. The woman may also urinate and urinates blood because the cancer has also affected the urinary bladder and she's now urinating blood. So you can see whenever a woman has any condition not to see blood and she sees blood from her private parts, she has to come to the hospital for further investigation. Or maybe she's poo-pooing and there is blood there, so she has to...
Well, with poo-pooing, you would suspect it's from your digestive tract.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Whether it's from the digestive, well, you have
Just
to come
go
to...
check yourself.
Yeah, so that we cannot investigate further and find out. But before that one occurs, of course, the major pathway could have had symptoms, Not like I said, more of bleeding. Most of the time, the bleeding is most of the time uncontrollably. And there is a lot of offensive smell. Of course, some of us that stay in the hospital, you find out that when you see a woman that has cervical cancer, of course, from the offensive odor, we know. We have not spoken to the woman, but we know that this is a cervical cancer. And it's a disease of shame, and nobody wants to have cervical cancer.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You know, a while ago, we talked about certain lifestyle factors that can predispose a woman. And there's this, well, I would call it like a cosmetic practice among the female folk. It's called douching. You find some people they'll tell you it's saline, it's neutral, the pH is neutral, just use it to wash your insides. Now, is this a myth? Is it an old wives' tale? Does it do any work, or is it a predisposing factor in itself, to that area? How does douching help the women folk, and does it predispose them to cervical cancer?
Just like I mentioned before, douching is not a practice that we support in our practice, because one, like you said, it can also help to transmit some other infections and all that, and it doesn't prevent cervical cancer in any form. Say you want to wash off the HPV viruses, it doesn't. So if somebody is practicing douching, it doesn't help prevention of cervical
cancer. Does it even do anything? Does it help in any way?
It doesn't have any significant value.
Therapeutic or
no
value.
It doesn't have. Probably people do it because they don't want to get pregnant. But
even
still,
with that,
it doesn't prevent
pregnancy.
Yeah.
All right. So according to the report, cervical cancer is like the second largest in terms of prevalence, second only to breast cancer. Now, why is it that most cancers, their etiology is unknown, but this one particularly is known? And there was this recent report, I've forgotten the details, where a surgeon was known to have contracted cancer from operating a cancer patient. Now, is this something that is real? Can a cervical cancer patient transmit, the virus to probably her physician or maybe a caregiver? Or so is it transmittable?
Well, for that to happen, there have to be a lot of processes. Like now, the caregiver could be a man. And before we operate on women, we usually protect ourselves properly, and so that there's no contact.
Yeah,
so you find out that there's no contact. Like I said, the major problem there is contact, skin contact, between both the two parties that are involved. So if there's no major persistent skin contact, there won't be any transmission.
Okay.
And like I said, not only that there is transmission, somebody gets a HPV virus infection. But remember that over time, if you have a strong immunity, your body system can always remove those viruses. The problem is when the body immunity has failed and you find out that there is a development of cancer-causing-like cells, which eventually, if unchecked, will eventually progress to cancer. Yeah.
All right. So, like I mentioned earlier about cervical cancer vaccination, right? And on so many platforms, medical and healthcare platforms, people have come out to say cervical cancer is really important that women are aware, protect themselves and things like that. But then finally you find out that people are not catching on. Case in point, the recent rollout of cervical cancer vaccination. What has been your experience with the vaccination? Is there hesitancy? Did people fight it or did they really accept it? Before you answer that question, I think it should be a follow-up question to how exactly does vaccination prevent cervical cancer? Then you can answer to the vaccine hesitancy.
Okay, let's start with the how vaccines affect.
Yes.
Now, what vaccine does is that they bring in the antigen. Antigen is something that looks like...
I was going to tell you to explain what antigen means.
Something that looks like the HPV virus. And then they plant it in somebody's system. Now, the body reacts to it by developing antibodies. That's cells that fight...
Soldiers that fight
those cells.
Yeah.
So when the body develops it, it means that the body is now equipped. So when the body now sees anything like that virus, it attacks it and takes it away. So that's what the virus does. So now, if a girl child is given that HPV vaccine, it means that she now develops immunity. So it means that the virus cannot affect the woman. If that type of virus affects
because you mentioned it's type 16 and type 18.
Yes.
Can one vaccine, protect for 16 and 18, or you take two different vaccines for the two different?
No, like the common vaccines we have the Cervarix. We also have the Gardasil. Now the Cervarix protects for only two, like the 16 and 18, and they cause majority of the cervical cancer, up to 70% of the cervical cancer. So now, but the Gardasil has about 4 strains that it helps to prevent, both the 6, 11, 16, and 18. Now, they are also working on trying to get more vaccines that are polyvalent, that is, that can prevent so many viruses. Up to 9, they have gotten a vaccine that can prevent up to 9 strains. Okay, so that is where we are at the moment. Just like the question he asked, assuming that one of the virus that I got, I am not protected against it in my vaccine, probably you may develop cervical cancer. But like I said, the majority of the cancer-causing viruses are protected by these two. So if we're able to take out these 70% of viruses, I mean, the girl child will be protected against the
All right,
virus.
we're still going to get to the vaccine hesitancy. However, I want to go to the streets. There's another report, Vox Pop want to find out what do people know, the extent of the knowledge they have of cervical cancer. So please take a listen to this presentation.
Cervical cancer is a a growth that cannot be contained. In other words, it's malignant. Yes, it can spread. That's the meaning. It does not stay in one place. So it can start from that place, from the mouth of the womb, and spread to other parts of the womb and go into other parts of the pelvic region. Affect even the bladder. It can affect the stomach. It can go up and go to the chest. And typically, cells, malignant cells, can even travel through the lymphatic system. In other words, it can get very far from where it started. So it is caused by what is called the human papillomavirus. There are the HPV for short. There are many strains of it. So many strains of it. In other words, many types of human papillomavirus. And this is a cancer, incidentally, this is a cancer that has a known organism that causes it, unlike many other cancers. So it is helpful in the sense that if there is an organism that is known to cause it, something can be done if that organism can be arrested. So in trying to prevent it, children at a certain age who have not had any sexual contact can receive a vaccine, the human papillomavirus vaccine, that would prevent if that organism comes into their body now, their antibodies will now fight it and they will not come down with the cancer. And it's not for adults who have been engaged in sexual activity. So talking about finding it out early, like in cancers, early detection is usually the best form of treatment. So we do certain things like pap smear. Something is taken from that portion in a female. And may I just say something before I get to that? It affects only females, but males can also harbor that virus. Yes, males can harbor the papillomavirus, the human papillomavirus. Males can harbor it in their body, but they will not suffer from it because they don't have a cervix, they don't have a womb, but they can transmit it effectively to as many women as possible. Yes, and that is why one of the ways of preventing it is not having multiple sexual partners, maintaining a good sexual life, then doing the preventive, which is going for screening for pap smear in designated places like the University of Nigeria Teaching Hospital or cancer centers by the Medical Women Association of the ENUGU State. I think they also do that, and some other private institutions do that. So the treatment for that, if detected early, the womb that place can be removed. That is surgery. A radiotherapy can be done. Chemotherapy using drugs to kill the cancer cells can be done. If it hasn't advanced much, that's why early detection is very important. So generally, the awareness that should be created is for parents to know that their girl child can receive the vaccine and have that cancer prevented. Because if I'm not wrong, it's about the second most lethal cancer. It kills, in statistics, it is after breast cancer. That is next. After breast cancer, that is next. But a child can be prevented at an early stage by receiving the vaccine. Then, like I said before, people should not be engaged in multiple sexual activities. They should maintain a partner. And the screening also can be done. I'm not quite sure about screening on men to know if they have it. I believe that there might be. Let me not say what I'm not very sure of right now. Then, in conclusion, we need support for cancer patients, because there are places that the fund of Nigeria or the global world or WHO goes into that are not really so necessary. Their health is not given priority. Women with cancer, you find out that majority of women with cancer, cervical cancer, are paupers. Yes, they are paupers because sometimes their lifestyle is due to poverty. Even if you are so rich, treatment for cancer is quite expensive. So it depletes the purses of people. So funding and support to cervical cancer patients and other cancer cases is very necessary.
Cervical cancer is a type of cancer that affects the cell cervix. So it's close to the lower abdomen, which is the vagina. So cervical cancer, it has affected more than 90% of women in this country. So I think that talking about cervical cancer, we need solutions to cervical cancer. First of all, some people don't know the solutions. They don't even know anything about cervical cancer. Therefore, the government needs to create awareness to the women. Even if we cannot create it in a very big way, it can be introduced in the secondary school, university, or even in primary school in order for people to know about it.
Awareness of cervical cancer. So I think government should create more awareness. Not just government, even schools, they should teach about cervical cancer, because I myself, I don't really know much about cervical cancer. So government should create awareness in hospitals, even the society, they should talk more about cervical cancer and the dangers of cervical cancer, because it kills women and some women don't even know about cervical cancer. Also in hospitals, there should be vaccines for cervical cancer, because in my secondary school, I think a hospital came and we actually had to pay, and they gave girls vaccine for cervical cancer. So I think it should be talked about often.
I believe if the government put more efforts on the issue of cervical cancer, for example, HIV is widely known, kidney problems are widely known, but cervical cancer, I don't believe a lot of people, a lot of women knows about it. So if the government can concentrate on that area and put more this thing on that area, I believe it will make people be aware of it, and a lot of women will not die ignorantly, because it's when it gets to the dangerous stage that a lot of them know about it. So if the government can concentrate the way they concentrate on HIV, kidney problem, even malaria, on cervical cancer issues, I believe there will be a little bit of solution on that.
Welcome back. Well, before we went to take a listen to the Vox Pop, we were on cervical cancer vaccination hesitancy, and Dr. Enebe is still in the studio to have this discussion with us. So, Doctor, tell us, but before we go to that, there's something that someone mentioned from the Vox Pop that I wanted you to respond to. Yeah. There are many actually, but we'll take two. First of all, she mentioned that cervical cancer is malignant. Now you're going to explain what malignancy means, and indeed, if all cervical cancers or all HPV viruses cause malignancy. Then secondly, she said that the vast majority of women who suffer from cervical cancer are poor. Now, is there a correlation between the economic state of an individual and being predisposed to cervical cancer? So first of all, talk about the malignancy.
Okay. Well, malignant means cancer.
Okay.
They are cancerous. Okay. They have abnormal, uncontrollable growth that goes around to affect one cell, affect the other ones, and it continues to spread. Okay. So that's malignant.
Okay.
So it's not all HPV viruses that are malignant. Just like we said, some of them are. I used the word oncogenic before, like cancer causing. So some of them are not. They are low risk viruses. You get them. Some of them also cause normal genital warts. That's another thing also. Women
caused by HPV.
Caused by HPV. Just like that Gardasil I mentioned. They are caused by HPV 16 and 6 and 11. So you can see that Gardasil also controls for that
genital warts.
Yeah.
Okay.
So and then you talked about.
She mentioned that a vast majority of women that come down with cervical cancer are poor.
They are poor. Yeah. Well.
Is there any correlation between economic, standard and?
Yes.
And
from what she's saying that. Probably. We wanted to talk about hesitancy. And the major thing there is education, knowledge. Who knows about cervical cancer and who doesn't know? Now, we conducted a research in ENUGU among secondary school teachers.
Yes, I was going to get there.
Yes.
Because I know you posted it on ResearchGate, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
Among secondary school teachers. These are the people that should be teaching the children, or probably even the parents. We found out that majority of them don't have a good knowledge. It's only about 41% of them
knew what
cervical cancer is. So if they don't know, how will they now teach the children how to take vaccine? Have you seen where the problem started? And most of them are also parents somewhere, you know. Okay. Now we also even had we also did another study. Among the nurses that work in the hospital, they know about cervical cancer. You know, majority of them have good knowledge, but they never screened for cervical cancer causing.
So there's a gap between knowledge and attitude.
So you find out that attitude is different, and also knowledge is also quite different. That you educated does not translate to the fact that you will be screened. However, if you're educated, most likely your sexual life will be maybe different. You know, having multiple sexual partners will be grossly reduced. However, when you talk about poverty, she doesn't have the education. That's number one. Now, if you don't have the education, sometimes you see them getting married to polygamous homes, being exposed to sexual activities quite early in their life because they may be exposed to maybe the streets, you know. And then also, even when the person grows up, he doesn't know anything called screening. So you find out that poverty, in an essence, can translate to causing cervical cancer.
Let's talk about screening. Yeah. I think in the course of the presentation, screening came up, pap smear.
Yeah.
I want you to speak to how available the testing is and how easy it is to get tested. But first of all, tell us what the processes are. What exactly is pap smear?
Well, pap smear is a procedure that we carry out on women. It's a form of test that we carry out on women by collecting cells from the mouth of the womb. When we collect those cells, we stain them on a slide and then view it under the microscope. And when we view it under the microscope, by specially trained people, there are certain things they will see on the cell. They say, oh, this one is getting abnormal. And they cannot say, okay, this one is high risk, this one is low risk.
They can be categorized.
Yes, they can be categorized just by looking at them under the microscope. So that is what is called a pap smear. And it's expected that every woman that is sexually active should at least, if they're coming into the hospital, should carry out pap smear. Now, in our own environment, you find out that carrying out this pap smear is difficult. Why? The people that are even meant to do the screening, there are just very few. If you look at what is happening in Nigeria now, majority of the doctors, they've all migrated. So who is going to carry out the screening? Who is going to read those pap smear? Now, what of the materials that we use for the pap smear? It's not commonly available. There was before I became a senior doctor in my hospital, I carried out a research and I wanted to do pap smear. I went to Guatemala, I couldn't find any material for pap smear. So I have to go to China to import those materials. And then
for pap smear?
Yes, for me to carry out that pap smear. So I found out that it's not commonly available. Now, which centers are now doing the pap smear? There are very few. Maybe you talk about UNTH, talk about Parkland, then talk about the Women's Center. You know, and then some other few. You find out that people don't even engage in procuring materials for those screening procedures. So now, I think the ENUGU state governments, they are working towards the fact that they want to make sure that people are trained. Now, training people at the primary level means that you have widespread information and education among the populace. Now, they also now learn how to now look out for those things that look like cancer. And if they do that, it means that majority of the people, when they come for antenatal, they should have that education.
Yeah.
They should be told about cervical cancer and when they can get that thing done. And then even among women meetings, how many times have they brought out their time and say, yes, there is one virus, they say that it causes our death, and that it kills almost majority of the women that have it. Can we table it and it becomes a major discussion on their table? So I find that enough is not being given to this particular disease. And that is why it has persisted and continued
for this long
to exist in the environment. Now, if you come to developing countries, the majority of the cancers are in developing countries compared to what we have in developed countries.
Which goes to collaborate what the lady mentioned.
Yeah. So why? If you go to developing countries, they have a streamlined policy how they are checking cervical cancer. First, they are checking it at the level of the primary level, making sure that women within the age of 11 and 14, or 9 and 14, that they have vaccination. Now, and if they don't catch it there, eventually get infected with the virus, they also wait for you at the screening level, where they also do pap smear, do visual inspection with acetic acid, and so many other ways of checking for whether you have exposure. Because that time, they're just checking whether the virus is there. You know, and all of them, all these, when they check and find out that it's there.
We find out that this is a matter, is a policy matter.
So you can see now.
It's a policy matter.
Yes.
Yeah.
So now let's get it down to what is happening in developing countries. Government is not interested.
My question would be, I know, but you know that government doesn't give you anything on a platter.
Yes.
As Nigerian government doesn't at least.
Yeah.
Now you're a member of NMA. You're also a member of MBCAN.
Yes.
What are some of the advocacy moves that you guys have made to see if there will be a little bit, even if it's just subsidy, you know, for carrying out the test, or just in any way to make it easier or accessible and affordable
you can
for
see
the people?
The women group, the medical women, that's the women that are doctors in ENUGU.
Yes.
They have taught it twice that this is the major cause of morbidity and mortality among women. And they said, I'm established a center, they are paying somebody. So what we're not saying that we want to spread this message more. That if you want to screen for cervical cancer, they can come and you'll be screened. So you can see, yes, and you see that sometimes when we're doing our health week, sometimes this is where we focused. And then when we also do our health outreaches.
I'm curious as to
Yes.
why you are leaving it for the women wing. You know, sometimes women listen more to their husbands than to their fellow women.
Yes.
So wouldn't it be important that the men also lend the voice to the
So
women
that's
wing?
what I'm saying, that sometimes when NMA, Nigerian Medical Association, when they are doing their outreaches, they also do pap smear as one of the, like in MDK and Parkland, when it comes to MDK and Parkland. Last, we went to Aba. And one of the things that we went to Aba was screening women for cervical cancer. It was part of our program. There's no way I could go there, and we know about it. So we screened a lot of women to know whether they had any risk of developing cancer. And the people that had problem, we brought them to ENUGU and they were treated. So it's part of our program. We have not forgotten that.
Yeah.
And not only cervical cancer, breast cancer, because two of them, they run hand in hand. So we examine people's breast and also make sure that we screen them for cervical cancer. So it's an integral part of, you can't discuss about anything anyway without putting cervical cancer by the side. So,
Now, does cervical cancer cause infertility in women or even in men as carriers?
Now, if somebody has HPV virus and no abnormal cells, there's no, you can have your babies and no infection.
The baby is not infected.
However,
okay,
you know, when there is a treatment around that cervix, maybe the cervix is being cut off or the uterus is removed, you now find out that you cannot say, this cervix has, this cervical cancer has not led me to not having a baby. I could remember when I was in training, a woman that has human immunodeficiency virus infection. Now, because of the fact that they have low immunity, so they even develop the virus at their early ages. So around 23, the woman developed cancer of the cervix. And when it develops cancer of the cervix, that area is blocked. It's covered. There's no way. There's even having sexual contact will not more be possible. So you can see such a woman will not have a child, and it may be described as infertility.
Yeah. Secondary, right?
Yes. No, infertility means that when you talk about primary and secondary, they are different. So, but it's infertility. Could be.
Okay, when you were discussing pap smear, it sounded a little bit invasive, right? But I know that antibodies have actually come up in the course of our conversation. So is there like a serological test that can be done to detect, the presence of, HPV or the antibodies to HPV without going through a woman's inner parts, right? Is there any test like that?
Well, most of the time what we do
as
is
an alternative to pap smear.
HPV testing, you want to now test whether the woman has HPV. Now do a DNA, check whether the woman has any cancer-causing virus.
You have to break it down
So
to carry
we still have to go there, just like the way when a woman has a discharge, she comes to the hospital and they takes a sample from there, And I think a woman has to start developing positive mindset towards preventing cervical cancer, making sure that each time you go to the hospital, you have an opportunity for you to do cervical cancer. Where I work, There's no woman that comes to my clinic that I don't recommend, at least for the first time, even if it means that this is the only time the woman will have pap smear. You know?
All right. So we are gradually winding down, but I wanted you to speak to, I know you've said you've done outreaches, but have you met with politicians or relevant stakeholders in trying to make, you know, when you get to the hospital, there are some tests that are, what's the word, vital tests, right? For lack of a better phrase, has there been any policy or advocacy move by your group or your association to, you know, speak to stakeholders to see how they can get this particular test, I'm talking about cervical cancer testing, to become not really an important, but a test that must be carried through and of course subsidized so that people can afford it. I know you have gone for outreaches, you have spoken to that, but is there like advocacy to meet with government officials, to meet with committees, healthcare committees, to say, guys, we need you guys to come and subsidize this so that women can have more access, make it an integral test, an integral part of the battery of tests that women can do when they come to the hospital, something like that?
I think the advocacy has always been there. And but what we're not begging now is that government should focus more on it, you know, and start bringing in material. Like I said, that ENUGU state government is going to train a lot of health workers. And why are they training the health workers? They want to train them on how to carry out cervical cancer tests on women, especially those women that are in the villages that don't have access to town or have places where they could be screened. So they are now training them. By Monday, you see that the training will start statewide.
Oh, beautiful.
So, I mean, that's a positive side from the government. And in the last government, they supported Parkland by creating a cervical screening center. And they supported it with colposcopy machine and the rest. So you can see governments, they also gradually, they're learning about it. Then if you watch in the last government, there was a time the girl child they were vaccinated against HPV. So, I mean, it's still also showing that they're also showing interest. But like you said, if government is going to hear us through this advocate, this is also means of speaking to the government, that any woman that comes to the hospital should have a free cervical cancer screening, just like what is done abroad. Once the person is sexually active, they should just give that cervical cancer screening free of charge. And then they should also invest more on medical workers that are going to help carry out this. Not allowing our medical doctors to be traveling abroad. By the time all of them travel, it means that the cervical cancer that is already so much. Imagine Nigerian population is about 1% of the world population, but you can about up to 10% of cervical cancer burden in the whole world. I mean, it's so bad. So we should make everything possible to retain our doctors.
In one word, what's the prognosis for cervical cancer? In one word, before we go, we have a testimonial of a cervical cancer survivor that will soon come up. What's the prognosis?
Let's see. If it's detected early, the prognosis is fine, good. Almost about more than 90% chances of 5 years survival. So if it's just the key thing there is early detection.
Beautiful. So with that, we get to the testimonial report of a cervical cancer survivor. Take a listen to this.
My name is Maria. I was diagnosed with cervical cancer, and it was one of the most challenging times of my life. However, through the support of my doctors, family, and friends, I found strength I didn't know I had. The treatments were tough, but I'm grateful for the medical advancements that helped me through. Today, I'm in remission, and I encourage others to take preventive measures such as regular screening and never lose hope in the faces of diagnosis.
And there you have it, a testimonial from a cervical cancer survivor. Great story. Thank you so much, Dr. Enebe. It was really good having this conversation with you. I mean, I, for one, I learned a thing or two, and I'm sure our viewer out there learned something. So thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much. We have not discussed, so we just opened up the discussion.
How about doing a part 2?
Of course, I'm always available. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And thank you for staying with us. That has been Inside Health. And don't go anywhere. Inside Health comes up next time, next week. I'm still your host, Chigi Chagoram. Bye for now.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Nigeria has the third highest burden of female genital mutilation globally, with 20 million cases and over 14 states highly affected. In 2015, the then president of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, introduced a law to help fight FGM and, of course, punish the offenders. But some communities, especially villages, are not even aware that this law exists and are still practicing the act. Female genital mutilation is a severe human rights violation that affects millions of women and girls worldwide, particularly in Africa, Asia, and the Middle East. The practice involves the partial or total removal of the female genitalia, often performed on young girls without their consent. An estimated 86% of females were caught before the age of 5, while 8% were caught between age 5 and 14, with an estimated 86 million girls worldwide said to be at risk of female genital mutilation between 2015 and 2030. The implication is that millions of girls are being robbed of their childhoods, health, education, and aspirations every day by the harmful practice. The prevalence of FGM is highest in the Southeast with 35%, and Southwest with 30%, and lowest in the Northeast with 6%. Medical experts warn that FGM has severe physical and emotional consequences, including chronic pain, infertility, and psychological trauma, which could last a lifetime, impacting not only on the individual, but also their families and communities.
There are some immediate and long-term complications of FGM. By cutting the clitoris is what gives arousal, okay? The labia minora, eucota, majora may consist of some little secretions, organs that secrete and wet that area, okay? So you cut them, there's problem. So even the infibulation, it juxtaposes the opening for the vagina, so it makes it look tiny and narrower. So it can cause what you call vaginal pain during sex or sexual pain.
There could be some urinary problems, difficulty in urination. It could affect childbirth and delivery, where you can have a narrow opening for delivery.
There will be complications. The short-term complications would involve shock, infections, excessive bleeding, hemorrhages. Why? Because most times you notice that 90% of the time you notice that the people that carry out these practices, one, are not medically trained. These are traditional experts that have little to no substantial knowledge of the human anatomy. Secondly, they do these things in septic conditions.
Sensitizing the community and the society at large on the effects of female genital mutilation, because it causes a lot of harm than good to the public.
A broadcast journalist, Hyginus Odo, emphasized that FGM is a cultural belief that should be eradicated and discouraged.
When a way of life becomes inimical to human, to life itself, when a way of life becomes inimical to life itself, what do? You have to review that way of life. And that's why it's not to eradicate the culture of the people in totality, but those aspects of the culture of the people that are inimical to the existence of human being in the society should be looked into.
Women's rights advocates shared their views on the legal implication of FGM during a recent Zoom session with Signature TV. A legal practitioner, Chioma Ode, revealed that the case of FGM in Ebonyi State often go unreported because victims are reluctant to report their loved ones, which she said is a major challenge in addressing the harmful practice.
Because one of the things that we have come to see as a challenge is that this mutilation or this cutting or this circumcision is actually carried out by the family. the parents, the guardians. And when you see that your family member, your father, your mother, your uncle, your auntie circumcised you as a female, chances of reporting the matter is slim. And even when you report the matter, even when you see the survivors, we call them survivors, that report this matter, or victims, as you may see them, that report this matter, it is also very slim to see that this victim or this survivor would actually want to speak up or to complain or to even follow this matter to a logical conclusion. It's very rare. So I wouldn't tell you that, yes, currently we have a case study, that this case study has actually been followed up to a logical conclusion. But whether female genital mutilation is a crime, is a crime.
More awareness needs to be created. In fact, I want to laud Signature TV for taking it upon you to create this wonderful awareness via your platform. It's a laudable venture, and I commend you for that. Okay, but I think, being a media person as well, I think that there should be much conversation around female genital mutilations.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Development Discourse, where we ideate for Africa's development. My name is Patrick Okibo, founding partner at Next Year. Next Year is a multi-competency advisory firm that's focused on addressing complex development challenges across the continent. Liberal democracy should be the final stage in political evolution, if we listen to Francis Fukuyama. Yet over the years, whilst many countries have taken to elections, democracy, which should be government of the people, by the people, for the people, has at best stagnated, but could be receding, not just in Africa, but across the world. In their engaging and intensely provocative book, How to Rig an Election, Nick Cheeseman and Brian Klass discussed the limitations of national elections as a means of promoting democratization and revealed 6 essential strategies dictators and autocrats.
I lost you for a moment, but you're back. I'm not sure whose end it was on, I'm afraid, but let's keep going. We're back now. I can see you, you can see me. It's all good.
Excellent, excellent. So Nick Cheeseman is a professor of democracy at the University of Birmingham and founding editor of the Oxford Encyclopedia of African Politics. He has authored more than 10 books focusing on democracy, elections, and development. Articles based on his research have won several prizes, including the Giga Award for the best article in comparative area studies in 2013, and the Frank Cass Award for the best article in democratization 2015. His book, How to Rig an Election, which we're discussing or are going to use as a context for our discussions today, was selected as one of the best books of the year by Spectator magazine. In recognition of his academic and public contributions, the Political Studies Association of the United Kingdom awarded him the prestigious Johnny Lewandowski Prize for outstanding professional achievement. In recent years, he has also won the Celebrating Impact Prize of the Economic and Social Research Council for outstanding international impact and the Josiah Mason Award for academic advancement. Nick is a frequent contributor on democracy, elections, and global events, and appears often in The Economist, Le Monde, Financial Times, Washington Post, New York Times, etc., and a regular column for the Africa Report and the Mail and Guardian. You can find more of his thoughts on democracyinafrica.org, which he founded and co-edits. Nick, welcome.
It's a real pleasure to be here.
Fantastic. Now, starting from just the question that's top of mind for many people, why should we as Africans continue to be bothered with democracy if it is so fractured, as I mentioned in my intro?
Well, one of the things that's interesting is that, in different parts of the world, democracy performs in different ways. And one of the things that I found in Africa is that although we would often talk about being disappointed in the performance of democracy, and, it is common now to say that democracy doesn't deliver, in general, most of the research we have actually shows two things. One, most African people want to live in a democracy. And two, countries that are more democratic in Africa actually tend to provide better quality services and do a little bit better on economic growth than their authoritarian counterparts. So maybe just an extra line on those two key points. If you're interested, if people who are listening are interested, you can go to the Afrobarometer website, afrobarometer.org. You can look up the figures for, almost any country in Africa. I think they've got 39 to 40 countries now up there. And you can see, and support for democracy as a system of government is pretty high. It's been dropping a little bit. People are frustrated, but it's still pretty high. And rejection of other systems of government, rejection of military rule or one-man rule or one-party rule is also pretty high. So, we should care about democracy because people in countries that we're interested in care about democracy. But also, as I say, I think sometimes people underestimate what democracy has achieved and overestimate, the performance of alternative systems. So people will often say to me, but look at Rwanda. Rwanda's doing well. Wouldn't it be better if everyone was Rwanda? And I remind them, well, we have one Rwanda. And we have a lot of other authoritarian systems in Africa that have never come close to Rwanda. And actually, what I would say is true of Africa, which is broadly true of most places around the world, is that you get a very small number of authoritarian regimes that perform particularly well. And often they'll outperform the average democratic system. They'll be up there. But the vast majority of authoritarian systems are not doing that. They're right down here at the bottom. And actually, most democracies are in the middle. And so generally speaking, I think we need to remind ourselves that actually most authoritarian systems are not Rwanda, they're Zimbabwe, they're the Democratic Republic of Congo. They're actually systems that fail their citizens in terms of the provision of public services. And when we see it that way, I think it gives us lots of good reasons to persevere with democracy, even despite the challenges and the frustrations so far.
And if we look at the Afrobarometer data, and you talked about it, it's beginning to taper out or maybe even drop a little bit in Africans' desire for democracy. Is this because we're asking, is it the way we frame the question? So here I'm thinking, if we went back to the mid-1990s and we asked the Chinese, what type of political system do you want? Do you want democracy or do you want communism? They probably choose democracy from the way it's defined. But it appears that a third way has appeared, which is this thing, call it whatever, with Chinese characteristics. Is it capitalism with Chinese characteristics or whatever the political system they're running with Chinese characteristics? Are we beginning to see some of that in Africa, i.e. what Rwanda is doing? Is he onto something? Yeah, I know if we take just the argument of liberal democracy, freedoms, etc., elections, is it also possible that what Kagame has touched on is an African way of arranging politics and arranging progress that we haven't studied well enough?
Oh, it's a good question. Personally, I'm not sure that it is. And the way I try and get people to think about this is to say, well, let's see what would be needed to replicate what Kagame has done in Ghana, in Nigeria, in Kenya, for example. So if we went to Nigeria right now, is there any way we could get political elites in different communities, both religious and ethnic, around a table to agree that one of them, who would have to be by definition from one of those communities and not others, would be the president for the next 20, 30 years? Could we agree on that? My suspicion is you wouldn't be able to find a way of getting people in Nigeria to agree on that, because one of the things that people like is the rotation of power between different groups. And actually, when that's flouted, there's a great public outcry. Similarly, in Kenya, people right now are very frustrated with President Ruto. There are mass demonstrations, youth-led demonstrations. If President Ruto were to say tomorrow, I'm going to go the Kagame way, we won't have competitive elections, I'm going to control things much more, I'm going to win 98% of the vote in the next election, is there any way Ruto could forge consensus on that and manage that? I don't think so. I think actually in a lot of these countries, to try and do what Kagame has done would involve extremely high levels of repression and probably trigger civil conflict and maybe civil war, because you simply don't have a leader who has the political control, authority, capacity to be able to exert that level of top-down control over the political system. And the attempt to do it would probably lead to different groups coming into conflict with one another. So this isn't to say that I think everywhere we see an authoritarian model that's working, we should pull it down. That's not my argument at all. If the Rwanda model works for development in Rwanda, there are good arguments for saying that, there might be developmental reasons for doing that. Although, of course, we also know that Kagame is responsible for significant human rights abuses. And we have to keep in mind that some of Rwanda's economic success has come because of smuggling from the Democratic Republic of Congo. So some of Rwanda's success has come from its exploitation of resources in other countries. But I'm not suggesting that we should go into or encourage every single country that's authoritarian and is performing well to become democratic overnight. It's rather to point out that I don't think the Rwanda model could be replicated in the vast majority of countries in Africa. And therefore, I think actually a more feasible approach is to try and evolve the system that's there already into something that's more robust, more effective, more independent. The other thing I think we have to keep in mind is that, most of the data, and we make this point in the book, most of the data we have shows us that the longer leaders are in power, the more corrupt, idiosyncratic they become. So it's one thing to think that a leader is fantastic, and so, let's remove term limits and have him for another 4 years. 15, 20 years down the line, you often start to regret that decision when he won't go at the age of 80, 90, and so on. In places like Cameroon, in places like Uganda, we have real concerns within even regime insiders about presidents for life and what's going to happen and the need for actual political rebirth, which is stopped by that happening. And I think that's one of the things, again, we have to keep in mind, that one-party state model or that leader for life model with no term limits might look very good when a leader's performed well for a couple of terms. The problem with it is you then can't get rid of that leader even if they perform badly for 2 or 3 more terms. And I think people in countries like Chad and Cameroon would turn around and say to people in countries like Rwanda and Uganda, be careful what you wish for.
Mm. Interesting. So my question is, there was this whole great hope around the third wave of democratization in Africa, but we're beginning to see that taper out or even slow down. In your view, what are the factors that led to this? What are the factors that led to what you and Brian have coined quite perfectly as counterfeit democracies? What are the signs that lead to it, and what are the factors that conditioned it?
I think it's a couple of different things we need to put on the table. One, we know that a lot of countries didn't become full democracies in the first place. So it's not like the 1990s led to a set of really well-functioning democracies. We had some countries like Botswana and Mauritius that have been democratic in Africa since independence. We had a few countries in the early 1990s that made really good breakthroughs and became more democratic. But we also had countries in the early 1990s that kind of got stuck in a no man's land of transition without end, that didn't really become democratic, where leaders effectively allowed elections, but then sought to manipulate them very quickly, and where we never really saw opposition parties have a real opportunity to take power. And so one of the things we talk about in the book is the different strategies that leaders have used to manipulate elections and keep themselves in power, effectively instrumentalizing elections, right? Using elections to try and gain legitimacy, using elections to access international funds and to get international critics off their backs, but never actually being willing to lose, never really being willing to consider allowing a level playing field, and effectively consistently manipulating and winning elections that were flawed. So we've got that set of cases which were never democratic, and I don't think we've necessarily seen that much change in some of those countries. I think they're roughly where they were in the 1990s. What I do think we've seen is in some of the countries that had started to perhaps look a little bit better, we've started to see increasing concern in a number of areas. One of those is that we've seen growing media censorship and pressure on journalists over the last few years, particularly around COVID-19, when there was a sort of significant repression of human rights and free speech around the world as governments struggled to deal with COVID, but not just around that. We've also seen a lot of countries pass what is often called anti-NGO legislation or anti-civil society legislation. Of course, this isn't an African thing at all. This goes back to Russia and the foreign agent law, but this is legislation that's been passed in different ways around the world that has significantly weakened in a lot of countries civil society and its capacity to check governments. We've also seen, as we were talking about just a moment ago, a lot of countries remove presidential term limits, and so we've got leaders who are set on being presidents for life. And of course, one of the first things you can expect a leader who's set on being a president for life and has gone to the trouble of removing term limits to do is to manipulate the next elections, because you don't get rid of term limits and set yourself up as a president for life to hold a free and fair election and then accept defeat. So all of these trends have slightly eroded the capacity of societies and opposition leaders to be able to actually hold leaders accountable. And in that sense, Africa has seen some of the trends we've seen in the rest of the world. We have to remember that globally, we're in 20 years of authoritarian recession. We've seen around the world a decrease in the quality of democracy in supposed democracies like the United States. We've seen a decrease in the quality of democracy there. And we've also seen a lot of authoritarian countries get more authoritarian. You talked about China earlier, and it's interesting to think that, China had term limits. China had more checks and balances within power. Under President Xi, a lot of those things have been removed, and there's been a centralization of power under him. So in a sense, we could also say that there are signs of autocratization within China and within some authoritarian states. The one thing that we then need to say, and so I don't want this answer to be too long, but I think this is a really important point, is that we've also seen very different stories. We've seen Zambia, Malawi move towards democracy at precisely a point in the world where no other countries in the world did so. So during the COVID pandemic, Zambia and Malawi were the only two countries that most democracy ratings organizations said moved towards democracy. So here, Africa was actually leading the way in democratic breakthroughs. We've also seen in recent years, think about Nigeria 2015, Gambia 2016, Liberia, Sierra Leone, Senegal very recently, opposition parties winning elections in places where, we perhaps had thought they might not. Winning elections in some cases that weren't completely free and fair. Those kinds of opposition victories, I think, are an important reminder to us that there is still a struggle for democracy going on. And actually, there is still evidence of democratic life and in some cases, democratic progress in a lot of countries across the continent. So one of the things I always say to my students is the one thing you must never do if you want good marks in my course, is to talk about Africa as if it's the same place, right? As if there's African democracy or democracy in Africa, and it's the same. We actually see really different patterns. We see countries that are moving slowly towards democracy, countries that are cycling between different crises, some countries that are authoritarian and getting more authoritarian, and there is no one African experience when it comes to the experience of democracy.
Fantastic. And I really loved reading, how to rig an election. You use really poignant examples that brought the story to life, especially in explaining how the rigging works. So if you could help unpack that for, our participants on the different ways that elections are rigged across the continent and also across the world, especially the activities that happen pre-election day, that may have also already decided the voting even before the voting starts.
Absolutely. And we should always remember that the professionals and the experts we talk to in the book tell us that only amateurs rig elections on election day, right? If you're rigging an election on election day, you've got it wrong, because you should have been doing it a long time in advance. Why? Because, of course, rigging the election on election day is more controversial, more likely to risk violence, more likely to be seen by international observers, more likely to be reported by the media. So yes, if you're good at this, you plan your election manipulation many, many months in advance. And if you wanted to give you a quick rundown of what you should be doing, well, First of all, you should be using gerrymandering. You should be trying to fix the boundaries of constituencies so your party gets more votes for the same seats. Of course, again, as you were saying, these are global strategies. You know, the term gerrymandering originated in the United States. This was a classic strategy in US politics. And if you look today, there's still gerrymandering of districts and boundaries in the US today. So these issues are still significant. You use voter suppression. You try and stop your opponents' voters from getting on the voter register. Historically, of course, in the US, that was racial suppression, stopping black voters, and that's still a feature of US politics today. In the African context, that might be trying to stop voters, either urban voters, if they're more likely to support the opposition, like, say, Zimbabwe, or voters of a particular ethnicity that are likely to support the opposition, stopping them from getting on the electoral register. And these strategies are really effective because they happen well before the election. They're often things that don't get that much coverage in election media reporting. The other thing that's really effective, and we talk about this in the book with the case of Marco Ravalomanana in Madagascar, is, you know, not allowing your most effective opponents to stand. I mean, Brian wrote on Madagascar and went to interview people there. And, you know, one of the best examples is, you know, basically where in Madagascar, you need to be able to hand in your election papers in person to stand, right? So you have to hand them in. No one else can do it on your behalf. So you've got an opposition candidate who's in exile who needs to hand in his papers, gets on a plane, flies to the country, you know, thinks he's going to land, get out the airport, you know, get on in a taxi, go hand in his papers, and maybe, you know, start campaigning or go back home. And no, because of course the president sees this coming, understands the law, doesn't want this candidate to be on the ballot paper. So what does he do? Closes the airports. So you get these, you know, strategies to effectively keep the most effective opposition leader off the ballot paper, sometimes claiming that the opposition candidate hasn't filled out the form properly, sometimes using trumped up criminal charges to claim that they're not eligible to stand, sometimes, like in the case of Madagascar, actually closing all the airports so the plane can't land. And of course, if you do all these things, if you pick your voters, so you can see boundaries, and you pick who your opponents are, then you could end up in a situation where you don't need to rig the election much in terms of violence or ballot box stuffing, because you've already set up a 20-30%, you know, advantage over anybody else. And then, of course, it's much more likely that international observers and international governments will say that the election was good, because it can look good on election day, because you don't need to manipulate at that stage. You've done it months and months in advance.
So in the another book, you know, the moral the moral economy,
Moral economy,
you know,
of elections, yeah,
of elections. You know, you speak about you've got to be popular in a locale to be able to buy votes, right? But I think smart corrupt politicians are also moving beyond that, you know, where they're no longer bothering about buying votes, you know, but buying the judicial system, you know. So you have rigged elections, or you have elections that are not up to scratch, and they expect you to end up in court. And by the time you get to the court, they've already bought, you know, even up to the Supreme Court. Have you spent some time looking at this? And where I'm going with this is there a way out? Because at the end of the day, it's beginning to look like, you know, the people are stuck, you know, with a system that you try to solve it here, and, you know, the smart politicians come up with another strategy that, you know, nullifies all the efforts that have been made in the past.
It's challenging, right? I mean, people are smart. Political leaders are smart. We often treat them as if they're not, but they're often quite innovative, quite cunning. And leaders learn from each other, right? So Democrats learn from each other, but authoritarians learn from each other, and sometimes learn quicker and faster. I talked a little bit earlier about the anti-civil society legislation that's been introduced. That legislation has very clearly been passed through different authoritarian networks, and different leaders have taken it on board, having seen how well it's worked in other countries. We could say the same about, you know, strategies that have been used for digital monitoring and censoring digital communications, finding a way of, you know, pushing back against social media and so on. it's constantly, I mean, Brian describes in the book like a game of whack-a-mole, that game you get in a sort of children's playground where every time you knock one of them down, it comes up somewhere else. You're constantly playing this game every time. And I remember talking to an election observer who'd done a number of very difficult elections, and he said to me, we're always fixing the last election. Every time we get to an election, we fix the two things that were really wrong. But the government has moved on, right? They've got a completely new way of manipulating the next election. So we're always sort of trying to put out the fire from the last one. They're starting a completely different fire in a completely different place. And by the time we realize what's happening, it's too late to put it out. And then, so we're always playing catch up. So on that sense, I think we have to be aware that it's a constant challenge, and democracy is never consolidated. That's what we see with the problems that the UK and Germany and Austria and America are having right now. It's a constant battle to sustain and build and strengthen institutions. And if you stop fighting, actually, it's very easy to have erosion, even in countries that we assumed were pretty stable. But I do have some hope and some, I do think there are the ways in which things have improved and got better. Let me give you one of the examples that I know best, because one of the countries that I've worked on for the longest time is Kenya, which is in the Moral Economy book. And I wrote my PhD on Kenya, and I've been going there and researching there for 20 years. I'd have told you that there was a Supreme Court in Kenya that in 2017 invalidated the election of the sitting president, and that a new election had to be held as a result of that. You would have said, "You're a fool, Cheeseman. You know nothing about politics. You know nothing about Africa. Get out of my podcast. Get out of my conversation." And that came about for very specific reasons, right? One of those reasons was that Kenya had a major political crisis, which made the political elite think again. The post-election fight crisis from the 2007 elections, the violence of 2007, 2008. There was a formation of a power-sharing government and a process with Kofi Annan and others involved around resetting and thinking about where the country would go. That involved questions about the new constitution. There was then bringing in internationals to try and mold a good constitutional draft. There was, I think, a sense within Kenya's political elite that they needed to re-legitimate the system, that this was an existential crisis. There was then, at the same time as that, the fact that President Kibaki, who was the president at the time, was standing down at the end of that time because term limits had been respected, and he was going to respect term limits. So that meant that he was in his second term. Perhaps he wasn't thinking about a third and a fourth term, so he could allow the constitution to take power away from the president to an extent. And so all of a sudden, we got a new set of political institutions in Kenya. And then on top of that, there was a process of judicial vetting, and that meant that the judiciary had more quality and was seen as being more legitimate in the eyes of Kenyans. We got, a Supreme Court elected, and then we've had a succession in the last few Chief Justices who've been willing to demonstrate their independence from the government. And all of a sudden, Kenya has a Supreme Court that sometimes makes decisions that displease the government. This in a country that we would have talked about maybe in the 80s as having pliant institutions dominated by President Moi with classic neo-patrimonial politics. So I think that shows us that there are ways in which things can change. Now, it's also true that lots of things haven't changed, right? Kenyan politics still involves corruption. There is still clientelism. There is still vote buying. There is still aspects of, so I'm not suggesting that everything has changed overnight, but those institutions and the institution of devolution have, I think, become embedded in Kenyan political society and culture in a way that it's fairly unthinkable now that someone would remove them. Again, decentralization hasn't been, all good. In some ways, people would argue that decentralization has devolved corruption and devolved mismanagement as much as it's enabled and empowered people at the bottom. But what's really interesting to me is that it's popular with citizens, it's popular with governors and senators, and it would be very hard for a central government now to get rid of decentralization tomorrow, just like it would be very hard to get rid of the Supreme Court. So, what I'm saying is we can see in Kenya how institutions taking measures that actually enable those institutions to be a bit more independent, then popular support for those institutions rising can create checks and balances on the executive that then leads to a very different political situation. And Kenya, of course, is in a situation where President Ruto, when he put the 2024 finance bill, which was going to raise taxes on a number of people and was very unpopular, faced mass protests. And one of the things that happened as a result of that was that Ruto sacked his cabinet and removed the finance bill. Now, a lot of Kenyans who are protesting would say that's not enough. That's a superficial treatment of a more deep-rooted problem. But it's nonetheless noticeable that Ruto was forced to take a step back. to remove the cabinet, to remove the finance bill. So I would say in a country like Kenya, I start to see real prospects. Not that things are perfect now, but that if those institutions can survive and keep getting stronger over the next 20 years, we'll have seen something else happen in the next 20 years that was unthinkable today, just as having that Supreme Court today would have been unthinkable 20 years ago. And I think there's a few countries in Africa, where that's happening. So as much as, yes, we're playing a game of whack-a-mole, they're always one step ahead. There are really challenging processes. I think it's possible to build institutions and to strengthen them. And maybe a final word on this is it's interesting to me, how many countries term limits have become institutionalized in. Term limits are pretty institutionalized in Malawi, in Zambia, in Kenya, and so on. In all of these countries, what we're not going to see, touch wood, is presidents set themselves up as presidents for life. We're going to see presidents having to stand down, new leaders coming to power, and that's going to create the opportunity to hold those new leaders accountable, but also to have different leaders from different communities come through government. And I think in all of those ways, actually, there are reasons to be more optimistic. So overall, despite my deep concern for what's happening over the last few years, I remain optimistic about the longer term.
I don't know why I'm not as optimistic as you are. I think what we've done is that we're beginning to swap the presidents for life to an elite class for life. And what I mean by that is you've got presidents who control all the institutions that can get you to power, and they hand over to their hand-picked successors who continue just running down the economy and not driving any real development or progress. And because there's this veneer of democracy, elections, etc., the people don't even have anyone to complain to, because the international community will be like, but you had elections. But it's also obvious to everyone that the elections were rigged. So have we really moved, or is it just a renaming of the same problem? Yes, we don't have presidents for life, but we have an elite class that holds on to power forever, and the masses can do little to nothing about it.
I think that's a great point. And I think the inequality in many African societies and the gap between the poor and the rich, and the way in which the rich sometimes serve as a self-serving elite that deliberately maintain economic and political systems that continue that inequality is, a major issue. I completely agree with you about that. And I think, that's where it's really interesting to think about to what extent do we actually see genuine accountability and genuine changes? And I think there's two things that are important to think about there. One is, where do we see those structures from below that start to hold governments accountable, whether they're social movements or civil society groups and so on? And where do we see voters starting to push back more and trying to actually demand that accountability? And I think we do. If you look at young people, and especially young people in urban areas, you do start to see, for example, the expression and demand for a different kind of citizenship, which isn't based on charismatic leadership or ethnic affiliation, but is based on, the delivery of goods. You start to see, much more of a demand for a social contract in which governments have to perform for citizens in order to deserve the tax money of citizens and the compliance of citizens. And so I think, you're absolutely right, and I don't disagree, but here I'm also a little bit optimistic. So, what do I take from the Kenyan protests? The Kenyan protest didn't transform Kenya overnight into a more democratic or more egalitarian or less corrupt society. But what they demonstrated was the ability of tens, hundreds of thousands of young people to come together across ethnic lines, not simply being mobilized by an opposition party, not simply in Nairobi, but I think in something like 36, 37 counties out of 47 counties in urban areas, there were significant protests. So across a broad urban areas, we had significant protests from people who were explicitly campaigning on a cross-ethnic basis, demanding a different kind of politics, not just the repeal of the finance bill, but a different kind of politics to take Kenya forwards. And a lot of those demands have not been fulfilled by the Ruto government. But what gives me hope in that context is that that kind of political campaign, those kinds of alliances, which was explicitly about being Kenyan first and an ethnic group second, and explicitly about doing something that wasn't led from the top by a political party, but was something that was more organically done by citizens. Those are the kinds of things that we're going to need if we're going to transform societies and political systems in the way that you're talking about. Now, I think Kenya in some ways is in the slightly different place because it's historically had quite high levels of urbanization, reasonably high levels of education. So we've got a combination at the minute of, relatively high education, interacting with urbanization, interacting with young people, and, that generating demands for greater accountability. And that might not be happening in the same way in other countries which have a much smaller urban population or much lower levels of education. And I think Kenya's also, of course, had, whether we count the Ruto transition as a genuine transition of government, it's had two transitions of government. So people perhaps believe that their vote and their actions can change politics in a way that maybe people in Rwanda or Zimbabwe or Uganda don't, because they've never seen the transfer of power at the ballot box. But I do think those kinds of social processes are the things that are going to be able to affect those kinds of politics that you're talking about. And so again, although I completely understand why you're more pessimistic, I think if we continue to build education and we continue to see urbanization and we continue to see the creation of these new forms of citizenship and these new demands, in 20, 30 years, we will see different forms of politics emerge. Now, I know that's not of great help to anybody right now. The idea that things might be better in 20, 30 years is very frustrating. I guess because I'm an academic and because I started working on this 20 years ago, and my project was actually, a study of Kenya and Zambia from about 1940 to 1995. It's that kind of, if we look in that longer term perspective, that's where I get my optimism from, not where we are right now.
Okay, so let me try something with you. I look at the EndSARS demonstrations in Nigeria, young people. I look at the finance bill demonstrations in Kenya, young people. One got government to move, Kenya. The one in Nigeria did not. Lots of kids killed, nothing came out of it. And I think, what's the key difference? And I hazard the guess that it's probably because of Kenya's history with the bad elections that led to, all the people that were killed, and nobody wanted to go back to that. But in the Nigeria case, the young people couldn't show or muster any credible threats. So the government knew it could put down the demonstrations and nothing would happen. If my thesis is correct, my hypothesis, if it's correct, then it is really that credible threat that gets government to move. And that takes me to the second part of my argument, which is every time I see these bad politics happening in Nigeria and around the continent, my fear is that we might be setting up for a return to military rule, because that is the only credible threat that could upset the democratic cart right now. If that's the case, aren't we just teetering on the precipice of this cliff? And how does one communicate to the political class that we should really just backtrack from where we are? And it's a difficult communication to have, because it's a collective action problem. It's not like it's dependent on one person to decide. So I'm a bit lost with that argument, and very interested in what you have to say.
No, I think you make a really good point. And yes, I mean, there's a lot of what you say, that I agree with. In terms of, why were the protests successful in Kenya and not in Nigeria? I also think there's perhaps other things going on there. I think electoral and political geography is important. Nigeria is such a big country so many different political spaces. And it doesn't have, in the same way, a kind of focal point on a smaller number of urban areas. And I think that plays a little bit of a role in this. You have a separation of Abuja from, key areas of protests like Lagos and elsewhere, which of course you don't in Kenya. Nairobi is both the main center point of the protests and the main center point of government. So I think there's a lot going on, but I also agree with you about what you say. We have, it seems to me, often quite complacent elites in Nigeria, given the extent of the security challenges, the extent to which Nigeria is teetering on the brink of state failure, as well as, democratic collapse. And you would think that that would be enough to shock Nigeria's political elite into more direct and concerted action. And yet we consistently see that it doesn't happen. I do think, the threat of military rule might be one of the factors that galvanizes people. I mean, of course, we saw recently in some of the protests, I think in northern Nigeria, some people waving Russian flags and some protesters talking about the need for a coup. So, that's something we have there. I wonder whether the government is a little bit complacent about the risk of a coup and doesn't think that that's a feasible outcome. Of course, it's also true in Nigeria that, at least older Nigerians appreciate what military rule was like. They know what life under military leaders was like, that it was often brutal, that it was often incompetent, that it was often corrupt. That it often didn't lead to economic growth. And so older Nigerians perhaps would be very careful about welcoming a return to those days. Younger Nigerians, of course, perhaps don't remember, we're not alive at that stage, perhaps aren't as fully aware of what military rule was like. And I think this is one of the really interesting questions, that we have to answer. So I see in some of the questions and in the webinar chat, people are saying, should we have democracy? Should we go for something else? We need another strategy for more rapid development. But Africa has tried most of the other strategies. I mean, if you look at the 70s and 80s, most countries in Africa were either military regimes or they were one-party states, right? You had the Zambia, Malawi, Kenya, Senegal, Cote d'Ivoire, etc., were the one-party states, and then places like Nigeria had military rule and individual dictatorships and periods of conflict. And, if we look at the record from 1960 to 1990, none of these authoritarian systems was really effective. I mean, there's very few authoritarian systems that delivered economic growth. Look at Zambia in 1990. It was poorer than it was in 1960 under a one-party state. Nigeria squandered vast amounts of oil money under military rule. So I think one of the things we have to also keep coming back to is, what's the prospect for a better type of political system that's more authoritarian to actually work? That shouldn't be just a kind of speculative question. It should be an empirical question. Let's go back and have a look and ask that question. And let's really think about that question and get the data on that question. And that data generally tells us that one-party states and military rule perform worse in Africa than democracy does, despite the fact that democracy is frustrating people. In terms of the question you specifically asked about the shock and what is required for that shock, I think, yes, I mean, people forget that in the Kenyan context, two things happened. One, there was a genuine concern that the country could spill over into broader civil conflict that would look more like a civil war because of the unprecedented geographical spread of the violence. But second, I remember John Githongo telling me, around the time, people remember him as Kenya's former kind of anti-corruption minister, who was the star of the book Our Turn to Eat by Michaela Wrong, that one of the things that had happened around that election was that young people who had been on the battle lines, who had been committing violence or defending their community against violence, would stop in the road the cars of the middle class and take a tax. And basically what the young people would say is, you need to give us money because you're hiding behind your nice car, your nice gate, your big security, your nice house. You're not on the front line. We're doing this for you. You're causing this. We're not, but we're the ones who are suffering. And John always said that process had actually terrified a lot of the middle class. They understood not only was this a process that we might not be able to control in terms of the conflict between different ethnic groups, but this might be a generational and a class conflict within communities of those who are on the front line starting to demand. And those two things together perhaps are the things that encourage people to be willing to support a new political system that actually, changed the balance of power in a significant way. So maybe going back to, the Nigerian context, it's going to have to be a combination of those two things. Perhaps the fear of the system being replaced with a coup, combined with that fear of that bottom-up pressure. Now, again, it doesn't, what I struggle to understand is why that has not already happened. Because you would think with what's happened with Boko Haram, with what's happened with Biafra, with what's happened, in general, with the level of criminality and the expansion of criminal networks and everything we've seen, including banditry and the way that that's reshaped the economy. You would think that would be enough. That should be enough to be a shock. And that's, to me, the big puzzle about Nigeria, is that the political elite haven't been more responsive to that and haven't seen that as more of a threat. And I do worry, as you, I think, do, that that's going to lead to a situation where, more profound political decay is possible. And, I think we have a hope every time we see a new leader. When Buhari was elected now, with Tinubu, that every new leader might just be the one to get it, right? Buhari, the disciplinarian, maybe he'll change his system. Tinubu, well, he helped to fix Lagos. Maybe he's got some ideas for the national level. And every time it doesn't quite happen, which probably tells us, I guess, that the structural barriers to change are also really considerable. They're not just about the individual at the top. This is a massive infrastructure going all the way down. But it does make me much more concerned. And I should say that my optimism about democracy in general is not there, for all countries. I'm very worried about Ethiopia right now. I'm really worried about Sudan right now. I'm worried about Nigeria right now. So, I'm optimistic in general about the continent and a lot of the countries. But when it comes to some of the continent's biggest countries, and in some ways are most important because they shape what happens elsewhere, I think we have to be really worried. And one of the things I wrote about a couple of years ago that I think we really need to think about is that, South Africa, Ethiopia, and Nigeria have a recession. The impact on neighboring states on their GDP is quite significant, because a lot of those states trade with and get benefits from and, send people to work in. And if we see those sort of more hegemonic states in each region collapse economically, or in the case of Ethiopia, Sudan, into civil conflict, in the case of Nigeria, into criminality and economic stagnation, the impact on the region is really great. And if we then have a really problematic impact on the region, one of the consequences of economic downturn is it encourages people to look for alternatives to democracy. So one of the things I'm really worried about is that those poorly performing or stagnating big countries will actually make it easier for people to advance authoritarian arguments in the next few years.
Fantastic. And just to say that we're going to open it up for audience questions in a little bit. Just type your questions in the Q&A tab, not the chat. I see a lot of conversations going on in the chat, but the questions should go in the Q&A. But just another question to you, Nick. I saw one of your works, where you showed that there's a bit of a disparity in the way democracy is progressing, between, say, the Southern Africa and Western Africa versus the rest of Africa. What has led to that positive disparity in our case, and are there lessons, for us and for the rest of Africa to learn from how some parts are progressing much faster than the rest?
Thanks. I might actually throw this open to your audience, who seem to be super smart and engaged. So I might ask them if they can explain it. Let me just explain the kind of broad pattern, and then we can see if we can explain why the patterns come about. So, one of the things you see, if you look regionally, and people might argue that regionally isn't helpful, it's not a useful lens, but if we were to look regionally, we would see that historically, West and Southern Africa have done better on democracy on average, right? So if you get the democracy score you would give to every country in the region, average it, they do a bit better. In Southern Africa, of course, you've got, South Africa, Botswana, Namibia, are often rated as pretty high quality democracies. Zambia and Malawi reasonably performing. We've seen significant transfers of power multiple times in Zambia and Malawi. Obviously, then there are countries that are much less democratic and open. Mozambique, problematic elections happening right now, Angola and so on. But in general, there's quite a lot of democratic states there that give a reasonably high average. If we were to go to West Africa, we would see a similar thing. Again, lots of countries that are not doing so well, but think historically places like Ghana, Senegal, Benin were some of Africa's more leading democratic lights. So in that sense, historically, we've had more democracy in West Africa. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but it's glitching a bit, but I can hear you.
Sorry. Okay. So, in Southern Africa, if you think about, South Seas, West Africa has historically had some, Benin, Senegal, Ghana, maybe some of those are moving away now. Liberia has had transfers of power. The parts of the continent that historically have really not done so well have been East Africa and Central Africa. If you think about Eastern Africa, you've got Ethiopia, Rwanda, Burundi, Somalia, Djibouti, none of which have ever really been very close to being a democracy, then Tanzania, Uganda, and Kenya. So the average is pretty low. If we were to look at Central Africa, again, a lot of countries that have either experienced conflicts, places like Central African Republic, etc., and very few democracies. Now, there's a really interesting question about why is that the case? So there's a different set of explanations that there could be there. One could be that a lot of West African societies had more decentralized systems of authority before colonial government. So this could be a little bit of a story about that. Could be about how early democratic institutions were introduced. We know that democratic institutions were introduced much earlier into countries like Senegal and Ghana than they were into other parts of the continent. And maybe that early introduction of democratic forms of government made it easier to sustain a kind of democratic model later on. It's also possible that there are regional effects because of regional powers and regional bodies. So ECOWAS intervened in the Gambia to remove Jammeh from power, enabling a transfer of power. You could argue that West Africa has had slightly more conducive atmosphere and international relations for developing a democracy, as has Southern Africa, although SADC has often been sitting on its hands in terms of promoting democracy regionally. But you could argue that those two environments have been more positive for creating a new democracy than Eastern or Central Africa, where most of your neighbors are not going to be democracies and where the regional body is not going to see democracy as being something that it wants to promote. But I'd like to, I think it would be really interesting to throw this open to your audience as well. Why did we see historically Southern Africa and West Africa being more democratic and Central and Eastern Africa being less democratic? Is it just luck? Is it a structural reason? Again, these are broad averages, right? So there are democratic and authoritarian countries in each of these regions, but on average, it is quite pronounced. So I'd be really interested in what people might think about that.
And I'm sure they're going to discuss that in the chat room as we continue the conversations. But we've got some questions, and I've got 3 questions from Alana Henry. I'm going to try and compress all of them into one. And it's really about democracy. Does democracy really work in Africa? Yes, we've got all these elections going on. You call these regimes counterfeit democracies. The question is, the fact that we've got elections, does it mean that we have democracy, right? And another question he attached to that is, what does true democracy mean? And can this be sustained in Africa? And then he adds on the back of that, what does democracy mean to the youth? Because we've talked about the youth. What does it really mean to them? The Afrobarometer data, does it pick up on what the youth really want? Or again, is this that binary discussion, liberal democracy or illiberal governments? If you present that to anyone, they probably choose liberal democracy, but is that really what they're saying?
So that's a great question. Let's start on the youth. The Afrobarometer tells us that the youth are slightly less supportive of democracy than older groups. So if you look at the youngest demographic, the Afrobarometer will interview and compare that to older citizens, one of the things you'll find is that the younger people are actually slightly more skeptical about democracy. I think there were good reasons for that. Young people, particularly people who are coming to vote now, have had a really difficult few years economically. They were often the first people to be sacked during COVID. They're more likely to be unemployed. They've been hit very hard economically by higher food prices and fuel prices over the last couple of years. And in many cases, of course, they don't remember, as we were talking about before, they don't remember the problems that authoritarian government generated. They also may be people who are quite impatient because they want to have an opportunity. And one of the things you talked about, which I think is completely right, is about, an elite, taking opportunities for themselves. But we often forget that that is also about age. There's a generational process. We do have some parliaments where we see very old presidents with very old parliaments with incredibly young populations. Uganda would be a case in point. And so I think it's understandable that young people in some parts of Africa have become frustrated. They're still, I should say, on average, more supportive of democracy than any other system, but they are clearly frustrated by it. And we should be worried that young people are less supportive of democracy than older citizens. What do people want? I wrote a piece on this, and I'll try and find it and put it in the chat so that people can go and look at it if they're interested. I mean, I think people in Africa, broadly speaking, are in favor of elections. They're in favor of being able to speak their minds. They're quite supportive of freedom of speech, and they're in favor of systems that allow for the rotation of power between different ethnic groups. What they're also in favor of, though, is people in society and government pulling together to deliver development and getting things done. They recognize that they need a boost in development. And so people often will say that they're very supportive of multi-party politics, but after elections, they want people to come together and support the government in pursuing a clear long-term development plan. So myself and my colleague Sashura Shashua kind of define this or call this a kind of form of consensual democracy. People do want elections, they do want political competition, but they don't want unfettered competition that gets in the way of promoting development. They want people to come back together at critical moments to pursue that long-term developmental vision. That's kind of where we see people, and young people fit into that in terms of the political systems that they would appreciate. One of the things that is worth keeping in mind is the lead-off democracy for, better economic growth or for a leader that would get things done. And there is in some societies, in South Africa, we saw this recently, support for the idea that it would be better to have a leader that gets things done than it would be to have strong checks and balance, right? So people sometimes are willing to trade off a bit. This year, their first flagship report of the year, and the report showed that actually the thing that really undermines people's confidence in democracy is not economically performing badly as a government. It's actually the government doing things bad on the political space, on the political sphere. In other words, they tried to correlate, let's look at what's happened in the economy the last 2 years and whether an individual is supportive of democracy. And that was less important than whether the individual thought the government had manipulated elections or had been corrupt or had failed to deliver politically. So one of the things that we're constantly reminded of is that yes, people want development. Yes, people want to eat. Yes, people want order and, a good government that deals with crime and so on. But most people, most of the time, want that to be balanced against a government that is fair, a government that allows criticism, a government that is representative of the people and is directly elected. And one of the things I always say to people is, why do we think that Africans have to choose? Like, why do we set it up as an either or? Why do we say, oh, you can have democracy or you can have economic growth and jobs? Actually, probably the reality is the more democracy you get, the more jobs you're going to get, because it's democracy, in my opinion, that's actually going to generate the processes that is going to create that economic set of opportunities. For example, going back to what we can learn from history, which were the countries that grew the most? Was Botswana and Mauritius. What were the countries that had the worst? So again, I don't think it's necessary. I do think that it's about, and you've said this a number of times, which I think is absolutely right. It's about making sure that you have the kind of democracy that actually enables you as the population to determine what's happening, to actually shape who's in power and to actually push for the delivery of those things. Now, it's interesting to look at what the record of some of those governments have been. If we actually look, and people sometimes forget this, there's a number of countries in Africa that introduced free primary education after the introduction of multi-party elections in the 1990s, partly because it was one of the main campaign messages of opposition parties and was then taken on by ruling parties. So if you look at countries like Kenya, free primary education was partly a function of the reintroduction of multi-party politics. So again, I think sometimes people have this idea that if we had more authoritarian politics, it would become more efficient, it would work better. Actually, authoritarian politics in a lot of countries prevented the government from feeling any accountability, so it meant more corruption and actually the provision of fewer public services. But yes, I think you're absolutely right that we need to be careful in not sort of presenting people with a binary. And actually, what we should be saying to them is not, do you want liberal democracy or this terrible authoritarian alternative, but do you want an economic model and a political model that has democratic elements, but also delivers more equality, closes the gap between rich and poor, provides infrastructure and services. And where I would be very critical of, the international community is that I think too often the IMF and the World Bank, both in the 1980s, but also today, are focused on, economic growth plus good governance rather than providing jobs, education, lifting people out of poverty and reducing inequality. They would say that they're not. They would say that those are major priorities. But I think if we look at what's happening right now in the way that we're managing debt and the way in which that's forcing governments to cut their budgets, we're at risk of reproducing some of the outcomes of the 1980s, where debt basically played out in a way that undermined public services, hurt the poorest citizens the most, exacerbated the gap between rich and poor. I think one of the things we should be learning from history is that actually that's part of the problem. That weakens democracy as well as impacting on poverty. And we should support countries to deal with the debt crisis in ways that avoid that.
And I think in your response, you've answered a few of the other questions, especially one from Joshua Ode. I'm going to combine the question from Chibike Mbahurike and Benedict Oko, because both of them are really around, are there any international mechanisms that can put pressure on African leaders, who go through these suboptimal elections? Are there international mechanisms to put them under pressure? And I think in answering that question is also to think about how the West may have also lost or is losing its moral authority on preaching democracy when we see what's playing out, especially in America, in the forthcoming elections. And on the back of that as well, maybe you can touch on international observers, which is a mechanism that was supposed to kind of say whether elections are credible or not. But we have seen that many of these international observers are also hamstrung, in their ability to say what they're really observing. So it appears to me that we don't have any international mechanisms to help put the politicians under pressure, but I'm really interested in what you have to say.
Yeah, I mean, I think my one-line answer would be, the savior of democracy in Africa is not going to come from outside Africa, right? In almost all cases where democracy has been built effectively and sustainably, it's been built from within. There's two reasons why I think, we shouldn't place too much hope on outside forces. One, I just don't think in general that they've ever been that powerful. I think, as I say, I think it's building strong civil society coalitions, building strong institutions and domestic factors that determine whether or not you're going to have democracy. Now, that's not to say that international factors can't be really important. They can be, of course. They can put pressure on, military regimes to hold civilian elections. They could put pressure on governments to reduce corruption. They can put pressure on governments not to commit human rights abuses. So they can be powerful and they can be important, but they are never going to be the answer to long-term, building stable democracies in Africa. That's particularly the case now, as you said, because many of them are having their own crises. America with Trump would not be a government that would care about promoting democracy abroad. But America wasn't that strong on promoting democracy abroad, even under Obama. So let's not think it's all about Trump. The UK is caught in a strange moment. I think the new Labour government, cares about democracy abroad, wants to promote, rights and so on, but is also very careful that it doesn't want to be seen as a colonizing power. It doesn't want to be seen to be replicating the mistake of forcing political systems on other countries. And so David Lammy and others in the Labour government are very clear that they don't want to kind of go back to simply exporting a model of government. So I think they're not entirely sure right now on exactly how they want to go about dealing with the question of democracy. And of course, other governments, the German government has its own problems with the rise of the far right and so on. So what we see, across the West, broadly understood, is, either a kind of disengagement from the idea of democracy promotion, or rethinking that idea, or a set of domestic factors that stops them being as effective? And I think that's significant because, of course, if you're a leader of an authoritarian government, you probably think you can get away with a bit more than you used to. You probably think you can get some funding and support from Vladimir Putin or from China to offset some of the loss of support from the West, but you probably also think that the West isn't going to come in and make a massive fuss if you do a bit of election manipulation here and there. And let's look at, recent elections where we know there was some electoral manipulation. We know there was in Uganda. We know there was in Sierra Leone. Those governments are still in power, partly because international factors can't change domestic realities, but also because there wasn't necessarily as strong an international response as there might have been, in the early 1990s to those processes. So I don't think that the international community is going to be the savior. In some ways, I think that's a good thing and a good message, right? Democracy should be won by people for themselves. And I think people need to create their own democratic myths. They need to create their own democratic victories. Yeah, the idea that democracy was supplied in Africa by the international community in the early 1990s, I think, was a flawed idea. Anyone who knows the history of their own country knows that people sacrificed their lives in the struggle for democracy, and that many people over many years had struggled for it. Think about the battle against apartheid in South Africa. This was not a victory that was simply supplied by the international community. But ultimately, you have to build democracy for yourself, and it's those building of democratic, achievements. In Zambia, what did people reflect on when they were thinking about whether or not they could get rid of President Lungu as an incompetent authoritarian leader? One of the things they were thinking about was not, is the Americans going to come in and save us, or are the Brits going to come in and save us? It was, in 1991, we voted out KK. Right. And in 2011, we voted in Michael Sada, we voted out MMD, and we can do it again. We, as the people, can go to the ballot box and change this government. That democratic kind of memory of being able to change government and mobilizing and knowing it's possible, that was all from within Zambia, supported by the international community, but built within Zambia. And that's what you need, I think, to build strong democracy. So it has to come from within. On observers, I think observers do a very difficult job, because we going back to the whack-a-mole, right? Observers are facing very canny politicians who manipulate elections in multiple ways. And, let's face it, observers often turn up with a team of 50 or 60 people, right? So let's say you've got 50 or 60 people in the EU election observation mission, or in the AU one, or in the Carter Center one. Maybe, the biggest missions I've ever seen are probably about 140 people. So that's the biggest one. How many polling stations are there? Well, I think in Nigeria, there's 180,000 polling stations. In Kenya, there's about 45,000 polling stations. So, how many polling stations are you covering with your individuals? I think we have to be realistic about what international election observers can do. It's also the case that they're in a slightly tricky position. I mean, people forget that to be an observer, you have to be invited in. Right? You can't just go. You can't descend on Zimbabwe if Robert Mugabe or Mnangagwa doesn't want you. You have to be invited. And so there has to be a process where, I think what they say is what they can prove, can't nail down. And did so, the government would say, prove it, and then they wouldn't be able to prove it. They wouldn't have enough evidence. And so I think election observers often would be. So when I'm shouting, this election was rigged and we can see it, and civil society is shouting that, observers can't necessarily conclude that, because they're worried about the consequences of saying something they can't completely pin down. So again, I don't think international observers are what's going to save democracy. They're important, and I wouldn't want them to go. I think we need to invest more in them and give them more funds, but they're not going to be the answer on their own. And that's where I would say, one of the things that, I think is more important in some ways is trying to strengthen that domestic civil society group that does the domestic observation. Because who is it, really in Ghana that monitors the elections? It's the domestic civil society organization that puts thousands of people into thousands of polling stations. And it's that domestic effort that's actually going to get into more polling stations. It's the domestic groups that are often a bit more critical than the international community, not always. So again, yes, observation is important, but let's not forget that actually in some ways the future of that should be domestic observers and monitors, not the international ones. Domestic ones are going to speak with more authority. They're going to be people who aren't going to be able to be marginalized or painted as colonizers or malicious outside forces. And building those processes from within, again, enables people to defend their own democracies rather than having to rely on an outside force to do that.
Fantastic. And just 2 weeks ago, my guest was Obeyemi Adamaleku of Enough is Enough, and she spent a lot of time just explaining what civil society can do, especially when you expand the civil society definition to include like religious organizations, traditional institutions, etc., beyond just the civil society organizations. But I have a question here from Chukwemeka Ekesiobi, who says, okay, so we understand what civil society can do, but how can I, as a citizen, help prevent rigging, especially in Nigeria, where pessimism against democracy is gaining currency? So from your study, have you seen where individuals, things that individuals have done, just to preserve the integrity of the electoral process?
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing what individuals can do, right? And I would say one ingredient is an individual, a citizen who wants to change the world. There's a great quote by Margaret Mead, who says, never give up hope and think that individuals are insignificant. It may be very hard for individuals to change the world, but it's the only thing that ever has.
That's my favorite quote, right? By the way.
It's a good one. So I've murdered it as well. We should get the actual quote.
So it's never doubt that a small group of thoughtful and committed people can change the world. Indeed, it is the only thing that ever has. My favorite quote.
There you go. Well done. You've said it much better. Well, thank you very much. Exactly. So there's a couple of things though that are in that, right? One is it's about the individuals that are committed, but it's also about the group and being able to connect. And I think that's where I would say, the interaction between individuals like yourself, thanks for being here on the call, and, new technology. So one of the things we've seen really effectively in recent elections, where we've seen oppositions do well or governments struggle, where we've seen election rigging being exposed, is being actually people connecting on very simple apps on social media, very simple uses of technology to share evidence across different constituencies of malpractice, whether that's vote buying, evidence of ballot box stuffing, evidence of political violence and repression. And as soon as you get a few thousand individuals working on the same app, sharing data, we can generate the kind of evidence that actually can make it possible to demonstrate that an election was manipulated. And this could be really powerful. So just to give you an example, in the Zambian elections, President Lungu came out on the evening of the elections and stated that he thought that the elections had been manipulated by the opposition. And he called on the Electoral Commission to basically intervene. He said that the opposition had manipulated the elections using violence and that they'd won an unfair victory. That's what he implied in his letter. Now, of course, this wasn't true. How was the opposition, being in opposition, not controlling the security forces, going to bully everybody into vote for them? But it was an attempt by President Lungu to get out of election results that were very clearly, very early on, not going to go his way. What were the factors that stopped him? Well, one, the fact that everybody knew that urban areas had voted heavily for the opposition and there might be protests and unrest. Number two, domestic observers. Domestic observers had got out there and actually used technology to be able to capture what actually had been in the votes in different parts of the country and to capture the reality of what had happened and how peaceful and orderly it had been in different parts of the country, and then use technology to be able to communicate that back. And that demonstrated that actually not only had the opposition won, but they'd won a big majority. And not only did they have the results, but they had some of the election observation forms to prove it. And Lungu was effectively told that, right? Actually, Mr. President, the Election Commission has the results. They don't look good for you. The civil society groups have the results. They don't look good for you. Of course, those results also were then shared with the international community. They've got the results. They know they don't look good for you. There's actually the technology means that this has been done systematically, so it's credible. All of these things build towards President Lungu actually agreeing to stand down and recognize Hichilema, as the next president of Zambia. So yes, individuals can make a critical difference, but connect your efforts to others through the use of apps and technology, collect that data through different individuals so that you can be more systematic. And that can really shape the way that people think about an election and the decisions that leaders make in an election.
Exactly. And in answering that question, you've also answered Okechukwu Nwanguma's question on how, what citizens can do under an authoritarian regime. But there's a question here from Victor Mark Onyebu, curious to find out your thoughts about democracy as a form of government in a country with relatively low mass literacy rates and high levels of inequality. It essentially leaves a vast majority of the populace vulnerable to being manipulated against their collective best interests. So I guess the question is, how does democracy work where you have very high illiteracy rates, high poverty, massive income inequality? Are we setting up ourselves up for failure, still hoping that democracy can deliver in that kind of situation?
It's a great question. I've been working a lot in South Sudan recently, right, which is a country which has literacy challenges, it has infrastructure challenges, it has capacity challenges, electricity challenges, all the challenges you can name. And it does become much more difficult to deliver effective democracy in that sort of context. And of course, in South Sudan, we've seen, supposed elections and election timetables consistently being postponed and deferred. So I don't take in any way lightly that challenge. At the same time, I think it's also important to be a little bit careful, assuming that voters who are not illiterate or not as well educated can't make good decisions. So Joel Barkan, who was a significant figure in my career, a good mentor, worked a lot on East Africa and Kenya and Tanzania. He did some surveys in the 1970s. And he was able to show that basically more people in countries like Kenya and Tanzania knew who their MP was and knew what their MP had done than people in the UK or the United States. Now, these people often had low levels of literacy. They're often poorly educated, but they knew who their MP was because their MP was particularly important in their lives in the context of a state that didn't deliver and often relied on MPs to be the sort of central point connecting to citizens. And they often had quite a lot of understanding of the role of the MP. They wouldn't necessarily describe that role as an educated person might, talking about the constitution and representation in parliament, but they did in terms of what they wanted that MP to do for them. So, you can have strong forms of accountability, strong ties of accountability, and strong citizens who know what they want, even in societies without high levels of education. And I think it's important that we keep that in mind. It is, of course, possible, though, that those kinds of societies might be more susceptible to certain kinds of disinformation. And particularly in a world in which we see disinformation being generated both within countries, but also internationally by foreign actors and others, that leaves those countries more vulnerable. So I think one of the things that we then need to try and do is think about how do we put that right. And that's where I think, trying to strengthen education is one of the most important things we can do. That raises the question, right, of what's the best way to do that? And some people respond to that by saying, well, we need an authoritarian government that can get things done, increase GDP, provide education, build a good state. And then after that, we'll have the citizens that we need to be able to move to democracy. The problem with that, as we've talked about a couple of times, is that authoritarian governments in Africa haven't tended to do that. They haven't tended to provide good education. They haven't tended to provide infrastructure or build the state. In fact, authoritarianism is correlated in Africa with state failure and poor quality governments. Actually, we talked about this earlier, the governments that have introduced free education have predominantly been democratic governments because they felt under pressure from citizens to do it. So why did we get free education in countries like Kenya? Because it was massively popular with the electorate, and so political parties committed to it after the return to multi-party politics. So again, I agree, it's an issue, it's something we need to deal with, but my sense would be that actually we're more likely to get education provided by high-performing democracies than we are by authoritarian states. And so even though it's a challenge, it probably doesn't really change what we need to do.
Exactly.
I should say that this, to me, this is an empirical conversation, not just a theoretical one. If we had really good performing authoritarian states across Africa that were delivering education and everything people wanted, I would shift my views. But at the minute, the only good performing authoritarian state I can see is Rwanda. And that's one out of a very big continent.
Which makes it an exception to the rule. But anyways, I have a question here from one of your former colleagues at University of Birmingham, Ndungo Kolo, who's now with us at Next Year as a partner. Is there really a moral economy of elections in Africa, considering the powerlessness of the voters and the outcomes of the elections? And he says the 2023 elections in Nigeria and the current local government elections in Nigeria are top of mind for him. So if the people are really powerless, where is that? How does that then work?
Thanks so much. It's very interesting. So Yeah, I mean, I think when we say the moral economy of election, well, right? Moral economy doesn't mean it's necessarily good. It means that there's a consistent process of kind of moral conversation and debates around elections. And one of the things that we found most interesting when we did our studies, and this speaks to the point about the powerlessness, is that actually it's not always the people who spend the most money and are the richest who win. And this goes back a little bit to what we were talking about earlier. So of course they have a big advantage, right? We all know this. We know that to be successful in Nigeria or Kenya, South Africa as a politician, you need to spend millions of dollars, right? Millions of dollars on your campaign. If you want to be a governor, tens of millions of dollars. If you want to be a president, hundreds of million dollars at least. That's the end, that's the price of entry. In some countries, you need to spend that amount of money just to get it through the primary, let alone to be able to stand. Elections are an incredibly expensive thing. And that does create inequalities and it does lock out poorer voters. And it probably locks out lots of women as well, because women are less likely to have that kind of money and to be part of those kind of networks. So again, I completely recognize those challenges. What was interesting to us in the book, though, was that we found lots of different places where the richest people didn't win. So Alan Cash is a good example. I mean, Cash was a figure in Ghanaian politics who was known, for being money bags, for handing out cash, for being a candidate who could give people money, and yet failed consistently to become elected as a political leader of the party or the country, because people didn't think it was authentic. They didn't see it as being credible. They didn't like the way the money had been achieved. They didn't think he was the right kind of leader for the country. And so despite spending the most money, he didn't win. We also have people, so this was a book that was a study of Uganda, Ghana, and Kenya. One of the things that we consistently found is that constituents who felt that someone was giving them money, but that money had been stolen, or that money was somehow given to that politician by someone who was corrupt and problematic, like a military figure known to have committed human rights abuses, that actually they didn't feel that that money that was given to them, as it were, had moral value. It didn't have authority. They felt that they could take that money and vote for anybody. So, for example, let's go back to the 2011 election in Zambia when, the government outspent the opposition probably 10, 15 to 1. This was an election where if money talks, the government should have won it. You could see 10, 15 ruling party posters to one opposition poster. And yet the opposition won comfortably. Why? Partly because the opposition ran a campaign called Don't Kubeba, right? The vice president, the deputy leader of the party, Guy Scott, actually said to a rally in mixture of English and Bemba, don't Kubeba, don't tell them, right? Take their money, vote for us. And they won. We saw a similar thing being done in Namibia, right? Eat DTA, vote SWAPO, right? Take the money of one party, vote for another. So a lot of the time we actually see people taking the money of a party, but rejecting the idea that that has authority over them or it's legitimate, believing that actually the way that that money has been generated means that that doesn't cast a kind of claim on their vote and voting with their conscience. And that means that sometimes the people who spend the most money don't win. And one of the things that I've done in elections is actually to go around interviewing the people who have lost. And in quite a lot of the cases I've gone around, I've interviewed people who've mortgaged their houses, who spent more money than other candidates and can't understand how they lost the election having spent so much. It's actually one of the tragedies we often forget about African elections is how many candidates go bankrupt and lose money from contesting. So I do agree with what you're saying in the question, but I also think there is a kind of moral economy there. And you have to both deliver development and money to your constituents, but you have to be seen to do so credibly and legitimately. And what does that mean? To be authentic generally means to physically go back to the constituency. If you go to Nairobi or you go to Abuja and you're never seen in the constituency for 4 years, you will not win the next election, no matter what you spend in that election. So it's about being accessible. It's about being in the constituency. It's about being seen to be true to the constituency's values and not selling the constituency out to another ethnic group or to another leader. It's about delivering on the key development things that the constituency expects. It's about going to funerals and weddings and being generous. All of these things constitute the demands that citizens have of their leaders. And if you flout that, if you don't do that, you will often find yourself booted out of the next election, even if you spent the most money. So yes, I think there is a moral economy of elections, but it's not always, a good one. But it is one in which leaders have certain things that they need to deal with. And one of the things that we found that was most interesting, I think, is that, a lot of voters would say to us, I'm going to take the money, but I don't really want to. I'd rather leaders didn't give us money, but I'll take the money, but I'm voting with my conscience. And one of the things that strikes me is that if we get to a point where enough people are willing to do that, leaders will start to figure out that it's probably not worth handing out this money, right? That actually handing out the money is very expensive and a lot of people are not voting for them. And maybe that's the beginnings of, getting vote buying under control. If you look at the UK and US, vote buying partly was removed by changes in parliament, changes in legislation to make it more difficult. But a lot of the issue was that citizens started to reject it, partly because standards of living were rising. And so the small amounts that were being offered weren't enough to actually sway people. So again, going back to long-term optimism, short-term pessimism, the situation is really bad. I think it's true that about 67% of elections feature significant vote buying in Africa, which is the highest percentage around the world. But if we expect economic growth to continue, we expect standards of living to continue and poverty to decrease, it should become harder to buy votes over time, and that should create more space for other kinds of politics.
Well, the argument about take the money and vote your conscience, does it really work? I mean, I did some local election observing in 2018 in Nigeria, in a state in Nigeria, and I saw that many of the people I spoke to after they left they voted, they collected money and voted. They basically voted for the same person that gave them the money. And their argument was they couldn't tell a difference between the candidates because they didn't know any of these candidates. And many of the candidates they just saw on TV, they couldn't tell one from the other. So doesn't it still come back to the person who gives the vote wins in a situation where the voter cannot quite differentiate between the different candidates?
It's a good point. It certainly doesn't always happen, right? I mean, people do all sorts of different things. Some people get bought and sell their votes. Some people vote a certain way because they think that only a leader of a certain ethnic group is going to be able to defend them and look after their interests. Some people vote against their interests, and some people sacrifice and vote, the way that they think they should. I think it's really complicated. And I think this often changes through an election. A colleague of mine, Dominic Burbidge, got his friends in Kenya to write a diary of their experiences in the election. And one of the things that you see is these people starting, this is in the 2013 elections, starting by saying, well, I'm not going to vote for this guy because he's my ethnic leader, because he didn't do the right thing. He's up on charges of human rights abuses at the International Criminal Court. I'm not going to vote for him. I'm going to do my duty as a good citizen of Kenya. And then as the campaign heats up and as it becomes more aggressive, and as they feel their community is more under threat, and as the money starts to be handed around, it becomes harder and harder for them to stick to that initial position. And there's a really nice moment where one of them writes in the diary, which became the title of the article, something like, get me out of this middle class hell. I don't want to vote for this guy, but I'm worried that if I don't vote for him, I'll be disadvantaged. My community will isolate me. People will, accuse me of betraying the community. And so you get the sense in the end of the article that a lot of these people voted for the candidate they said at the beginning that they weren't going to. So I agree with you, and I think it's really complicated. And certainly a lot of people do vote for the people, who bribe them or who are of their ethnic group. But I think, again, one of the things that I'm really interested in is how that's changing. Now, we'll see at the next election in Kenya whether that urban protest, that cross-ethnic urban protest that was explicitly about citizenship and holding the government to account across ethnic lines, we'll see at the next election in Kenya whether that translates into people voting a slightly different way and campaigns being a slightly different way. I might be naively optimistic to hope that some of this will carry over into that and we'll start to see a shift. But again, going back to what I was saying earlier, I think if we do, that will be a 20-year shift, right? It's not going to happen overnight. So my hope is that we see aspects of that and that will strengthen. But I totally, accept your point that it's not something that we see everywhere and that we see all sorts of other forms of politics. The other thing I would say, to be fair, is that, I've slightly cherry picked, and that when I've been optimistic, I've been giving you examples from countries that have more democratic politics, more turnover, but perhaps less repressive, countries like Kenya, Ghana, Zambia, etc., which are countries that we know have had more positive democratic experiences despite some challenges. It is also true that people will probably make different decisions when they feel, that they're extremely repressed, they're very vulnerable, they're very unsafe, and when they think that the whole election is going to be rigged anyway. So why bother to take the risk of voting for a good candidate if, the government's going to rig it? So if you're in a country where the president wins 98% of the votes and the same people are consistently returned to parliament, I think that creates a very different environment in which to come to that decision of how to vote.
And we're now down to the last 2 minutes of this great conversation, but I wanted to get maybe 1 or 2 more questions in, and unfortunately we can't answer more than 18 other questions in the Q&A. But have you seen from your experience where any African country has made progress on election finance reforms? And if yes, what was the nature of that program and how did it work?
It's a great question. We see a little bit of progress, I think. We see some countries that have introduced legislation that stipulates that accounts should be published. We see, for example, countries in which the state provides finance for political parties. So there are quite a few countries in Africa where the state provides some finance. And in those countries in particular, there's often a requirement on parties that accept state finance to then publish accounts on how that money was spent. Now, that's a good thing in principle. It's good to have that legislation on the books. Of course, the problem is that it's rarely actually enforced. Accountability is quite weak. We don't tend to see really good accounts being published. The accounts don't really seem to match up to what we know was spent. And there's no real enforcement mechanism. Neither the police nor the registrar of parties nor the Electoral Commission seems to really take that and enforce it and check it. So at the minute, no, we see a fairly weak situation across the continent. Some places with very little regulation, some places with good regulation, but it's not really being enforced. There's not many places where we really see vote buying, and improper use of election funds, whether that's taking money from countries abroad or whether that's, spending money on things that they shouldn't be spent on. It's quite, rare to see those things being prosecuted. So I think that is one of the next big frontiers. I think it's one of the toughest things to actually deal with. And the reason why it's one of the toughest things to deal with is that the opposition also doesn't want it to happen. So it's not just that the government doesn't want these things to happen. It's often the opposition, because the opposition is often getting money from different sources it doesn't want to disclose, spending it on things it doesn't want to have to tell us about. And therefore, I've actually seen in some countries where civil society is pushing a piece of legislation and both the opposition and ruling party have colluded to stop it coming to pass. So I think this is probably one of the areas in which I'm least optimistic. And I think, again, it's one of the areas where we realize the difficulty of kind of trying to legislate your way out of trouble, right? The legislation is only going to be effective if you've got judges and if you've got civil society groups who are going to force it to be effective. And so, my sense here is that legislating our way out of that is not going to be the answer. The answer is probably going to be that actually societal change, rising standards of living are going to be the answer. But again, that's going to be 20, 30 years' time. So I don't think we're going to see financially clean elections, sadly, in the next decade.
We've totally run out of time, but I want to give you maybe another minute. Maybe there's something, a question I should have asked that I didn't, that you want to speak on.
Not at all. I've enjoyed this more than any conversation I've had in the last 3 or 4 months. So it's been a great conversation. I think great questions. Thank you to everyone in the chat. I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed, learning from you and the experience. Of course, because you have fantastic former students of mine, that I knew it was going to be a good conversation, but it's exceeded all my expectations. The only thing just to say to people is that if people are interested and want to get more debate, want to join the debate, if people are interested in writing, the democracyinafrica.org, or follow me on LinkedIn. We've recently got a situation where we've teamed up with The Continent magazine, which is a magazine originally out of the Mail and Guardian, which is an award-winning magazine. And we're looking for people who have great ideas from Africa, researchers, early career researchers, journalists who want to write. And we can actually, for The Continent, we can actually pay money. And we're particularly interested right now in people writing about social movements and youth and protests, the kind of things we've seen in Kenya and Nigeria and Uganda recently. So if anybody's interested in, getting published and writing and getting engaged, check out Democracy in Africa, check out The Continent, send me an email, and it would be lovely to, to engage with some of you more over that mechanism. But thank you very much. It's been a real pleasure.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And to everyone who joined, thanks a lot. We're really excited about our next two speakers. On November 6th, we're going to have former two-time Minister Shamsuddin Usman, who just launched a book recently, Public Policy and Urgent Interests. And on November 20th, we're going to have Professor Richard Joseph on prebendalism and a future foretold. So again, thank you for joining us. Thank you, Nick. And I look forward to seeing you next time. Thank you.
Well, I'll be there for Richard Joseph. Excellent. That'll be a great one. Take care, everyone.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome to another edition of news on Signature Television. I am your chief newser, as it were, that position you by either was by selectorate or by electorate position you have put me there, whichever one. I find myself being the chief newser on this program where we muse, and the muse is where we think and talk. And as usual, I say always in Nigeria now, we are advising that people should think before they talk. But if some people choose to talk before they think, well, we go on like the Igbos will always say, where if a goat is lying on the ground, is lying on his skin. So let's get going with what we have to muse about today. There are so much in the Nigerian news headlines that will draw attention to thinking and talking, but we have only selected few. So might not be exhaustive in the topics we want to think and talk about today. But one of them is that one that has been trending and is top on the agenda since the last 2 decades in Nigeria is the issue of bandits and terrorism. And recently in the news, you find out that they say all the thriving communities in Nigeria are empty. Many people are running away from their communities, their homelands, and their inheritance, because some people that have been described as bandits and terror are that's chasing them away, burning down their communities, killing them, beheading them, raping, disarming, doing so much things that are tragic to them. And quite recently in the news, we also read about how almost 30 communities in Kwara State, their traditional rulers have run away with their families because they can't stay any longer, meaning they are submitting, they are throwing in the towel. It's like, let's run away, save our lives, let whoever want to take over the land, take them. And of course, those who are taking over the land are the bandits and terrorists. And it's not talking, it's not, saying, it leaves a lot of sour taste in our mouth, and everybody who is right-thinking Nigerian, who is peace-loving, who has been a Nigerian, the resilient Nigerians, one of the happiest people on earth, have turned to become one of the most, what do we say, the most sorrowful and the saddest people on earth. And how did this, how did this turn? How did it turn around that in Nigeria, blessed with so much resources, human and natural and material, are now most of the communities are living in IDP camps? And you know what that means? IDP camps where people line up for rations in the mornings with their families, that's the surviving ones, those who are alive. And when it has taken this turn, it started with bombings and setting bombs on mass transport vehicles in Abuja. It started with kidnapping of children in Chibok. A lot of campaign were done, a lot of things were done. Where is the Chibok? Now, nobody, even the Chibok people are going to voicemail. Chibok girls who have been kidnapped are going to voicemail. And now, what are we talking about now? We are talking about that the communities, even their traditional rulers, are taking off, going into exile and leaving their communities and the people to their tent. It's like, to your tent, all Nigerians, to your tent, all community members, those who used to be my subject, I am throwing in the towel because I can't survive there. Nobody can see death coming and want to stand. So no, it's only 3 that we hear that it will cut down and still stands there. The Igbo say no sisi no na egbu ekuleba. So even the traditional rulers who are running away now is because of what happened in the past, continuing in the recent, present, and in the future. And you find that there have been this idea of doing kidnapping and mass abduction of ordinary innocent Nigerian citizens, and it has gotten to traditional rulers. We have had some side instances of school children, and now the bandits and terrorists are updating their games. They are upping their games to the point of taking over. And you know, the Igbo say that when the big tree falls down, all the birds will find, they will scamper and find whatever, where they will find a tent, where they find safety. And that's what is happening. Now, we are saying, for how long will this continue? So many communities up the north have been taken over by terrorists and bandits, and Nigerian security apparatus is doing all they can to fight these menaces, and it's even becoming overwhelming. We are saying the Nigerian security forces and the agencies and all the establishments are doing whatever they can do. But there is something that will happen when it gets to a point where something becomes overwhelming. It becomes a full-blown war. And you ask, with this number of Nigerians in the den of, in the camps or in the hands of bandits and terrorists, how many are left for the 2027 election that we're preparing? And for some other developmental things that we want to do in Nigeria. It calls for attention. It calls for serious attention. And the question has been, do we as Nigerians call for international communities to come and assist us? And do they need for us to call them to come and assist us when Nigeria has been in the forefront of helping other countries of the world who have one kind of problem or another? Nigeria has been in the forefront. One of the achievements of the great Nigerian nation has been to contribute gallant soldiers to peacekeeping forces. And now Nigeria has found itself in this kind of war, whether declared or undeclared. And the international communities are watching Nigerians being decimated, being kidnapped, abducted, mass killing. And some of the things that have thrown back for us is to start arguing whether people who are mass abducted, kidnapped, or killed, or whatever, those harmful situations that people are going through. People are now going to an argument of whether are they Christians, are they Muslims, are they pagans, are they atheists, or do they even have anything, and we leave that. And every day in Nigerian newspaper headlines, people are being kidnapped by terrorists and bandits. Now our traditional rulers are on the run. For how long can we do this? And we are calling for attention. I am not the spokesman for Nigerian nation. We have Minister of Information. We have Ministry of Information. We have other agencies that are handling our diplomatic relations. Is it not time we call for assistance? Let the people who can help come over, like the Bible said, come over to Macedonia to help us. And in this case, we are saying, come over to Nigeria to help us, because we are in dire stress. And it's time that the international community, United Nations, we signed by agreement to be a member of that. We signed agreement to be a member of EU. We have a bilateral agreement with the AU. Of course, AU is our African Continental Union. And what are these organizations doing? A lot of international communities that have business dealings with Nigeria, are they saying that the bandits and terror will take over Nigeria, that they are comfortable to do business with bandits and terrorists? Is it that they are not comfortable doing business with ordinary Nigerians and the government and the establishment? that have been doing these businesses with them, because we know Nigeria have a lot of things that international communities want. Can there be something be done? Is there a way to negotiate and we stop these killings? Why are we crying for killings? Because whenever any slave sees how a fellow slave is buried, he will eventually know that's how the same fate awaits him or her. We as Nigerian ordinary citizens are crying. Let something be done. We don't know who next will be kidnapped, abducted, beheaded, or raped, and we don't know whose people would have been taken into the dens of bandits and terrorists, and the ransom demand will be made. We even heard that for traditional rulers, their ransom money now has risen up to 400 million. I don't know whether it's for one person or for the whole royal family. But when that has happened, you know, this greeting has passed the ankle. Because the Igbos say, once a kenega fe nkwaka, once greeting passing the ankle, he has turned to fight. This greeting that we started almost 2 decades ago with the bandits and terrorists has passed the ankle. It has now turned to fight. Let whoever want to separate that fight come now. Or whichever strategy we use to stop this menace is welcome. Nigeria needs to be helped by everybody who loves Nigeria and by all peace-loving Nigerians. Let's put our hands together, whether we are Muslims, whether we are Christians, whether we are atheists, whether we are traditional worshippers, or whatever we believe in. Even if we don't believe in anything, I'm sure we believe that life is sacrosanct. Life is a right for everybody, and nobody has the right to take the life of another person without it being discussed. Well, that's about it. In Nigeria now, as a broadcast journalist, you hardly talk about any news, discuss anything on air without talking about bandits and terror. It has become top trending issue in Nigeria for the last going to 25 years, and we said it's high time something be done. Well, that's about that. I've talked several platforms about this issue. Can somebody add their voice? Let's see whether that will help. Well, the next thing we will talk about today on the news, a platform where we think and talk, is Nigerian National Broadcasting Commission, NBC, has recently issued a directive to all the broadcast media in Nigeria, talking about defaulting the broadcast code of Nigeria, that Bible that all broadcasters and people on the glare lights and the microphones and the people who use biros to write about information in Nigeria, but these are about broadcast journalists. And our regulation has been there. We recognize our regulator, the Broadcast Commission. But whenever the elections are coming, they find out that their constituency, that's the broadcasters, have the penchant of doing things that are also heating up the politics. But I say, if you think the broadcast media are talking and doing too much about happenings in Nigeria and going overboard to even commit offense, going beyond the code and doing things that are not contained in the code, which becomes an offense, let's look at even the situation and the environment of Nigeria. Is it promoting, forcing the broadcast journalists to begin to do things ordinary way? Remember that when wrong things stay too long in a community, it becomes a culture. The Igbo say it becomes a culture. Does it mean that some of the people who do the things that broadcast journalists complain about have done it extraordinarily out of shape, so making it impossible for the broadcast journalists to talk about these things and report them the normal way that is written in the code? It takes two to tango. If you do too much, there's one warrior adage, they say, if you do too much, you see too much, you get too much, whatever the way they say it. Does it mean the Nigerian community and the people of Nigeria are now doing too much, making the broadcasting commission, National Broadcasting Commission, to regulate the broadcast journalists to say, you are now doing too much, you are talking too much, you are saying things out of the ordinary. But let's be very frank and serious. it requires that the broadcast journalists in Nigeria become very cautious, because you are not going to throw away the baby with the bathwater. If things are going offhand because of the way most Nigerians behave now, politicians, ordinary people in all sectors of Nigerian life are doing things out of ordinary. There are people who are not supposed to lose their heads even when others are losing theirs. And the only people that cannot do this, they put it to us, are broadcast journalists. So the broadcast journalists, you have a duty that even when others are going out of overboard, doing things that are not required of them, that you are not supposed to join them. So only Nigerians are the people who cannot join 90 million flies to eat what they eat. That's a tall order, very tall order for us, but we have to adhere to our regulatory body. The only thing we're saying, whatever we are doing in Nigeria, let's do it the right way. Let's also be able to stop any fight before the push. If you want to stop fight, let's stop the push. So Nigerians, the politicians, the political environment, the economic environment, all other environment, the ecosystem itself is overcharged with a lot of ordinary actors, and we think that it's time for Nigerians to move on to do. So now the next item we have here to talk about is something that concerns every Nigerian, every African, every black man. We're talking about malaria sickness. The thing is alarming when they say that malaria defies medications despite ongoing eradication practices, activities that I feel everywhere. We are growing up, we heard about kick malaria back in 2020 or 2030, fight malaria, eradicate malaria. All those development organizations overuse words of eradicating, stopping, doing things. They use words like things that we are used to. But when we are hearing about vaccines for different diseases in the world, we are asking the question, why is it that those people who have the wherewithal to manufacture vaccines, develop vaccines, have done for HIV? HIV came into Africa and of course touched the whole world, and then the vaccine has been worked on over time, and then a vaccine in practice and in circulation where trials have been done, and some medicines that can even hold it up and shift up the HIV virus in the system for a very long time and make the person to live healthy. Why has malaria become the area of life where the people have said there's no vaccine over time? As maybe they're still working on it. But we said, for how long will it take these people, the medical world, in the medical sector, the World Health Organization, and all the big pharmacies, pharmaceutical companies of the world, to come out with vaccines that can stop malaria? And then somebody on the side said, if they stop malaria, how they could make money from Africans from the health sector? When they say, today we started hearing malaria when we were growing up with simple 5 kobo chloroquine tablets. You swallow about 10 of it, and the way doctors will recommend it, before the 3 days runs, malaria is gone, and you go hit the street back. But now we have combination therapy that is costing more than, going at the very average of 30,000 naira for an average Nigerian to treat malaria. When we know that if we are 240 million Nigerians, we have over 250 millions of them having malaria in their system. And the mosquitoes are they mutating? Do we have species of malaria now that give of mosquitoes now that bite people, and the malaria will be difficult to cure? The question we were asking is: the malaria those mosquitoes imported? Are the big pharmaceutical companies across the world, are they interested in making Africa, Nigeria, where I'm coming from, to come out of malaria epidemics? Or is it that it's part of the business, business as usual going on, so that get malaria? If 240 million Nigerians is a big market for malaria tablets and medicine, then it might be a tall order to tell somebody to find a vaccine that will stop that. But then, let us look at it very well. Which one is more? More Nigerians are dying now. Even malaria we have in Nigeria now are defying medications. Which way? For a Nigerian, you say, they say, the Igbos, my father will always say, he said, "Now yezu okay, asonya dari bitohafo." So the sicknesses have not gone round, and you are now asking the man who has swollen stomach to also have swollen scrotum. That one. Is there nothing that can be done? I know the international community, the whole world has gone digitally and gone in a lot of high level of development across the world. We are calling for vaccines to eradicate malaria to be introduced so that we will stop. Now there is a very interesting thing for all motorists that have been going on in Nigeria. When the policeman stop you and say, "Yes sir, park here, bring out your papers," and they will flip through the papers and they will tell you third class insurance, third party insurance, you are still having it. Nigeria said you must have first class insurance, and that means comprehensive insurance to use your Tokumbo cars that you have managed to buy 1,500 naira fuel to put in it, and they will either impose fine or impound your vehicle, or you have to go to the station to explain to the Oga. Or if you are not able to do any of those things, you know what I'm talking now. Because in Nigeria, every offense, whenever you run into the hands of our friend, the police is your friend, I know. But whenever you run far or run into their net, I follow, will cost money. I not follow, cost money. So which way? Nigeria. But it's a good news that SIN, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Falana, has gone to court and they has gotten judgment, and they say court now stops police and the Federal Road Safety Commission from imposing fines on defaulting motorists in Nigeria who do not have who have third-party insurance. That means we can now use third-party insurance to drive our cars. It's some kind of so-called, knowing the hardship and hunger in Nigeria, what it takes an average Nigerian to survive. That is the few that still have their vehicle on the road, because 95% of Nigerians have parked their vehicles. Only the politicians and people working in government can use government cars, bought with our tax money, our resources to move around with sirens, and some of the cars are even armored vehicles. No policeman can even stop them with in that convoy to say whether you are using third-party insurance or whether you are using comprehensive. The world is not straight. This one is not fair. But whichever way, whenever there is a move to help cushion a little bit the suffering of Nigeria, we welcome it. So, with Nigerians, kudos, you can now drive your cars according to the report we have with the third-party insurance on Nigerian roads. Good luck, and let all the people who will fight for more rights for the ordinary citizens of Nigeria keep on fighting, because it's like we have two worlds now, they and us, and somebody need to be the middleman who will talk for the ordinary Nigerians, because if they don't talk for us, who will talk for us? Because even the rich now also cry. So imagine what it is for the poor and the wretched of the earth of Nigeria. I am not promoting defaulting. I am not promoting lawlessness or anything. But even in madness, they told me there's an order. Let's put order, even in hardship and hunger and the economic system of Nigeria, how we can survive. Let us shield ourselves from some of the suffering. Because, like they say, are we going to all to die and cry and squeeze us to death before certain cushion is introduced into the system? Thank God we cannot drive with third-party insurance in Nigerian roads. Well, that's if you can afford to buy the fuel. And somebody was saying engineering and other accessories they used to drive car in Nigeria. But most cars in Nigeria are second hand. Some of them are tenth hand, and we are still managing to drive them. But when the condition of driving them is adding up to hardship and hunger, it makes it so difficult for us to survive. Well, that's about it. The next item we have here, because we are running it up today, you can see that Muslim today is taking a fast lane. We are moving. NNPC has cleared the air. He said, We do not say that the refinery is now a scrap that is now standing for sale. That they are warning people because Nigerians, let them not find themselves into the hands of 419s who will come and tell you that Port Harcourt refinery is up for sale because it's now a scrap, or that the Warri refinery is now up for sale because it's now scrapped, or that Kaduna refinery is now up for sale because it's now scrapped. NNPC said, we not talk about one more. So if somebody comes to you for the international communities where Nigerians, they think they will come and tell you, I am the minister of oil and gas in Nigeria. I am coming on behalf of Nigerian government and we are selling our refiners, you can buy. They put a caveat. NNPC has put a caveat. If you buy, buyers are buying at their own risk. Owners, if you park your car in certain hotels and some joints, they will tell you cars are parked at the owner's risk. That's why I stopped when I was able to buy fuel to use my car. I stopped going to such places with my car. If you stop to buy one bottle of beer at expensive price or buy any drink you drink, and you look around, you see a signboard saying that you are parking your car here at your own risk. Even in somebody's premises, you is running business, you say your car is parked at your premises. So everybody in Nigeria is on their own. So just like the NNPC is saying, if you go to buy, anybody approach you and say he's buying our refineries, they may be scrap. But the NNPC and the Nigerian government has not declared them for sale yet. Probably there's a further notice. And somebody said maybe when it becomes scrap of, you have A class of scrap, you have B class of okrika, you have C class, until when you get to Z level of scrap, that's when they will say. Now, I'm not talking on behalf of NNPC, but they know when they scrapped or whatever looks like refineries that cannot put to turn around the money into it. We have turned them around with a lot of budget in Nigeria for the last 28 or 30 years and nothing happened. And some people have said, let us not put more money there again. It's as good as scrap. But even at that, a lot of decisions will be made across board before we decided whether our refineries will be up for sale as scraps. You are moving around a lot of, in the cities, you find a house that looks old and dilapidated, where people, maybe the owners are managing to still only collect the rent from tenants living there. And you find on the wall big written text saying, beware, this house is not for sale, beware of 419. I got a joke of one, they wrote, one man was very clear when he wrote, beware of my first son. This house is not for sale. Nigerian young men, because of lack of employment, say Nigeria has up to 80% of unemployment rate in Nigeria. That's what they told me, and here you can confirm from the Ministry of Employment and Labor whether Nigerian youth are employed. So they are looking for a way of surviving. They say, when the land is not good, those ones who are positioning as peacemakers and keeping peace, they are the ones who are thriving. In Igbo land, when Indians come to settle talk for you, you have to buy drinks and buy cola and even buy goat and kill. And before they settle, probably you have an issue, you are struggling to settle an issue of 200,000. It will take you about 200,000 to bring Indians and also the India and Aladimma. Those people who talk about Aladimma, when you hear Aladimma in Igbo land, is about let the communities be okay. What you take them to bring them as alternative dispute resolution platform is costlier than even what you are trying to settle. And you think Nigeria is going to be better? I'm not talking about when the talk say make there will be crisis. So when there's crisis, they will invite Indians and also to settle. And if you bring the red cap chiefs to come and settle issues for you, they must chop something before they talk about the issue. And that's about it. So on that note, that's where we can draw the curtain on today's edition of the news, a program on Signature Television, a global TV that is, pushing the voice from the Southeast for the world to hear. We'll go to our social media handles, it's on your screen, comment and share and let more people know what we are doing. let's continue to do this together. As we grow together. So when we get there, we all share the profit. Thank you for having been with us today again. My name is Christian Chibuzo Maduka, your chief muser. Thank you for accommodating me in your sitting room with all my excesses. I will come again next time with another edition of Muse. Keep watching all the programs on Signature Television. Don't go away. Thank you for being here.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Nigeria has the third highest burden of female genital mutilation globally, with 20 million cases and over 14 states highly affected. In 2015, the then president of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, introduced a law to help fight FGM and, of course, punish the offenders. But some communities, especially villages,
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Signature Television Unscripted. My name is Mike Obani. Today we are going to discuss issues concerning yesterday's May Day celebration as it concerns the workers across all the 36 states of the Federation and Abuja, the Federal Capital Territory. What is the plight of our workers? How are they feeling against the backdrop of the rising cost of living? Then we look into the recent judgment of the Supreme Court concerning the leadership crisis in the ADC, the leadership crisis in the PDP, what are the implications of the rulings of the Supreme Court vis-a-vis the progress of our democracy. With me in the studio this morning to handle these two crucial and topical issues on my right, immediate right, is Dr. Ukeje. Dr. Ukeje, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mike.
And my good friend, Mr. Martinani. Mr. Martinani, you're welcome.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you very much. We're all workers. We are workers.
It's a pleasure to have you once again. Thank you very much.
Yes, like I said, there May Day celebration yesterday, first day in the month of May. Nigerian workers, both in the public and public sector and the private sector, yesterday was dedicated to honor them, to celebrate them for the labor, that they have explored in the production sector of our economy. And one would like to ask you gentlemen whether the workers have any reason to smile against the backdrop of the rising cost of living. Dr. Keje, what do you make out of yesterday's May Day? Do you think the workers have any reason to smile or to, express disappointment?
Mike, yesterday too was a memorial day for St. Joseph the Worker. Joseph was the foster father of Jesus. He was a carpenter, and he trained Jesus in carpentry before he started his mission. All of us usually, in fact, majority of the people in the world are workers. And as Pope Pius the 12th said in 1955, that that God created man and gave him the ability to create, to continue his work of creation. So virtually all of us are workers because we have labor in us.
I agree.
As things stand now, either many people are not laboring because they are unable to labor, or they are laboring in vain. You plant your crops, somebody harvests it, either for his livestock or for his sales, so you don't go back. You are a paid worker, you can't get to work because of the cost of transportation. If you live nearby, what you earn cannot keep you at home. Meanwhile, the public service or the government continue to increase prices, while governments elsewhere are reducing taxes or charges to reduce the cost of living. I mean, I'm surprised. Each time I go to the ENUGU airport, there is a fee you pay at the gate. When you get in and you want to park, you are asked to pay another fee. I said, does this airport lead to Nchatacha? If you paid to enter, why should you pay again to park? So, Martin, you can contribute.
Well, it's really interesting, and, but it's not funny anyway. We're all laborers. Even our Lord Jesus Christ in the Bible encouraged that anyone that will not work should not do what? Eat. So it is expected that man should be engaged in one means of one business or the other, means a production line. Either you're buying, you're selling, or you're manufacturing, or you are the middleman, or you are in the office, carrying out government policies as a bureaucrat and all that. Or you're also a political leader giving direction, for what to do and not to do. So the point here is that Nigeria is at a very critical stage, of our political life today. And unfortunately, workers of the world, especially in Nigeria, are grilling under serious pain and hardship, which has been further, heightened. The bar has recently been raised by the current fuel increase, and of course, the war between Iran, Israel, and America, and of course, choking up the Strait of Hormuz, which is the Mediterranean path-through shipping line, mostly move goods, and they say it's about 20%. So sometimes my child was asking me, a teenager, he was asking me, Daddy, if they say it's 20%, so what has happened to the other 80%? That fuel has suddenly risen, that you are now buying from 700 to 1,002. And like Dr. KJ mentioned, nations of the world, of course, every government is all about the welfare of the people. So when you find your citizens grilling under this kind of difficulty, there is need for government to intervene. There is need for government to intervene, even in the free market economy. Adam Smith and the rest of them. There is need for government to intervene sometimes, because that will not be allowed. Force of demand and supply shouldn't be allowed. That's why in the neoclassic economy, it's expected that government should intervene. And what do we expect that states like Nigeria should do? It is to lessen the burden on the people. Because like we are marking the World Day yesterday, May Day yesterday. Workers their salary cannot take them to work. They can't even go to any restaurant and eat. They can't even pay their bills. House rent is on the increase. The National Housing Fund, they can't access it to build houses. And there are no mass housing schemes. And there's so much poverty A lot of persons have been further thrown down in the cesspit of poverty. So the point here is that there is a gamut of burden on the laborers. I don't know, but Karl Marx, when he was speaking, he said the workers of the world should unite, that they have nothing to lose in his communist manifesto. He said that there's nothing for them to lose than their chains. So this is a wake-up call for all the workers of Nigerians to unite and lose the burden off their shoulder by ensuring that they actively participate in choosing who their leaders are. Because if you are not giving me what I needed, you are not providing security and social welfare for me, I have the, under democracy, the choice to make a change. So we're expecting that the workers should unite. If the suffering is okay for them, let the status quo be maintained. But if they are no more comfortable with the pain and burden, then there is need for them to yak off the yoke on their neck and the burden on their shoulder, like Prophet Isaiah, stated, when he prophesied about the coming Messiah. So that is my take. I use this opportunity to congratulate all of us, whether in the formal or informal economy, and mostly to congratulate the entire workforce of Nigerians on 2026 May Day celebration. I pray that they will take action, because God cannot come down. I keep saying it, Nigerians are good in praying and praying, but certainly God cannot come down until we take action. Nothing will change.
Who is to take action? You mean the workers or the government?
The workers, both in informal and formal, of course, constitutes a larger percentage of the over 200 million Nigerians.
Yes. What bothers many of us, generality of Nigerians, you did mention the issue of rising cost of, petroleum products against the background of the fact that, there is a conflict, a war, U.S., Israeli and Iranian war, which brought about the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, making it difficult for ships, to carry petroleum products from the areas of production to the areas of need. All right. But yes, we have that problem at hand, but that has led to the issue of the rising cost of petroleum, and also an increase
cost of living generally.
Cost of living generally, and also an increase in the amount of money that comes to the federal government by way of proceeds from the sales of oil. And what one don't understand is, why is it not possible for government to use these higher income to soften the sufferings of Nigerians? Remember, oil subsidy has been removed up to KJ. And nobody's telling us where this money that is realized from the reduction of, from the removal of oil subsidy has gone. Then this issue, the present problem we have now, that led to the rise in petroleum product. Nigeria is making more money. I mean, we are making more money because oil is an international product. Once the price of oil goes, we make more money. So where is this money, all this money going to? Are you not surprised that this money is not being recycled into the system, so that Nigerian workers will have a feel of the profit that the government is making for now?
Well, I'm an economist. I'm not surprised, because there is something that is called resource cost. Any group of people that depend on extraction of resources, natural resources, for their livelihood, have a cost on them, because they don't know when it is exhausted. In Lagos, you hear of Alaye, those who claim that the land is their own. So when somebody is building their house, they come there. Immediately after the Nigeria-Biafra war in Onitsha, as people were rebuilding, there were a lot of gangs in Onitsha. It was a terror at that time, who come to claim that it's their father's land and you have to settle them. Around here, you hear of Obole Ichago. In our many rural villages, there are youths who go to the forest, cut wood, sell it. You even see people cutting cashew or mango and sewing them into joists. When that natural forest finishes, what happens? So Nigeria has never been stable since it started depending on oil, because of the assumption that oil is an international product, it has a market. The government goes into all kinds of transactions. Lagos Calabar Highway, when Lagos and Calabar are linked by the Atlantic Ocean, Sokoto to Badagry Highway, you cannot police the border when there is no road. Now you want to set up a road between Sokoto and Badagry. One of the things that led to the crisis in the 1990s in Rwanda was a road that the government built linking Rwanda to Uganda. The Zaire president told the Rwandan president at that time that this road will lead to your downfall. The rebels came from Uganda following that road because Kagame was an officer of the Ugandan army. They used all kinds of facilities and came and overthrew him and led to the fight back that was called genocide. Many of the things that the government is doing, or especially at the federal level and state level, are not their function. Like the government says it's going to be feeding school children, federal government. Just imagine somebody at the federal government feeding children at maybe Mbo. How would it happen? The state government is taking out the functions of local government. They say they have Eswama. But if you go along the road in ENUGU, you will find rubbish. Eswama has no office in ENUGU. But the local government cannot set up refuse collection because of Eswama. It is something that was known. It has always been there anyway. It was only accentuated. But if Nigeria is an oil producing country as it is, we have a domestic policy that 450,000 barrels per day is reserved for domestic consumption. It has been there since the 1970s. Where is that one? Forget about the money they are talking about. Inflation, according to Margaret Thatcher, is the greatest enemy of savings. Matthew and Mike, if you have 2,000 naira in a savings account now, if you don't touch it, at the end of the month, the bank may not give you an interest. If they give you, they will give you 12 naira. Meanwhile, the real value of that 2,000 has gone down to less than 500. So, fighting inflation is what the government should be doing, reducing money. But if the president of Nigeria pays 50 million naira to buy nomination form for presidency, and senators will pour in money, that will stimulate inflation. They are not interested in the welfare of the people.
Yes, so what I'm pointing at really is that, this time around, it's always been said, the president has always said, and he repeated it, that the governors are getting more money relative to what the governors in the last republic got. So my question, and the question that so many Nigerians have been asking, what are the governors doing?
Why is it not translating?
Why is this money not, translating to economic welfare, to improvement in the living standards of the people? Where is this money going to?
Okay. You want me to wait?
Yes.
Okay. Well, the point here is that, unfortunately, they say people get the kind of government they deserve. So I don't know whether this is true in the case of Nigeria, or that there were a lot of technical glitches in INEC that made Nigerians not to get the kind of government they deserve, or were there a lot of human factors that are what we call intervening factors or variables that make Nigerians not to get the kind of leadership they set out in 2023. But be that as it may, we are here, and there is no retreat, no surrender, but we need to forge on. So the point here is this. When it was President Buhari government, there was what they called body language. And when the body language of the president favored the governor, then the governor, like the king, where Esther was they said if the king doesn't set out his kingly whatever, if the wife comes in, the person is dead. So the point is that the way the president is behaving is actually the way the governors are behaving, the subnationals are behaving. There's quite a lot of profligacy. You see, have you noted the president's convoy? So if you are a good follower of the president as a governor, you should emulate your president. Have you noted the travel contingencies? Have you noted the itinerary? Okay, as a matter of fact, by tomorrow the president will be set out for, they say France, they say 2 other African countries. You know, by the end of that travel, it will be end of May for our president to return back. So what are we trying to say? It is almost like father, like son. So you don't expect anything different from the subnationals. Even when they are doing something different, it will be like they are mocking those who are doing the wrong things. You know, one skit maker, they call him, he calls himself one governor of Olani State. You know, well, he's a skit maker, so many of us will be watching him. So he has been mocking this government that doing the wrong thing is a norm. So if you're actually trying to do the right thing, it will be like you're a leftist and that you are somebody that shouldn't be tolerated. So the point is that, but the Bible said, when the righteous in the throne, the people rejoice. But when the wicked is in authority, the people perish. So that's exactly what is going on in our country. So no one is accountable to anyone. Nobody is accountable for all the billions. Every year, every month, trillions of naira is being shared in federation account. But where is it? In addition to the internally generated revenue that have risen from less than 50 billion in the past to today, some governors are declaring 400 and something billion. And then there are still no roads in their local government, the town that connects the local government to the state. There are still no factories coming up. There are still no business. There is no reviving of economy. Some of the states, I give credit to the governor of ENUGU State for his intervention in the schools, even though they are yet to start off. Even the GTC, I passed through there the other day. I told someone, well, go and put your child there. He told me that I went there and that all the structures are still under lock and key. I said, the one that the president's wife came to commission, said, yes, they are still yet to start. So we hope that maybe by September this year, you know, after all the contractor that tried to swindle their money, if they are able to sort that out. So that's a model school that we are seeing in ENUGU. But unfortunately, you still go to some states, the schools are not there. Children are still under, pupils are still under the mango tree, dilapidated structure. Parents can no more pay for private schools, and there is no public school for them to go. So many parents are struggling just to have their children get secondary school education in Nigeria. So what I'm trying to say, why it's not trickling down, is that no one is asking questions.
I mean, maybe you are stressing the point too much. You know, yesterday, I think there was an announcement that Borno State government has intervened to ameliorate the difficulties of the workers by bringing in vehicles. Meanwhile, the worker said he has not paid the 70,000 naira minimum wage. So when you say what are the governors doing, you are really identifying it that this is not a government of the people. It is the government of some people. The president, accountant general, governor general, you know.
And it's evident in the defection.
So it's not.
You know, the defection that has gone on and is still going. Is evident.
Yes, like they say in the labor cycle, aluta continua. I hope that the workers will continue to struggle, you know, to find a way to make a living amid the economic challenges and difficulties that they are facing and continue to face. And we do hope that the different governments, federal and state, local government, should do something concrete quickly to alleviate the sufferings of our workers. It's getting too much. Gentlemen, that brings us to the issue of politics, and we are inching forward towards 2027 general elections. And the most recent crucial news, you know, that happened 2 days, 3 days back, you know, had to do with the Supreme Court judgment over the leadership crisis in the People's Democratic Party and the African Democratic Congress. You know, yes. When you come to the PDP, to the ADC, we understand that the Supreme Court has given the ADC a partial lifeline, a partial political lifeline against the backdrop of its decision that the matter at the Supreme Court should be referred back to the High Court. You know, but on that same day, the INEC, listed the names of the leaders of the ADC into their portal. But for the PDP has been beheaded. The point I'm trying to raise here is that it looks as if the judiciary is contributing to the slowing down of democratic development, democratic process in our country by various interventions that we have seen in the political parties. So how do you weigh in on this?
Well, this is happening in the open. If the Minister of Federal Capital Territory is providing for judges, Supreme, Appeal, Federal High Court, and High Court of the Federation, of the Federal Capital, they are dancing to his tune. There was Achebe wrote a book, said there was a country. Although he described a little bit of Biafra there, but my reading of the book was that there was a time things were done well. Yeah. There was a time that this type of thing that was trying to happen in the 1970s, and Zeke was being humiliated about property tax in Onitsha. He went to court, but a journalist in Sunday Times tried to impugn Zeke's character. The judge invited him. So why did you comment on this matter that is before me? He tried to bluff him. He locked him up at ENUGU. I said, you must remain there until you purge yourself of the contempt. Today, look at the judgment of the Supreme Court. Two matters that are similar, you gave different judgments. But the ADC is already tapped in another suit filed by what is called incorporated former legislators. And the Attorney General of the Federation is taking part, asking that the ADC should be delisted. Well, I think he quoted Isaiah. It's the same God that made everybody. We have seen these things before. It will end. I think there was a governor that used to say it will end in praise. But when he left, he left in shame. Okay. Let's see where it will go.
Mr. Patrice, don't you think there is too much of intervention? Because right as we speak, many Nigerians have made up their minds on who to vote for. I'm aware that the candidates they have not emerged, but at least some millions of Nigerians have decided whether they are going to vote for ADC, PDP, PRP, AA, and whatever. And today, the judiciary is making it somehow difficult, for them to for them to make a decision and get through that decision.
Yeah, the point here is this. I want to start by commending the judiciary. They say it's the last hope of the common man. Yeah, unfortunately, there are still bad eggs, within the system. That have been so much messed up by bribery and corruption. In fact, that is the cesspit of bribery and corruption in Nigeria. So, unfortunately, nothing is in the open. Nothing is hidden. Just people go ahead and buy judgment and go use all manner of family and friends to get what they want. But I want to commend the Supreme Court for taking that action. In the first place, ADC has been given an opportunity to survive, because in actual sense, all the suits that came from their former vice chairman, the one they call Nafiu Bala, the one that resigned and now say he didn't resign, the one that say he didn't, he was not part of Nafiu, the one that say, so the point here is this: you cannot rule out recklessness among the party, within the parties. A lot of recklessness, a lot of insubordination, a lot of disregard for the laws. And when they say the court has no power to intervene in internal affairs of the party, it is relative. You cannot deny me of my right, possibly, to exercise my franchise in voting in my party and say I shouldn't run to the court. Or you cannot say that I'm a member of the ESCO and you dissolved me without me, accepting, or you didn't wait till convention or NEC and you didn't follow the laws. So the point is that there's so much lawlessness. It's happening here, it's happening there, and that's why everybody is accusing each other. Nobody knows where it's coming from. Everyone says it's coming from the ruling party. The opposition party seems to be putting all the blame on the ruling party. But among themselves, they're not obeying the laws. They're not obeying the rules they crafted for themselves. So, well, thank God, the opportunity for ADC to return back to the High Court over the suit that has been pending. And again, why should the judges be confusing some of us who are not lawyers with some Latin words or Greek word, I don't know. They say antebellum, status quo, antebellum be maintained. These are simple matters. You don't need to give your judgment in Latin. You can as well write it. Let the status of leadership of the party as it was before Nafi Bala came to the court be maintained. And that is that there was an executive led by Senator David Mark. So why did INEC on its own went ahead to interpret the law their own way? So at least Supreme Court has called attention to that, and it's a good development. Let them go back and sort that out.
Martin, I think there's something that you need to pay attention to.
Yes.
There's a convention or meeting that was held in Ibadan. The Oyo State Governor, Makinde, said, we are going back to Operation Red Tear. What happened in the 1960s under Akintola was that at that time, there were electoral officers who were, civil servants. They were supposed to be available and give you nomination form. But they made it impossible for people who are not in Akintola's party to get those nominations. This is just what is happening today.
Exactly.
You can see that INEC chairman was identified as having sympathy for a party. Then he organized his own inquiry and said that it has been proved that he is not the person. Is that how things are done? But like I said, by their fruits you shall know them.
Just to make a touch a little on PDP. The point here is this. We are almost a state that looks as if we are not governed by the law. For instance, in the case of Makinde-led PDP, that is Turaki. Why would there be a court order, no matter how bad it was, that you should not organize a convention? Why would Nigerians not obey the law? Why would not Nigerians?
No, there's something you need to see. No, one of the things
that should have gone back.
No. I think, Martin, we are in a republic. A court should not tell people not to perform their function. It is the function. It is the function of.
What was going wrong?
It is the function.
They get to go back to that court.
It is the function of the court. It's not the function of the court to prevent an institution from doing a duty that is not fatal.
No, they didn't.
Assuming that you want to execute somebody, the person appeals, because if you execute him, it is no longer possible to.
The court didn't give that order ad infinitum. It was another given to you that someone ran to the court and said something is going wrong, something is going to spoil if you don't do it. You do it. Then you return back to that court and ask, why did you do it, and vacate the order. So they didn't go to vacate the order. Now they run to the Supreme Court. How do you expect the appellate court to give you judgment?
You know the minority judgment in the PDP matter was very clear. He said, look, it is true that these people disobeyed a court order. But it is also true that courts should not intervene.
I understand those things.
And therefore, given the circumstances of the case, that is substantial justice.
So those
you can allow these people to hold their convention.
Those who go to equity should go with clean hands. You don't come to one court and disobey.
But the issue is here, whatever may be the decision of either the Supreme Court, the High Court. I mean, it should be both the judiciary should.
The weekend-led PDP has won, so that is just the point. Let the rest.
But the court also ruled that
have they won? Because PDP is headless now. There's no leadership in PDP.
They have won.
There's no leadership in PDP.
there is.
There is. Anyanwu has been suspended.
No. The court didn't say so.
No. The court.
Are you talking about the Supreme Court or?
The Supreme Court upheld the suspension of Anyanwu.
I don't think
the Supreme Court upheld the suspension of the national chairman of the party. And that is why the chairman of the board of trustees, Senator
Wabra,
has taken over the but the point I'm trying to drive at, the point we are making is that the judiciary should not make it difficult for democracy to thrive, for the people to exercise their franchise.
We should also know that this concept, this concept that there are three branches of government, is a concept. It's not made by God, because God is almighty. But it is true that in our system, most people become judges because they are recruited. They don't go there because of their competence.
Yes, yes. You are speaking. Really, what bothers me is the involvement of the Attorney General of the Federation. Involvement of the Attorney General. Why would the Attorney General involve himself in a matter that concerns the deregistration of a particular political party? So these are issues that ought not to have arisen, and which the federal government. Of course, the federal government is aware. The federal government must have asked the Attorney General to enter into that case, but I don't think it has.
The judiciary should be independent.
I don't think it's good for our democracy. Why would you want a particular political party or parties, to be obstructed from,
it is happening everywhere.
Election.
Yesterday, I read an article that said that Shetima, the vice president, was talking to some APC members, and he asked them not to pull down the roof over themselves. Things are going to happen. It is possible to kill other people, but the people remaining may find it difficult to share the booty.
Thank you, gentlemen. It's been a wonderful and exciting discussion. I will make it some other day. Thank you for coming. Once again, my name is Mike Obani, and for our viewers, we thank you for watching us. Keep watching Signature Television. Thank you very much. I wish you a prosperous month of May. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Nigeria has the third highest burden of female genital mutilation globally, with 20 million cases and over 14 states highly affected. In 2015, the then president of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, introduced a law to help fight FGM and, of course, punish the offenders. But some communities, especially villages, are not even aware that this law exists and are still practicing the act. Female genital mutilation is a severe human rights violation that affects millions of women and girls worldwide, particularly in Africa, Asia, and the Middle East. The practice involves the partial or total removal of the female genitalia, often performed on young girls without their consent. An estimated 86% of females were caught before the age of 5, while 8% were caught between age 5 and 14, with an estimated 86 million girls worldwide said to be at risk of female genital mutilation between 2015 and 2030. The implication is that millions of girls are being robbed of their childhoods, health, education, and aspirations every day by the harmful practice. The prevalence of FGM is highest in the Southeast with 35% and Southwest with 30%, and lowest in the Northeast with 6%. Medical experts warn that FGM has severe physical and emotional consequences, including chronic pain, infertility, and psychological trauma, which could last a lifetime, impacting not only on the individual, but also their families and communities.
There are some immediate and long-term complications of FGM. By cutting the clitoris is what gives arousal, okay? The labia minora, you cut, and majora may consist of some little secretions, organs that secrete and wet that area, okay? So you cut them, there is problem. So even the infibulation, it juxtaposes the opening for the vagina, so it makes it look tiny and narrower. So it can cause what you call vaginal pain during sex or sexual pain.
There could be some urinary problems, difficulty in urination. Then it could affect childbirth and delivery, where you can have a narrow opening for delivery.
And the complications, the short-term complications would involve shock, infections, excessive bleeding, hemorrhages. Why? Because most times we notice that, 90% of the time we notice that the people that carry out these practices, one, are not medically trained. These are traditional experts that have little to no substantial knowledge of the human anatomy. Secondly, they do these things in septic conditions.
Sensitizing the community and the society at large on the effects of female genital mutilation, because it causes a lot of harm than good to the public.
A broadcast journalist, Hyginus Odo, emphasized that FGM is a cultural belief that should be eradicated and discouraged.
When a way of life becomes inimical to human, to life itself, when a way of life becomes inimical to life itself, what do? You have to review that way of life. And that's why it's not to eradicate the culture of the people in totality, but those aspects of the culture of the people that are inimical to the existence of human being in the society should be looked into.
Women's rights advocates shared their views on the legal implication of FGM during a recent Zoom session with Signature TV. A legal practitioner, Chioma Ode, revealed that the case of FGM in Ebonyi State often go unreported because victims are reluctant to report their loved ones, which she said is a major challenge in addressing the harmful practice.
Because one of the things that we have come to see as a challenge is that this mutilation or this cutting or this circumcision is actually carried out by the family, the parents, the guardians. And when you see that your family member, your father, your mother, your uncle, your auntie circumcised you as a female, chances of reporting the matter is slim. And even when you report the matter, even when you see the survivors, we call them survivors, that report this matter, or victims, as you may see them, that report this matter, it is also very slim to see that this victim or this survivor would actually want to speak up or to complain or to even follow this matter to a logical conclusion. It's very rare. So I wouldn't tell you that, yes, currently we have a case study, that this case study has actually been followed up to a logical conclusion. But whether female genital mutilation is a crime, is a crime.
More awareness needs to be created. In fact, I want to laud Signature TV for taking it upon you to create this wonderful awareness via your platform. It's a laudable venture, and I commend you for that. Okay, but I think, being a media person as well, I think that there should be much conversation around female genital mutilations. Being someone from Africa, and especially Nigeria, and most especially from the Southeast, where female genital mutilation is very, very prevalent, I think we need more creation of awareness.
The year's theme, Step Up the Pace, emphasizes the imperative of strengthening alliance, building movements, and mobilizing collective actions to end FGM. It is a clarion call for governments, civil societies, organizations, community leaders, healthcare workers, and individuals to unite and wage all-out war against FGM. Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV News.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time. you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language. All with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when people see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hops on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
We are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. We are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There is no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
You don't tire for this picture? Or ya make you follow Unorodo? Nigeria don't go digital with free TV. Over 100 channels they with you, sport, news, and better entertainment for your own language. No matter where you dey, whether for city or whether for village, the satellite signal can reach every corner of Nigeria from day one. No monthly payment again. Once you get to get free to air decoder, you don't win. This one, not our own national asset. Even from your phone, you feel watch out. Just download the free TV app and carry your TV go anywhere you dey go. Scan that code now or call 0700-388-7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by MBC.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, Obi sure of NDC ticket as party's own presidency to the south. Atiku and Amechi pick 90 billion naira presidential forms in the ADC. 298 Kenyan villagers sue BP government over debts linked to oil waste. Lauren Fernandez vows to fight rising crime in Costa Rica as she assumes to mantle as president. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Of the various political parties have been witnessing intense activities as they struggle to meet the tight schedule set by the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) for the 2027 general polls. All the parties are expected to submit their membership registers to the Commission on or before midnight of Sunday, the 10th of May. To meet the INEC timelines, the ruling All Progressive Congress (APC) has concluded the sale of nomination forms and has begun the screening of aspirants. Nigerian Democratic Congress (NDC) and Social Democratic Party (SDP) held their national conventions on Saturday at Abuja and Bauchi. Labour Party revised its schedule and will end the sale of forms on Monday, May 16, while the submission of completed forms is scheduled for May 17 and 18. The activities of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, is being affected by the ongoing split between the Makinde-backed Interim National Working Committee and Wike-aligned bloc, leading to parallel claims and differing schedules in some states. The Nigeria Democratic Congress has zoned its presidential ticket for the 2027 general elections to the south. The decision was taken on Saturday at the party's national convention in a resolution adopted after a motion moved by Afam Victor, seconded by Sheyi Sowumi. The party also allocated the 2031 slot to the north, in line with the party's strategy to ensure rotational representation in the north and south in its future presidential bids. The convention also ratified all members of the party's National Executive Committee for the motion moved by the senator representing Anambra Central in the National Assembly, Victor Ume. Former Anambra State Governor Peter Obi had earlier vowed that he will serve for only one term if he emerges as the president of the country, insisting that 4 years is enough to put the country on a path of progress and development. The zoning arrangement aligns its long-standing advocacy for power rotation and equity in opposition coalitions and comes amid broader realignments in Nigeria's opposition politics ahead of the 2027 elections. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and ex-Minister of Transportation Rotimi Amechi have obtained the African Democratic Congress expression of interest and nomination forms ahead of the 2027 general elections. Another presidential aspirant, Mohammed Hayatuddin, has also picked the form, pledging to prioritize security, job creation, and the rising cost of living affecting millions of Nigerians. The National Publicity Secretary of the ADC, Balaji Abdullahi, confirmed the development to newsmen in Abuja on Saturday and said the 3 aspirants obtained the forms at 90 million naira each. Hayatuddin will receive a form from the party's National Organizing Secretary, Chinedu Idigo, said the 2027 election must focus on restoring economic stability and improving national security. In a statement, Hayatuddin noted that Nigerians were grappling with hardship and insecurity and are tired of watching businesses struggle, jobs disappear, and the cost of basic necessities rise beyond what ordinary people can afford. The ADC has fixed the sale of expression of interest and nomination forms from May 6 to May 13. The Independent National Electoral Commission has scheduled that party primaries and resolution of related disputes will take place between April 23 and May 30, 2026. According to the Commission, campaigns for presidential and National Assembly elections will begin on August 19, 2026, while governorship and state assembly campaigns are scheduled to start on September 9, 2026. The Senate has passed amendments to the Electoral Act aimed at accelerating the resolution of pre-election disputes. The proposed amendments seek to ensure that pre-election cases are filed only in courts with proper jurisdiction, preventing litigants from seeking favorable judgments from multiple courts across the country. Under the proposed Section 29A of the Electoral Act, all pre-election disputes relating to National Assembly, State House of Assembly, governorship and deputy governorship elections will originate at the Federal High Court, with appeals to be heard by the Court of Appeal. The amendment also provides that disputes involving presidential and vice presidential elections will commence at the Court of Appeal and terminate at the Supreme Court, in line with Section 285 of the 1999 Constitution as amended. Chairman of the Senate Committee on Electoral Matters, Simon Lalong, said the proposed amendment was designed to eliminate conflicting judgments, reduce abuse of judicial processes, and shorten delays in the determination of electoral disputes. According to him, the amendment will help restore public confidence in the judiciary and strengthen the country's electoral system. The House of Representatives is set to investigate alleged debts owed the federal government by agencies, parastatals, and other bodies within and outside Nigeria. The book followed a motion sponsored by Katsina lawmaker Salisu Majiri and 5 other lawmakers who raised concerns over Nigeria's rising debt profile. The lawmakers noted that as of September 30, 2025, Nigeria's total public debt stood at over 153 trillion naira, driven largely by increased domestic borrowing and currency depreciation.
Aware that while the federal government has been diligent in servicing its debt, less attention has been placed on debt recovery as tool for show-off of the revenue profile of the federal government of Nigeria.
Honorable Zanna, Honorable Shetima,
the federal government
Honorable
of Nigeria
Ibrahim
is owed huge sums of money within and outside the country, including judgment debts.
Order.
These sums are held by state and non-state actors, ministries, departments, and agencies of government.
The House called for an investigation into the persistent increase in the prices of building materials across the country. Sponsor of the motion, Bayelsa lawmaker Boko Forji, argued that despite local sourcing of major raw materials, Nigerians continue to face high construction costs.
Concerned that the price of 50 kg bags of cement has risen sharply from above 7,500 in the late 2025 to between 11,500 and 12,100 in 2026, representing an increase of approximately 50 to 60% within the short period of time. As further concerned that within the same period, steel prices have increased by 20%, sharp sand price by about 25%. Other materials such as granite and timber have also recorded significant increases.
Motion by Elsa lawmaker Maria Bikaki urged the House to intervene in alleged failure for Wando Nigeria PLC to fulfill its corporate social responsibility to some communities in our constituency, including the provision of electricity.
Worried that given the sensitive and often fragile relationship between oil companies and host communities in the Niger Delta, such conduct could trigger adverse reaction with far-reaching and potentially destabilizing consequences if not urgently addressed by the House and relevant authorities. Convinced that the prolonged blackout in these communities has significantly disrupted social and economic life and has contributed to increasing distrust and tension between the host communities and the company.
The House also tasked the federal government to urgently resettle over 10,000 internally displaced persons from Mate, currently taking refuge in Mongono, local government area of Borno State. Following a motion by Buka Talba, who said the displaced persons have remained in difficult conditions after fleeing attacks in their communities. The federal government is threatening to cancel all World Bank loans for project execution whose approval and disbursement are delayed beyond 6 months. Accountant General of the Federation, Samsudeen Ogunjimi, stated this in Abuja in the courtesy visit by a World Bank delegation led by manager of the World Bank team, Freed Lane. He stressed that since the facilities are not grants but loans that the country is obliged to repay, prolonged delays in the approval process could undermine the government's interest in accessing such facilities. The AGF emphasized that as a responsible borrower, Nigeria deserves timely consideration and processing of its funding request to ensure the prompt release of such funds to support the country's development priorities. Ogunjimi informed the delegation that action has commenced to issue of public financial management statements and audit reporting raised by the bank, and assured that the 2023 audit report will be submitted to the Office of the Auditor General for the Federation within 2 weeks. Work on the 2024 and 2025 audit report is already in progress. Earlier in her remarks, Lane congratulated Ogunjimi on his recent appointment as the African Chairman of the Association of Accountants General and encouraging to sustain its efforts towards digitizing its operations and ensuring a timely presentation of professional financial statements. The National Security Advisor Noe Ribadu has briefed the United States Vice President J.D. Vance on ongoing reforms and operation measures being undertaken by the federal government to improve national security and stabilize communities affected by insecurity. Ribadu held a strategic meeting with Vance during a 3-day working visit to the United States, a show of a strong commitment of the Nigerian government to further strengthening ongoing collaboration in counter-terrorism, intelligence sharing, regional security, and democratic governance. It further underscored Nigeria's role as a regional leader and frontline state in counter-terrorism efforts across the Lake Chad Basin and West Africa. It also met with U.S. Acting National Security Advisor and Secretary of State Marco Rubio, the Undersecretary for Political Affairs Alison Hilker, and Assistant Secretary of War Daniel Zimmering. The meetings provided an opportunity for both sides to review the current state of Nigeria-United States relations and to further strengthen ongoing collaboration in counterterrorism, defense cooperation, intelligence sharing, regional security, economic resilience, and democratic governance. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission has declared former Minister of Humanitarian Affairs Sadiya Umar Farouk wanted of alleged criminal conspiracy, abuse of office, and diversion of public funds. A statement posted on the EFCC website on Saturday and signed by the head of media and publicity, Dele Oyewale, urged members of the public with information on their whereabouts to contact the Commission. Commission urged anyone with useful information to contact its offices in Ibadan, Uyo, Sokoto, Maiduguri, Benin, Makudi, Kaduna, Ilorin, Enugu, Kano, Lagos, Gombe, Port Harcourt, or Abuja. Farouk served as Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management, and Social Development under late former President Muhammadu Buhari from 2019 to 2023. The Nigerian Labour Congress (NLC) has called for immediate measures to address rising xenophobic attacks against African migrants in South Africa, urging the Congress of South African Trade Unions (COSATU) to launch a large-scale awareness campaign to protect migrant workers. In a letter addressed to the leadership of COSATU in Johannesburg, NLC President Joe Ajero condemned the recent incidents involving the killing of African migrants and destruction of their businesses. Ajero described the attacks as a consequence of Western economic conditions and ineffective governance policy, stressing that African governments should not be turned against one another. The Labour leader urged COSATU to lead extensive sensitization efforts in communities, unions and workplaces to counter narratives blaming migrants for unemployment and poverty. Ajero also criticized what they described as an inadequate response of South African security agencies, accusing authorities of failing to provide sufficient protection for migrants and their businesses. They called for the full deployment of security resources to prevent further violence, while demanding the arrest and prosecution of those responsible for the attacks, in addition to payment of compensation for victims and families affected by the violence. 4 people convicted in the United States in connection with the 2021 assassination of Haitian President Jovenel Moise. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio downplays planned withdrawal of 5,000 U.S. troops from Germany. Details of these and more on the international scene.
You don't tire for this picture? Or yeah, make you follow Unorodo. Nigeria don't go digital with free TV. Over 100 channels they wait you. Sport, news, and better entertainment for your own language. No matter where you dey. Whether for city or whether for village, the satellite signal they reach every corner of Nigeria from day one. No monthly payment again. Once you get a Ogbonge free-to-air decoder, you don't win. This one, now our own national asset. Even from your phone, you feel watch out. Just download the free TV app and carry your TV go anywhere you dey go. Scan that code now or call 0700 388 7277.
Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you
A group of 298 petitioners from remote villages in Marsabit County in northern Kenya is suing BP and the Kenyan government over oil exploration waste from the 1980s that it says is causing a cancer cluster that has killed hundreds. Residents and local health workers say cancer cases and deaths have risen steadily, with more than 500 people reported death from cancers affecting the digestive system, particularly the esophagus and stomach. Many were from villages where access to medical care remains limited. They believe rising cancer cases are linked to toxic wastes left behind during oil exploration in the 1980s. 6 years ago, doctors diagnosed my son Shamuset, 74, with throat cancer and told him he might never normally speak again. Today, Shamuset communicates through a small pipe inserted in his throat, and his voice comes out strained and mechanical, a reminder of the effect the disease had on his life. 4 people have been convicted in the United States in connection with the 2021 assassination of Haitian President Jovenel Moïse. Archangel Pretil Ortiz, Antonio Intriago, Walter Vientemile, and James Solage were found guilty on Friday of conspiring to kill or kidnap Moïse, whose assassination left a political vacuum in the Caribbean nation that has compounded overlapping security and humanitarian crisis. They were also convicted of providing material support for the plot in violation of U.S. law. All 4 face possible life sentences. U.S. prosecutors have said that the south of Florida, the closest U.S. state to Haiti, served as a central hub for planning and funding Moise's assassination. Laura Fernandez has been sworn in as Costa Rica's new president and has vowed to fight rising crime in the Central American country, as well as maintain close ties with the United States. Fernandez defeated a crowded field in the February 1st vote to replace outgoing President Rodrigo Chavez, who has remained a close ally of U.S. President Donald Trump. In an unorthodox move, Chavez is said to remain in the government as dual minister of the presidency and finance, assuring outsized influence in the incoming administration. Further underscoring plans to maintain close ties with the U.S., Fernandez has appointed her second vice president, Douglas Soto, as ambassador to Washington. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio on Friday downplayed the planned withdrawal of 5,000 U.S. troops from Germany and said President Donald Trump has yet made a decision on removing more service members from Europe amid growing cracks in the transatlantic relationship. Speaking in Rome after meetings with top Italian leaders, Rubio sought to publicly distance the move from Trump's continued critique of NATO and its members, including Italy, over a perceived lack of support for the U.S. war against Iran. Still, his argument is not likely to assuage European fears about the reliability of the United States and its commitment to the defensive alliance. Rubio, a longtime NATO proponent, did not foreclose the possibility of further troop reductions in response to the U.S. displeasure with the bloc. The top U.S. diplomat said the reduction of the troops in Germany, announced by the Pentagon last week, was already ongoing. German Chancellor Friedrich Merz, the subject of Trump's overt comment on the Iran war, has similarly sought to downplay the move. Consumer sentiment continued to decline this month, reaching a fresh record low as the war in Iran drags on, keeping energy prices elevated. The University of Michigan's latest consumer survey, released on Friday, showed sentiment fell early this month to a preliminary reading of 48.2, the lowest on records going back to 1952. Sentiment had previously reached its lowest point just last month, below anything seen during the Great Recession, the pandemic, and the inflation surge afterward. Gas prices heavily influence people's perception of the economy, and the national average price for a gallon of gasoline has been stuck above $4 for weeks. That's because global energy prices have remained elevated as well, with the ongoing closure of the Strait of Hormuz, a key global passageway through which 20% of the world's oil passes, along with various other commodities. And that's it on the international news.
Let's turn our attention to sports with Christopher Lele.
The Nigerian Basketball Federation (NBBF) has announced May 16, 2026 as the new commencement date for the 2026 Nigerian Men's Premier Basketball League season. The federation shifted the opening date from the previously scheduled May 12 following the approval of additional teams by the League Management Committee. In a statement signed by the NBBF Secretary, Mrs. Amina Amanchi, the federation confirmed that the country's top-flight men's basketball league will feature 20 teams divided into two conferences, Atlantic and Savannah. The 2026 season is expected to showcase some of the country's top basketball talents as teams compete for national honors across both conferences. Nigeria's preparations for the 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations have suffered setback following reports that Super Falcons forward Esther Okoronkwo is expected to be sidelined for up to 6 weeks with a knee injury. Okoronkwo sustained the injury while featuring for Canadian side Toronto during a league encounter against Halifax Tides FC earlier this week. Initial reports indicate that the Nigerian international suffered meniscus damage. Despite the setback, there is growing optimism within the Super Falcons camp that the forward will recover in time for the Continental Tournament, which is scheduled to begin on July 25 in Morocco. The injury comes as a concern for Nigeria, given Okoronkwo's growing importance to the national team in recent years. The forward played a pivotal role during the last edition of the competition, registering 2 goals and 6 assists to help the Super Falcons maintain their strong presence on the African stage. Iran's Football Federation said on Saturday that the men's national team will take part in the 2026 World Cup this summer, but demanded that joint hosts, the United States, Mexico and Canada, agree to its conditions amid the Middle East war. The call comes after Canada refused entry to the federation's chief last month before the FIFA Congress because of his links to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the ideological arm of Iran's military, which it designated as a terror group in 2024. Iran's presence at the tournament, which will take place between June 11 and July 19, has been shrouded in uncertainty since the eruption of war in the Middle East in February, following strikes by the United States and Israel. The conditions include visas being granted and respect for the national team staff, the team's flag and its national anthem during the tournament, as well as demands for high security at airports, hotels and routes to the stadiums where they will play. In cricket, New Zealander Finn Allen hit a brutal 47-ball century to lead Kolkata Knight Riders to a dominant 8-wicket victory over Delhi Capitals and boost his side's unlikely push towards the Indian Premier League playoffs. By hitting the winning runs with a 6, Allen finished exactly 100 not out as KKR completed a chase of 143 with 5.4 overs to spare. He had 20 from 17 balls and, having been dropped on 42 by Tristan Stubbs, was on 45 from 31. At that stage, KKR were 75-2 after 10 overs, but Allen, who scored 33 ball 100 in this year's T20 World Cup semi-final, hit 8 of his remaining 16 balls for 6. That's Sports News on Signature TV. I'm Christopher Lele.
News, I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thank you very much for staying with us.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications.
Hello and welcome to Things Should Know, the show where we listen, learn, and we grow.
The TSK show is where teenagers are empowered with the right knowledge to thrive and parents are equipped with the right tools to guide them, because when teenagers know better, they definitely would do better. My name is Ifeoma the Prof Mwato, and I'm your host on the TSK show. And today we'll be discussing a very important topic. Are you a teenager? Are you a parent? Please come forward, sit down, and listen attentively. Many teenagers are trying to figure out life while constantly hearing the question, what do you want to become? Or what are you doing? What do you intend for yourself? And for some teenagers, purpose feels exciting, and while for others, it feels like pressure or confusion, especially when it seems like you're supposed to have everything figured out so very early, maybe at 12 or at 15 or at worst by 18. But discovering purpose isn't about having all the answers at once. It's a journey, and it can start earlier than many people think. So today we are talking about what it really means to begin that journey early, how teenagers can start discovering direction, and how parents can support them along the way. So we'll be looking at finding purpose early as a teenager. So if you're a teen watching, this conversation is for you. We'll go on a short break now, and after the break, we are going to meet our guest for today's episode. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Okay, welcome back to the TSK show. And if you're just joining us, we are talking about how teenagers can discover their purpose very early. So joining us today on the TSK show is a dedicated young man with a strong commitment to the holistic development of young people. His passion is for nurturing the potentials of young people, and this passion began during his National Youth Service year in Katsina State, Nigeria. And since then, he has consistently organized seminars and training programs for young people, with a special focus on reaching young people in remote communities. He holds a degree in biochemistry from the prestigious University of Nigeria, Nsukka. Beyond his professional work, he's also a devoted family man and a wonderful father. So today, welcome to the TSK show, Mr. Tochukwu Eze.
Thank you for having me.
Welcome, sir. Welcome. You know, when I was talking about UNN, I said it's the prestigious, the prestigious UNN.
There's no argument about
Are you sure?
Yes.
But I heard they are now living in their past glory.
Forget that.
Okay, it's not true.
Yes.
When I was introducing you, I made mention of your passion started while you were doing your National Youth Service in Katsina State. What was the drive? What was the motion? What was the motivation behind that?
Okay, thank you for the question. When I was serving in Kankara local government precisely, I discovered that a lot of young people don't even know why they are here. I was having some conversations with them. I discovered that some of them who are not offering physics and chemistry want to become medical doctors. And I was like,
is it magic?
Yes. So I now decided to create a platform where we will be having
an
interaction session after school to properly guide them on the requirements for each course of study.
Okay.
And that also made me to start looking at putting them in a pamphlet.
Okay.
So that even after I am...
You've gone.
Yes. So
they will have something to fall
exactly.
back on. Okay.
And they can also use it for the younger generations to guide them.
Okay, I think that's why also your interest is more on young people that are in remote and rural communities.
Yes.
Okay, so
let's... Most times they feel neglected.
Yeah. Okay, so let's look at what we are talking about today, finding purpose early. So for you, when you hear the word purpose, what do you think it means to a teenager?
Okay. What it means to me personally, let me start from what it means to me, is identifying the original intent of your creation.
Okay.
What does God have in mind when you were being created? What challenge are you sent to come and address? What passion, what is driving you that you want to contribute your own quota in global development? So for me, I feel in fact, simply put, is the essence of living.
The essence of existence.
And existence, yes.
But do you think young people see it that way?
Most of them don't see it that way. And that is why I have devoted myself, my time, my resources to reach those that have not been able to understand this thing clearly. And as much as I could, guide them properly.
Okay. Do you believe that teenagers are too young to start thinking about fulfilling purpose? Because some of them think they still have all the time. Let me just go to school first before I start figuring out what life should be or what I should become. Do you think it's too early for a teenager to start living their life towards their purpose?
I don't think it's too early, because I'm a Christian. And if I take my reference from the Holy Bible, you discover that at age 12, Jesus was already attracted to his purpose. You know, when they went to Jerusalem for the Passover, his parents left and discovered that he was not with them 24 hours later. So after 3 days, he was found. And they found him in the temple. And my question is, what was so attractive that made him... It's possible he did not eat for that 3 days.
And he didn't even think of his parents.
Yes.
He was not even eager. He was not even eager to go home. Exactly. He was not even exhausted from the day's worship.
If they did not return for him, he would have stayed there for the rest of his life.
He found fulfillment in what he was doing.
Exactly. So at 12, because I know that this teenage age we're talking about is between the age of 13 to 19. So if Jesus at 12 had already discovered his own purpose, I don't think it's too early for any teenager
to start thinking about that. Okay, let's also look at it from this angle. There are some teenagers who are already feeling pressured, while some are nonchalant. Some are already feeling pressured to find purpose. And how can they find purpose without feeling overwhelmed? Because, you know, sometimes family, society is expecting much from some of them. Like there are some people who come from a family where their parents did not go to school, and they're expecting this child, you just go to school, do this thing and start making money. You need to bring value, you need to sustain the family name and all of that. And you see some of them, they come to you, they will tell you, I want to do this, I want to do this, I want to do this. But yet that confusion, they become overwhelmed, and it's like a pressure on them. They are not meeting up a particular expectation or target. So how can they start exploring these things without feeling overwhelmed?
First and foremost, they need to understand that it's a step-by-step approach. They shouldn't be pressured. And that is one of the challenges we have in our time. Most of these young people, because of the pressure and the challenge, they go the wrong route.
Yes.
You know, and before you know it, they are doomed. So they should understand that every step counts in this thing. And it's not something that happens overnight. It's something that that will take patience. It's going to take a lot of discipline. Don't allow anybody, even the society, your parents. In fact, that's why I would want the church to come in and begin to sensitize these young people that nobody needs to pressure you, including your parents. Because just like you said, most of them are not educated.
Yes.
So they have a way of comparing you with some of your age mates. And let's bear in mind that we have different weights of destinies. Do you understand? So somebody who is going through the process of becoming a global figure, it will take time for the person to
get to that stage.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a step by step. They should not be in a haste. If you rush it, you may make mistake along the line. And I'm also advising that they should find people, if you have already identified where you are going, because some of the challenges they also have, especially those that are multi-talented, is that they don't even know which one to go
follow.
After. Just like me, I do a lot of things very well. I can play football very well. I can play table tennis very well.
Wow.
So it became a problem. Should I become a professional footballer? Should I go to school? Should I become a professional this or that? So, but I had somebody who guided me. And I was able to harness my own potential, because this purpose you're talking about is inherent.
Yes.
So you also need God to help you, because nobody knows, nobody understands the product more than the manufacturer.
Exactly.
So that is.
And that will bring me to the next question. Are there any signs that a teenager is already working in purpose? Early signs that somebody can see and say, okay, maybe this is what I am called to do. Like you said, some are talented in many areas, but is there anything that you can say, okay, yes, this is where you are called to solve this problem?
Okay, thank you. How you are going to identify that is that you discover that there is this particular one that you are passionate about, even if it's not bringing money, even if it's not, the only thing that you enjoy there is that it gives you satisfaction and fulfillment. So you can spend time, just like I gave you an example with our Master Jesus Christ. You can spend time doing it without feeling bored. Do you understand me? And so you can begin to channel your attention deliberately on that thing, because and you will not lose your peace doing it. Even if you have not eaten for days
and nobody is giving you money
and nothing. I know of a friend. He can play football. When we were young, he can play football from morning till night, and we thought
it was distraction.
Wasting his time. Others were going to school. We were always in the field playing football. But in 2003, he was invited to come and represent Nigeria in Finland. 2003 on the 17 Junior World Cup.
Wow!
And from there, he became a professional footballer. He played in some clubs in Europe. So, but if he was not encouraged at that level, maybe he would have ended up as a roadside mechanic.
Okay, I'm actually enjoying this conversation, but we are going to go on a short break. Then when we come back, we are going to talk about this boy that plays football, because you know sometimes they dump their education to pursue their passion, and let's see how we can strike a balance. So we are going to go on a short break now, and when we return, we continue with this conversation. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Okay, welcome back. And if you're just joining us, this is the TSK show, and today we are talking about how teenagers can discover their purpose very early. So I was saying something about balancing education and passion, because you know a young person who leaves the class to go and play ball all through the day, this is something parents will never support. So if there's a young person watching us at this point, and the parent is just sitting by, you know, maybe the boy is a footballer and the parent is already giving him this bombastic side eye, not because Mr. Tochukwu is on TV saying you can go and play football. You can go and play football from morning till night. So I want to ask, how can parents guide teenagers into purpose and without being too controlling and projecting their, you know, sometimes I've discovered working with young people that sometimes what parents want their children to do is not because of the child, it's because of their interest as a parent. We've seen people who want their children to study medicine, not because the child is good in that field, but because they want to answer mama or papa doctor. So let's use this football now. So how can a parent encourage a teenager into purpose without controlling?
Okay. That is possible, and this is how it is possible. You know, sometimes, just like you mentioned, most parents want to live their unfulfilled dreams.
Unfulfilled,
yes.
That's the word.
Yes.
through their children.
So unfulfilled. Most times you think you are doing the best thing for the child. Just like I keep telling people that very soon some of the courses that we call professional courses will no longer matter. People just study a key aspect of tech. But years back, we studied computer science as a whole. But some people now, you know, focus on a small aspect of tech, and they blow with it.
Yes.
So the parents watching us, I want to advise you. Your role is to guide the teenager, not to dictate for him or for her. You know, as a teenager, he or she is bound to make mistakes.
Of course.
That is where you come in, you know, to guide them, not to enforce that you must be this. And it's common amongst
Nigerian parents.
Eziago parents. Almost all the family in Eziago will want to have a priest, a Catholic priest.
Are you serious?
Yes.
I was thinking I was telling somebody recently that almost every family in MBC have a reverend priest. I don't know if it's happening
it's also applicable in Eziago. So
oh wow.
Some of them, I have some of them as friends.
Okay.
That confided in me that they
never wanted
to become this. But because the mother, especially the mothers, they want to answer mama, father. So they keep pushing and pressuring the boys to become priests. So the balance is you watch the child, observe the inherent potentials, know how to strike the balance. Using that football, for instance, I don't encourage a child to abandon school for football. Two of them can go hand in hand, because those days in the university we play interfaculty matches.
Okay.
And some football scouts, they come there to identify talents. And when they pick those talents, they don't pick them away from school. They also even give scholarships to some of those wonderful footballers. So they also organize football competition at national level, ENUGU. So talents were picked that also represented Nigeria. So the key word here is finding balance.
Yeah.
So that
one does not suffer.
Exactly.
Okay. Oh, this is very, very interesting conversation, and I'm actually enjoying it, especially this part of the parents, because many parents want to live their unfulfilled dreams through their children. So, and one thing is already clear from the discussion today, and is that one thing is that purpose is not pressure, is direction, and is a step. So teenagers don't need to have everything figured out. What they really need is awareness, they need exposure and the right support. And it's better when it's coming from the home, before we even talk about coaches outside and all of that. So we are going to go on a break now, and after the break we'll get more practical about how teenagers can start discovering their strengths and how parents can create environments where purpose grows naturally. Please stay with us.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
No.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Right, welcome back. Before the break, we talked about understanding purpose and removing the pressure around it. So now we are going to go a little bit deeper, because it's one thing to talk about purpose, is another thing to live intentionally as a teenager. So this part is for every teen who feels uncertain and every parent who wants to guide wisely without overpowering and being too controlling. So our guest is here. He's a youth advocate and he has worked with young people at different levels for years. So, and we'll continue with this conversation. So in one sentence, what is the biggest lie that teenagers have about purpose discovery?
For me, I think that the biggest lie is feeling that they are too young to discover or pursue
their purpose.
And it's common here in Africa, because over there you see some children that are not even in that category of teenagers. Can call them young adolescents. I don't know,
twins.
So you see them doing marvelous technological works, and when you sit down with them, you see, they don't even speak like children because of exposure, because of guidance and mentorship. But down here, you see somebody who is above 18 years still behaving as a child.
Still trying to figure out what to do.
Some of them are not even trying to figure out. Some of them are just flowing. Let's be going.
Okay.
You know, my experience has taught me that. So let's be going. One day we'll all leave this world. Nobody cares about whether you fulfill destiny. So that's the challenge we have.
Okay, if you could design one habit every teenager should practice like every day in the course of purpose discovery, what should that be? I know some teenagers are asking, okay, since you said we should not be living anyhow, what should I be doing at this point?
They should devote more time to research. And they must have some virtues like discipline, perseverance. They should know where the world is at the moment, where the world is going, so that they will not be left behind.
Okay.
Because there is this popular saying that when purpose is not known, abuse is inevitable. So they need to sit down and have a kind of self-reflection to understand what that is required of them. And they also need to know that they will give account
of everything
of their stewardship here. So if God had already ordained me, for example, now, as someone who is going to bring liberation in the area of science, and I just leave it and be eating away and drinking away my time, when I return to my maker, I will present my report of how I used my time, my energy, my resources, and God's investment upon my life when I was here on earth.
Okay, you said something like, when purpose is not known, abuse is inevitable. So let's do this one now. Just finish this sentence. If a teenager doesn't understand, or a teenager who understands their purpose early will do what?
Make wiser choices.
Wiser choices in life. So if you're a teenager and you're yet to discover your purpose, that means you've not started making wise choices. Oh, thank you so much for coming on the TSK show. I enjoyed every bit of this conversation. And thank you for your time. Thank you for sharing your ideas, your thoughts. And I believe that every teenager watching us have learned one or two things, including the parents, especially those who want to live their unfulfilled dreams through their teenagers. So conversations like this matter because many teenagers are talented but still searching for direction. Finding purpose early doesn't mean having everything figured out. It means having awareness, guidance, and the freedom to explore. To every teenager watching, give yourself room to grow, and parents, please support and understand these teenagers as you guide them as well. Remember, knowledge is power, and you have been empowered with the right knowledge to thrive. My name is Ifeoma the Prof Nwato, and I'm your host on the TSK show. And for today's episode is a wrap. Thank you for joining us on the TSK show. See you next time.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV, news in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV, news in your pocket.